Whoa!
That was impressive.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
We're challenging the standard of what comes standard. With the next generation GMC Terrain Elevation. When we choose to challenge, we challenge completely. Current eligible lessees can get this low mileage lease on this all-wheel drive Terrain Elevation for around $299 per month. We are professional grade.
The little thing I love about Chick-fil-A chicken strips are all the different sauces. You gotta dip it in that zesty buffalo. It's tangy, sweet, it's got a good kick. The chicken itself is good on its own, but once you put the sauce on...
What is up, motherfuckers and party people? What the fuck is up? What the fuck is up? We got racing tonight on TNT. They're racing on TNT for the first time since the New Hampshire race in 2014. For the first time since that long ago. It's been 11 years since NASCAR was on TNT. But they're doing it.
We're going to talk a lot about the in-season challenge and the $1 million. But don't forget, we still got a championship to win. We still got guys.
Now, I just want to point out that I could be ending this stream at any moment if, like, more lightning comes or more rain comes. But for now, we're sticking to it.
Red line, and it is getting tight, guys.
It is, and if you saw on the stage right there with Bubba Wallace, with Daniel Suarez, he's really good here. You think about that matchup tonight, that's going to be one of the closest one we have. And Bubba's been in a good position, Parker, but the last few weeks, it's been a struggle.
Today is the Quaker State 400 from Atlanta Motor Speedway. That's what I'm calling it. Fuck you.
The speed has been like his quote post Pocono where he said, after
and it's going to be fun. Hoping for a fun race.
He said the old Bubba started to creep in for a second, but he's like, nope.
Got Logano on the pole.
New week, new hope, and I just like how open he is about his mental state and that, he knows how to sort of compartmentalize and get rid of those bad weeks.
The one thing that's kept Bubba in the points is his stage points. 110 stage points. He's been one of the highest scoring stage points guys throughout the season. That's what's kept him above that cut line up to now.
Gosh, I love it when you talk stage points. There's going to be a lot to follow tonight because this track is really so unpredictable.
Formerly Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Hey everyone, happy Saturday. What's up, Daniel Barry? How you doing today?
Speedway. Buckle up.
Oh,
Be running wide open
that sucks.
around this 1.5 mile racetrack. It races a lot like Daytona and Talladega, where the draft is key. The track is really smooth. The new configuration has the surface really locked down. They've added more banking to the racetrack, and they actually narrowed up the turns several feet. So
we're still on schedule for the 6:19 start, or 7:19 start. Sorry.
A lot of bold moves, and that's what it's going to take to be able to find your way into victory lane. There's a lot of room out there, but you're going to find yourself running 2 and 3 wide all night long. Coming off of turn 4, look at the angle in the tribal to the wall. You don't want to find yourself in trouble here, hitting those walls really hard. Come down this front straightaway in front of the fans, and they're cheering you on. Pit road's a little tricky, though. We're going to enter on the back stretch. That's unique to any other track in NASCAR. You can hammer around that apron at 90 miles an hour, but you have to back it down to 45 once you get to that yellow line on pit road. During the pit stop, you can make a lot of gains in track position just on pit road alone. Back out on the racetrack and trying to bring this thing home, you're going to have to be aggressive. Changing lanes, blocking cars, running 3 wide. There may be contact. Think about Daytona, but on fast forward. Everything is happening so much quicker here. Your brain's got to be like a supercomputer to process everything that you see happening. The trick is going to be what lane you want to be in when it's all said and done. My preference, I want to be on this top lane coming off of turn 4 as I head toward the checkered flag across the finish line. If I do all that right, I'll find myself right here in victory lane.
More drone shots, please. Give me more. And we got to get more reports right now because action is picking up. Driver intros all finished. Marty is with the guy who mastered this track last fall and starts on the pole today.
Well, Shannon, that win last fall was pivotal.
I need some
in
food.
Joe Logano's championship run. We're just talking about the differences of super speedway racing between Daytona and Talladega.
All right.
In Atlanta, what would you say is the biggest difference in
So
your
tonight's
preference
race
for this race versus those races?
Well, it's the fact that
is 400 miles. That's 260 laps.
Tonight where, follow each other, right on each other's bumper to dirty arrows,
Fucking, what's the breakdown for today's race?
Somewhere in between a mile and a half in the super speed.
So the stages are 60 laps is the first stage, 100 laps is the second stage, so it'll end at lap 160, and then 100 laps is the final stage, the final 100 laps. The overrun is 63 to 67 laps, so in the first stage you probably won't have to pit.
Pit stall number 1 tonight.
In the final 2 stages you will if it goes green. Yeah, so my win pick for today is Chris Buescher. Dom has Ryan Blaney, and Chase Elliott is Jaden's win pick.
Not here. This race is long enough.
Dom's starting spot is also Ryan Blaney, so he doubled down on that. He has 3rd place for his little work thing, so...
I think so, but speedway racing's tough, man. It's really tough.
Yeah.
I would say out of the 36 cars we got, probably 30 of them could win this race, so everybody knows that going in, but we're going to go roll the dice and have a good time.
Christopher Bell going to roll the dice here at the Super Speedway on steroids.
I love that. Rolling the Dice by Christopher Bell, who's our most recent winner, and Confused Racetrack by the second most recent winner.
I agree with that, by the way.
Oh my gosh, we are going to be in for quite a show here tonight at Echo Park Speedway. We're getting closer to green flag. Take a look at that. Drivers getting ready to climb in their race cars. Moving this summer? Pods is the most awarded container moving company. Pods brings the container to you. Then we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure pod storage center. And you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Look at pods.com.
Pedro's parents got more than they bargained for. A good deal and a new best friend for their son.
We get it. Consumer selling can help people cut the cost of their cell phone bill. But ever since Brad cut the top off his car, he's obsessed with cutting all sorts of stuff to show how much people can save.
200 bundt cakes for Talladega? Is that going to be enough?
I couldn't even find the remote.
Oh, I hate that.
Watched the X Games today.
It's a
The
situation.
guy broke his
Hey, Brad, I got a
skateboard midway
question.
through his run and it still kept going. Damn.
See how we can cut your bill.
I don't know how you
Call
do that.
Consumer Cellular.
Not really big into committing to things. I usually stop binging the show halfway through the first episode. I mean, remember when my hair was blonde for like 2 seconds?
Roman
Well,
Anthony,
Verizon
3-hit
announced that I
game
could lock
today.
a low price for 3 years for both phone and internet, even if I'm already a customer. I was like, duh. I think 3 years in the future, Pete would be very proud of my decision. Look at me grow. Come on! Can you hear me now? I sure hope so.
All 3 of them had fucking golf.
You really think you can get me to like dark chocolate?
Without a doubt.
Won't it taste bitter?
Not this dark chocolate.
Couldn't do any better than that. Fucking golf.
That way.
We wait.
I can't. It's delicious. I told you it wasn't bitter.
From the Lindt Master Chocolatier, discover extra
Yankees
love.
lost 7-0
Expect
left. That's
delicious.
fucking. Let's go, dude. Fuck the Yankees.
NASCAR Nation Pre-Race is presented by Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
Red Sox leading the Blue Jays 15-1.
Pursuit of happiness.
We're having a good day.
We're getting ready for a little night race here at Echo Park Speedway, the newly named Echo Park Speedway. DraftKings is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR, and new customers, look what you can do. You can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets instantly. Just download the app and use the promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook, the crown is yours. Now let's take a look at our DraftKings Sportsbook driver odds. There you go. What do you like?
Well, I didn't look at these odds before I made my pick.
You didn't?
But I did a good job making my pick
did?
based on these
Did
odds.
you
I
pick
feel
Kyle
like.
Larson?
No, I picked Ryan Blaney, who's at the top.
Oh, wow.
Shocking.
Well, easy. Way to go out on a limb there.
I
In a Ford, a
obvious.
Penske Ford, they locked out the front 2 rows on speed. Wow. How'd you
All
pick
right.
this one?
This is our DraftKings Sportsbook driver picks. You already picked your
I
driver.
already told you my pick.
Well,
I'm going with Ryan Blaney.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, way to really build it up. Thank you for
Who are
that.
you going with, Parker?
Well, we're in the Peach State, right?
Okay.
And there is that Dawsonville.
This is a long
Dawsonville
setup, I feel.
Pull
route
road, pull
that
we got that right last time. And I had the thought that in Georgia, at home, he's one of the most consistent drivers in all the series this year. It's got to be Chase Elliott who's going to win here today.
Can you tell the people at home what gets rung when he rings?
It is the siren.
It is a siren,
that will
everybody.
happen if he is able to
So
win.
don't excess
And
it.
a massive crowd here today, even with all this weather, that will be cheering him on.
There he is, Ryan Blaney, Jamie McMurray's pick. We will be right back to get things kicked off here at Echo Park Speedway.
I'm hungry. I haven't eaten today.
What's good, NASCAR fans? They say rubbing is racing and betting is better with DraftKings. From race winner to driver props and everything in between, the DraftKings Sportsbook is waving the green flag on all the action. Speaking of green, here's how you can take a shot at some this week. DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR. And this week, DraftKings has an exclusive offer for racing fans. Just download the app and use the promo code SPEED when you sign up.
Kohl's Instant Kohl's Cash event is finally here. Don't miss out. Earn $10 Kohl's Cash to use instantly when you spend $25. Get it today? Spend it today. Right away on your favorite brands. Plus, earn even more Kohl's Cash to use later at Kohl's and Kohl's.com.
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitor.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras and live agent monitoring?
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
From local shops in Portland, Maine, to national garages in Portland, Oregon, Napa and our nationwide network of parts and exceptional service are here to keep your business moving.
Pirates, yeah, I saw Dave Parker died.
University of Maryland Global Campus isn't just an innovative state school. It's a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. That's why at UMGC, you can earn up
Y'all
to
ready for
90%
some
to
racing? This is the NASCAR's first race on TNT since July of 2014.
Tuition, and why we have online classes and the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond. For over 75 years, UMGC has helped people succeed again. What will your next success be?
Vehicle breakdowns are costly.
It started making some really weird noises.
If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
Is that transfer?
You ready for some cars,
But with
kissing
Endurance,
bumpers? Me too,
you
bro.
can never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine repair.
I want my food.
$1,400.
They
Endurance paid
haven't
it.
even
Who's
assigned
gonna
a
pay
driver
for
to
your
it
next
yet.
car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
On WhatsApp, your personal messages, they're yours. We can't see them.
Hello?
We can't hear them. We can't read them. They're all private. On WhatsApp, no one can see or hear
TNT.
your personal messages.
Hi,
Not
Chester.
even us.
Let's see how good TNT's coverage is, because I don't even know if they've, like, are planning on doing full screen green flag commercials or not. I sure hope they're not.
Off here at this mile and a half.
Alright, here's pre-race ceremonies.
At this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able, remove your hats, and veterans render a hand salute as the Dobbins Air Force Base Honor Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer tonight's invocation, please welcome the 12th Secretary of the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and United States Air Force Reserve Chaplain, the Honorable Doug Collins. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for letting us be here tonight. We thank you for man and machine that will go fast. We thank you for a breeze that keeps us cool. We thank you for a country that stands tall, for a flag that stands for freedom. We thank you for a president who takes care of us, and Father, we thank care of a state that comes together for a race tonight. Father, may you guide us and direct us, for it is in your precious name as we look forward to a race tonight. May you keep us all safe and keep our veterans wherever they may be in your precious hands and your arms. Amen.
Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome TV personality, comedian, and singer, Jesse Wu.
Oh, can you see by
those broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket regular, the bombs bursting in air, came through the night. That our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
That was terrible. That was terrible. That was terrible. That was terrible, horrible, no good, very bad, terrible.
Prime Day is coming July 8th through the 11th with great deals on whatever you're getting into next. What's the move?
There you go, King.
Next.
Red Sox win 15-1.
So, you like NASCAR but don't know who to root for? Here's some Toyota legends you can get behind. Meet Tyler Reddick. Crushed it in the Xfinity Series and now he's here. Basically the Cinderella story, if Cinderella drove 200 miles per hour. Then there's John Hunter Nemechek. New kid on the block, all gas, no brakes. Oh, and Denny Hamlin. Ever heard of Daytona? He's won it 3 times, no big deal. We have a lot of drivers, all legends. You pick. You in?
This melty white American cheese is the luckiest cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter-pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheesesteak. Sorry, other cheese.
Rain possible around 7:45 is what I'm getting.
Have the meat.
Told you're looking for a driver.
Wait.
Now.
Anything else, Professor?
Drive fast.
F1 the movie. Rated PG-13. Now playing only in theaters and IMAX.
I think I like sports now.
No way. The gecko was just spotted down the street.
I've always wanted to meet him. Ever since Geico's 24/7 emergency roadside service got us out of a jam.
Sounds like you got more than just savings, my dudes.
So do we know you?
Oh, I'm just a stranger who loves friendly service and American football.
Something to drink?
Oh, yes, spot of tea, be lovely. And a root beer with lots of ice.
You know, you kind of look like someone.
Get more than your savings. Get more with Geico.
My cousin Daryl.
Oh, he does look like Daryl.
What causes her? Is it Peyronie's disease or somebody I can talk to at home?
I got somebody for that. I got somebody for that. I got somebody for that.
You guys got somebody for Peyronie's disease?
There's hope for the estimated 1 in 10 men who may have Peyronie's disease, or PD. A urology specialist who treats PD can help you create a plan, including non-surgical options. Find somebody today at GoGetSomebody.com.
Back here at Echo Park Speedway, and earlier this month, Speedway Motorsports and Echo Park Automotive introduced a new identity to this facility, formerly known as Atlanta Motor Speedway. This iconic track, the largest sports venue in Georgia, is now known as Echo Park Speedway. Oh yeah, look at that. The drivers have climbed into their race cars in the 45 of Tyler Reddick, He's going to start 23rd. Maybe that's good luck for 23-11. That's a good number, right? Take a look at that. Maybe that's a little good luck, too. Tyler Reddick.
Superman.
He's got Superman on his car, on his helmet as well. Superman is only in theaters July 11th. You can get your tickets now. And from the Man of Steel to the Man of Social, there is absolutely no kryptonite for Mamba Smith, who's going to be hanging out on the alt cast all race long. Mamba, it is good to see you, my friend. What's your message to the fans before this baby gets started?
Everybody. It is good to be seen. Hey, Shannon. Hey, everybody. Listen, TNT is back, but we brought some friends along with us. We know you're going to be watching the main broadcast right here on TNT, but the alt cast with Larry Mack, America's
on the
Crew
way.
Chief, and the mayor, Jeff Burton, will be on True TV. Now, if you want to watch them in-car and have audio, go and check out the stream on Max. And, of course, social. Bleacher Report is here with us. We got BR Racing. It's going to be keeping you up to date with all the in-season challenge information.
All right, take a look at that. There are probably going to be some comers and goers on that alt broadcast. What do you think, Jamie? Good chance? I mean, the mayor and America's Crew Chief together on the alt broadcast. Everyone is fired up. This NASCAR on TNT intro is fire. Yes, thank you guys, everyone. Social media, keep it coming. We've got, of course, Mamba Smith. He's going to be doing all of that work and talking to all of you guys throughout the race. Hey, you know what? It is time right now for 40 drivers to hit that switch as we head trackside to fire them up.
Here's Kyle Petty
now,
and
here
some
to
other
say
dude.
those most famous words in motorsports, please welcome a member of NASCAR's royal family, 8-time NASCAR Cup Series winner, and now one of the first brand ambassadors for Echo Park Automotive, Kyle Petty, along with Echo Park Automotive, Sonic Automotive, and Sonic Power Sports Chief Marketing Officer Dino Bernacchi and his son Luca.
Gentlemen, start your engines!
Yeah, fire them up, boys, and then shut them right back down.
What a cutie. Adam Alexander, the guys who are going to call the race. First of all, let me say, Adam, it is great to be your partner here again on NASCAR on TNT. It's your turn. Take it away. Have fun up there.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shannon. Welcome into the broadcast booth. I'm here with the Hall of Famer, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Our crew chief is Steve Letarte.
The same booth.
On TNT. Here we go for a
same
little
main
Saturday
broadcast
action
booth is
in the 404.
Prime.
I don't know who's going to win on track tonight. Couldn't predict this race, but I know we're going to win in the broadcast booth. This thing is going to be entertaining.
Yeah, it's been pretty
food
amazing.
will be here
They've
soon.
ran 7 races on the new configuration, and each one of them has had a lot of fireworks, and there's action from the start of the green flag to the checkered. We're going to get the same thing tonight. One thing that I do know, though, is this racetrack is changing. It is demanding on the teams to be able to continue to change with it, Steve. Have they got enough downforce and things built into those cars to make sure they're comfortable when they are 2 and 3 wide around this racetrack?
Yeah, you've labeled it, and I agree, the best ticket in NASCAR, because that's what we're going to see out the window. That's what the fans are going to see at home, 2 and 3 wide, but it's not comfortable. To your point, as a crew chief, I can't turn into a fan. I'm not just a bystander watching along. I'm an integral part of this, not only in that car setup you talked about, but helping my driver out. When you get 2 and 3 wide on these narrow corners,
No cars to the rear.
They're only about 40 feet wide. There's nowhere to go. It doesn't matter how fast you are. So
Stages are once again 60 laps for the first stage, 100 laps for the second stage, and 100 laps for the final stage.
You've done all you can do from on top of the box.
9 races.
Fuel is
So we get
63 to
the
67
playoffs.
laps.
This is the land of opportunity for so many. Started racing at Atlanta back in 1960. Tonight we do it for the 8th time in the draft. We're green on TNT next.
Kohl's Instant Kohl's Cash event is finally here. Don't miss out. Earn $10 Kohl's Cash to use instantly when you spend $25. Get it today? Spend it today. Right away on your favorite brands. Plus, earn even more Kohl's Cash to use later at Kohl's and Kohl's.com.
What's Simply Safe got that I don't?
24/7 monitoring to help stop crime in real time.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Maybe Simply Safe and I could work together.
Unlikely.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Fire it up.
The all-new Dragon Flame Grilled Whopper is here in BK. Bold, juicy.
Yeah, there's an all
flame-grilled,
broadcast on True
and ready
TV.
for adventure. Experience a new kind
I don't
of
have
fun
True
and
TV,
learn the
so I won't be able to check
How to
into
Train
that.
the Dragon. Only in theaters.
Discover the power of Wegovy.
With Wegovy, I lost 35 pounds. And some lost over 46 pounds.
and I'm keeping the weight off.
I'm reducing my risk.
Wegovy is the only weight management medicine proven to reduce risk of major cardiovascular events such as death, heart attack, or stroke in adults with known heart disease and obesity.
Don't take if you or your family had MTC, MEN2, or if allergic to it. Tell your provider if you plan to have surgery or a procedure, are breastfeeding, pregnant, or plan to be. Stop taking and get medical help right away if you get a lump.
All right, I'm gonna go get my food.
Severe stomach pain or any of these allergic reactions. Serious side effects may include pancreas inflammation, gallbladder, or severe stomach problems. Call your prescriber if you have any of these symptoms. Wegovy may cause low blood sugar in people with diabetes, especially if you take medicines for it. Call your prescriber if you experience vision changes, heart racing at rest, or any mental changes. Depression or thoughts of suicide may occur. Side effects of nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea can lead to dehydration, which may cause kidney problems.
With Wegovy,
I'm losing weight,
I'm keeping it off.
and I'm lowering my CV risk.
Ask your prescriber about Wegovy.
A vacation with Norwegian Cruise Line is so much more because there's more included. Like unlimited drinks, followed by amazing meals at amazing restaurants. Plus free Wi-Fi. Oh, hey, Mom, I gotta go. I love you. Did I mention unlimited drinks? Hello. And excursion credits so you can explore even more. I love more. Get more out of your vacation with Norwegians, more at sea. Can I get more? Experience more with Norwegian.
Your home is your sanctuary, but old leaky windows and doors are stealing your comfort and your energy. Zero Draft will replace them with high-efficient Energy Star products that eliminate drafts, wasted energy, and look great too. We install and air seal every window and door to ensure proper placement of your family's comfort. Call Zero Draft today and get a house full of windows for just $99 a month.
We are the ones to call. Our name says it all. Zero Draft.
This is Atlanta, one of the most unpredictable races of the year. And when you turn the lights on at night, it always changes the energy at a race.
Season starts right here.
Tonight really is the land of opportunity.
Anything can really happen.
What's this link, Jaden?
It's the night time. It's the right time.
Let's put the green flag in the air and turn them loose. Dale Jr. said it. The nighttime is the right time. NASCAR on TNT, ready to make it happen. Welcome in the Quaker State 400, available at Walmart. You know, the weather has been questionable all weekend. Thunderstorms all around. But right now, we are living right because the storms have moved away from us and we are set on schedule for the green flag. Qualifying happened here yesterday. Let's take a peek at that starting grid. Front row, the champ on the pole for the first time this year. Joey Logano won here last fall alongside Josh Berry. Fords were great yesterday. Row 2, Ryan Blaney next to his teammate Austin Cindric. Both have won in 2025. More Fords in row 3. Again, it's a teammate theme. Ryan Preece, Brad Keselowski. Brad, the best of the bunch when you talk about drivers winning in the draft of those in the field tonight. Row 4, 2 young drivers from the Ford camp. Cole Custer, Zane Smith, both looking for their first win of the campaign. Alex Bowman in row 5. He's above the cut line next to Chase Briscoe, coming off that big win last week at Pocono.
Yeah, we got a few more there. Kyle Larson and Austin Dillon in row 6. And back in row 7, Chris Buescher. He's who I picked to win the season tournament. Let's talk to him. Chris Buescher's TNT boys in the booth. You got me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Man, you got a 3-race top 10 streak going, picking up momentum at the right time. And now you got Atlanta. Where's your confidence tonight?
Pretty good, man. He always brings fast race cars, these things. So, we need to come out here and do. Just a matter of having a clean night, executing at a high level. Get the team to do it here, so get this thing rolling and make our way forward.
What's the trick, to getting through this race? There's a lot of calamity. You know it's going to be tough in stage 3 as the intensity starts to ramp up. How do you kind of keep it together in your car?
Lots of voices in my head, and people making sure I keep calm. But you know how these things play out, and they're gonna get wild coming down to it. So we'll just make sure we're there for that. Make sure we keep it up front, keep this thing clean, and we'll have a shot at it.
Appreciate you giving us some time to talk. Good luck.
Thank you.
Continues to roll bottom of the screen. Look at some of these drivers starting outside the top 30. Suarez, who won here last spring. We know how good McDowell is in the draft.
Well, we heard from Denny Hamlin earlier, starting all the way in the back, was trying to be patient, but he's starting next to one of the most aggressive drivers in Ross Chastain. Will patience succeed back there in row 17? SVG, the big winner at the road course in Mexico City. He's starting next. I'm going to give him like the young phenom ladle, Connor Zilic, so much pace. And then Ricky Stenhouse Jr. all the way back in row 19. He's circled this race as an opportunity for him to punch his ticket to the playoffs. We'll keep an eye on him tonight. 20 rows in total, 40 cars. We don't see 40 all the time. Take a crazy race on a small track and jam even more cars in it.
Let's hear from our pit reporters. Before we go green, we start off with Danielle Trotta. Hello, Danielle.
Hi, Adam. Yeah, one of the biggest surprises so far this season is the fact that William Byron's only won one race, and he's been so dominant. Now, that one win was big. It was the Daytona 500. But since then, Byron has come so close so many times. In fact, in the last 5 races, he's led nearly 400 laps and won 4 stages. I asked Byron, are you frustrated you only have that one win? He said no, because in the 5 years my 24 team has been together, we've never been more dominant. His crew chief, Rudy Fugel, told me, watch out for my guy. He has 4 wins at drafting tracks because he knows how to find the front and stay there. He's rolling off 18th tonight, Alan.
Danielle, one of the best finishes for Kyle Busch this year came right here at Atlanta in the spring when he finished 7th. He needs another one tonight. The 2-time champ is now way below the playoff cut line, and he needs a win or at least a good run tonight. I talked to his crew chief, Randall Burnett, he was honest with me. He said, look, before we can even think about running up front tonight, we just have to get better at the basics, block and tackling, being good off the truck, having speed. Without practice, they don't know what kind of car they have. This track has been good, though.
I kind of do also.
Kyle Busch, remember, he was on the losing end of one of the closest finishes in NASCAR history at this track. He can get it done. He just has to do it tonight. He's got a lot of work to do. He starts 29th, Marty Snyder.
Alan, when I talked to Billy Scott, the crew chief for Tyler Reddick this afternoon, I asked him, what do you need to accomplish tonight? He said, honestly, we just have to stop the slide. Tyler Reddick has lost 33 points to the cut line in just the last 3 races. And as Scott told me, listen, we would love to win a race before the regular season is up, but our main goal, just develop some consistency. That's how we won the regular season title last year, and that's what we have to accomplish, Adam, before the playoffs start.
You talk about that slide outside the top 10 and 8
doing
of
their
the
pit
last
road
9
speed
races
checks
for Tyler Reddick, but he has won the draft last spring at Talladega Superspeedway. Now we get our race analysis for this evening's event.
Well, it's a 1.5-mile track, and it doesn't race like any other 1.5-mile tracks in NASCAR. It's a drafting race for sure. 260 laps make up the 400 miles. 60 lap stage 1, 100 lap stage 2. The final
pit road
stage
speed is 45 miles an
laps.
hour. Remember, the pit road entry is weird
around
here.
70 laps. I think guys
It's like
might
on
try
the,
to stretch
it's on
it, save a
the
little
back
bit.
stretch.
But if you're running full out, about 70 as far as you can go.
Like entering the
Let's
turn
do
3.
our race know-how presented by Napa Auto Parts.
Well, it starts with the strategy. It just needs to be efficient. Goodyear tires are not as big a priority here as other racetracks. It all comes down to that Sunoco fuel. Be efficient when you're on pit road. There's going to be a lot of things happening around you as a driver on this racetrack. But communication from your spotter will be so important tonight. Helping sort of paint the picture of what's going on around you, so what's important. And also, a little help, a little luck. We're going to talk about pushers in row 2 on these restarts. You're going to need people to commit to you, to push you into the lead, clear into the lead on restarts, as well as we're racing around this racetrack 3 or 4 wide. Helps one thing. I'd
we're
rather
adding
be
a
lucky
lap.
than good anytime, Adam. A lot of luck. I take a lot of luck.
It served me well in my life. I'll take lucky every time because I am no good. Let's get a little pep talk. Team radio, number 7, Justin Haley.
Eddie, I've had about 2 energy drinks already. I'm getting wound up. Okie dokie, that's good to know. Yeah, let's make it happen.
Please tell me, Dale, you haven't had any energy drinks because you've been on the chip all week long in anticipation of this race.
I made that mistake one time at Martinsville and ended up, the car looked like it ran 500 miles after only 100 miles, so we'll have to keep an eye on that 7 car. He's going to be full of action tonight.
And 100 was a stretch because I remembered about lap 20. He told me to write the notes. Hey, take your notes out. I thought I was getting some car info. He goes, we got to cut down on the energy drinks before the start of the short track.
Logano goes inside lane here, and we talk about the starting lineup and all those Penske guys up there, but it's interesting to me that he's down on that inside lane.
And we could talk about the calamity as Dale talked. mentioned earlier, and trying
Kyle
to be
Busch with
patient.
the yellow banner.
But
The first time since 2020.
can't
Where's
wait
his yellow
too long.
banner?
You have to go right off the start. You have to get position.
Damn, Andy.
So everyone knows track position matters. You just can't wait until we're near the end of the race and think you're going to magically
for the
your way to the front.
in-season tournament.
Front of the
Yeah,
field,
that's
you see
right.
nothing but Fords. They have dominated in qualifying here. They've done really
I don't
well
care about
winning
that
a lot of
shit.
Stages. Also, they just
I'm here to watch a
haven't
race, not
been
fucking
able to finish
corporate
the race
mumbo
and win
jumbo.
Victory Lane. A couple times Joey Logano's done that, but that's going to be the key to the races. Can the Fords not only control the race, but also get themselves to victory lane?
Look at the numbers there and what's happened since we went to this draft configuration in Atlanta.
Yeah, you see the stage wins, laps led. They really are really strong here, but it seems like when it really comes down to taking the high risks, everybody's game.
Getting
and
ready to
somebody
go.
else finds their way to victory lane, so we'll see.
The champ, Joe
Lights are off.
starts on the pole. Next to him, Josh Berry. It's race day in the ATL. NASCAR on TNT is back. We're glad
All right,
you're
here we
with
go.
us on this Saturday night. Here we go.
Green flags in the air. We are racing from Atlanta, and NASCAR on TNT is back.
Green, green, green.
Joe Logano gets some great help to get clear from his teammate. He's going to jump in front of Josh Berry on that outside line. Now the 22 of Logano and Josh Berry are clear. Which teammate do they jump in front of? Cindric up high, Blaney down low.
It seems simple, but that was a perfect example of why Logano's so good.
Leaderboard
Instantly
looks
he knows
weird.
it's about what's happening behind. He picks up that push, and now he easily controls the race.
Look at that orange number 6 outside
Yeah, it's-
lane. That was Brad Keselowski trying to make a move, jump up inside the top 5. There he is looking for fourth alongside Blaney.
Haley squeezed in the middle back there. These straightaways.
Dude,
are
yeah, why the
wide,
fuck is the
corners
lap
narrow.
thing
The
so
straightaways
small?
invite you to get in a spot you shouldn't be when you get to the end of the front stretch, especially here.
Like, I can see it, but like if Nick was here and he was sitting right there, he probably would not be able to see that.
Just turn left as you see Blaney kind of hanging a right.
Yeah, there's an opportunity for contact down the front straightaway. Everybody has a bit of a different interpretation of where they need to be, what line they need to run down the front straightaway. Saw some issues in the Xfinity race last night because of the side drafting and contact. Brad Keselowski trying to hang tough on the outside of Blaney. Keeps continuing to get the run to be able to stay on that outside of the 12. Blaney would love to get clear to join the other Penske cars in that front line. Those 3 cars out front. Brad's got help on the high side here, Adam. Looks like his teammate, the 60 Priest, is now behind the 6 car.
I loved your line in the drone map, a supercomputer. That's what the drivers needed to have, and you see instantly why. Every movement has to be just more precise and more committed is what I would say. If you're going to change lanes, you have to change them. You can't kind of nudge your way over.
Mentioned Priest, another one of the Fords up there. Behind him, 38, Zane Smith, looking for victory for the first time this year. 41, Cole Custer. That team has been performing at a high level lately. And right behind him, the 5 of Kyle Larson, a driver that doesn't always enter the conversation when we're racing in the draft. Won a stage here earlier this year, and they're getting closer and closer to winning at this style.
Well, he got out of the car the last time they raced in Atlanta and said, I had a lot of fun. That's the attitude. When you start having fun at these races, that's when they start going well. Brad Keselowski still on the outside of the 12. Can't seem to get clear. They can't really get to the back bumper of that 6 and give him the momentum. The 60 gets close, but then loses a little bit of aero grip, gets a little tight, has to come out of the gas. Brad's just barely hanging on that side draft, but here comes the 41 that'll push the 12 clear. Blaney is clear. Will he take the line away from the 6?
Still clear. You can guard a little bit.
Top 4, now top 5, nose to tail at the front. Blaney slides in line. There's Keselowski behind him. And now it's the 60 of Priest, 41 of Custer side by side.
I'm watching as a driver. I'm seeing the outside line continue to prevail. So I'm going to be a little bit worried about being in the inside line. They don't have the numbers as well. They're about 1 car down on the inside line.
Yeah, Logano's still leading.
41 hanging on the inside of the 60 there.
He's on every lap so far.
The past couple of weeks showed a little bit of speed. Been a tough year for that 41. You see the 5 jumping the outside line, that's what he's seeing. He's like, hey, we're losing numbers on the inside line. I might jump to the top here. Now he's back to the bottom of 38. Larson and Cole down there by themselves. Here comes the 48, a teammate, Bowman, to the bottom of the racetrack. We see a little bit more gap between the cars, too, than we traditionally do at this racetrack. And I mentioned how this place may be losing a little bit of grip, kind of returning toward that old Atlanta that we're so used to, more abrasive. And that might be why these guys are starting to see a little bit of space between them. Marty.
Dale, with Roger Penske in the house, you couldn't draw it up better for Team Penske. Qualified 1 through 4. Right now, 1 through 4 on the track. And Junior had a very interesting conversation with Joey Logano before the race on their theory of why they want to lock out top 4 spots if they can. And he told me he thinks it's a bigger advantage here at Atlanta if they can run 1 through 4 than it is Daytona or Talladega. He said single file or double file. Do you agree with Joey's take on that? That when they can run 1 through 4 as Team Penske, they can control the field a little bit better.
Absolutely. They're in a really, really good spot. And again, I think this racetrack is going to be more difficult, balance-wise, more uncomfortable for the drivers. We ride on board here. You can hear the guys lifting out the gas just a little bit right there.
So, Dale, check this out. Looking back at Denny Hamlin, I'm going to draw right here and give you some things. Watch these eyes right here. Watch what he does. Maybe. So the mirror you see on the upper left, this is the carbon fiber mirror. But down in this direction, down here, there's a screen. It's his rear view camera. Just watch. First of all, I don't think he's blinked since we've been on board. I mean, look how wide those eyes are. But then just watch. He will look down to his right, up to the mirror, over and over and over again. Every lap, every corner exit. Also listen to him lifting out of the gas.
Clear high.
Back here in the dirty air at the back of the pack. Not confident to drive that car down in the corner full throttle. Got the telemetry right there at the top of the screen. It rolls a little bit out of the throttle right there.
That's the magic, is the minimum speed. You know, I know 185, but go to tracks where we run 200. So it's not the top speed, it's in the middle of the corner. You're still running 180. That's what makes this racing so crazy.
Got Hamlin back there.
Yeah, I just think we're going to see a little bit of a different type of a race than we expected because the cars just aren't handling quite as well, don't have quite the grip that they're used to. Now, as it gets cooler, we get later in the night.
Glad the broadcast really isn't focusing on the
see this field starting to space out
in-season tournament.
We're going to have cars that handle really
I care about the race.
Cars that are going to really struggle here in another
Not
10
that
15
shit.
laps.
Joe Logano qualified on the pole. He's led the first 12. In fact, he's led the last 6 races here in Atlanta. Top 5, Logano, Berry, Cindric, Blaney, and Zane Smith.
The Presidente Margaritas to a Nascar audience, but that was pretty complex, so we came up with
Thought that we were done with that. The fuck is a dente? Like,
song about Chili's Presidente Margaritas, just a shameless way to sell Chili's
Presidente Margarita.
Yeah, sure is.
But yeah, we got side by side, and it's.
The new bike is officially protected.
I like that it's on this side. It's closer to me. It's perfect. It's right in my eye, right in my eyesight. I don't even have to look at the commercial.
That's right.
It's a little small, but you know, I won't complain too much. This is definitely the future, and everyone's gonna have to pick up on it.
Speaking terms, apparently the refills are limited. Okay. It's not okay.
This Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming.
I mean, we don't know that they don't have any full screen ones planned. I feel like usually, or a lot of times, I feel like the first commercial's side by side.
The Wi-Fi is booming like a
10x double unicorn IPO.
green meat sideways. It's bursting with Wi-Fi.
Well, everyone knows I'm booming me soon is going to want in.
The Wi-Fi's booming.
At Napa, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us, with every part you need. From brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California, to oil filters for your fleet.
I feel pretty good, Malachi. How you feel?
Why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, all driven by one mission.
Now it's saying rain possible around 8:15.
And everything in between, moving full speed ahead.
I just don't want no rain shortened
I
shit.
choose when I pay with my PayPal debit card. You gonna go?
Race is official at lap 130.
I use PayPal to buy this ticket, paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
You know what else has no interest? Me. You can pay
I'm still in here.
More savings, more flexibility. The rewarding and trusted way to pay. PayPal.
Welcome to a whole lot more on the line. More drivers going head-to-head means more stakes, more grit, and more to prove. The challenge is on. 32 drivers enter $1 million showdown. 5 races of bracket-busting matchups. More pressure, more risk, and more reward. Only on TNT and streaming on Max. Welcome to the In-Season Challenge. Welcome to NASCAR.
NASCAR Cup Series racing on TNT is brought to you by Arby's. Arby's, we have the meats. And by Straight Talk Wireless. Real unlimited data for fans of fast. Official partner of NASCAR. 19 laps in, stage 1 here at Atlanta. Joey Logano is the race leader. Let's get a report on Tyler Reddick. Here's Marty Snyder.
Boy, Adam, you hear a super speedway race and you think teams should be able to, and drivers should be able to run their way to the front, but the Toyotas who qualified in the back have gone.
There's like no fucking passing.
Who's only gained 1 spot. What's going on with the 45? Listen in.
Really tight. Copy, really tight. I'll let Bubba know as well. Still one off.
So, Junior, what I find interesting, that comment of really tight came on lap 2. I am hearing more comments about ill-handling race cars way earlier in a run at Atlanta than I have ever heard. We're on lap 20, and I don't know that I've heard one driver that's happy with his car yet. Why is that the case this time around?
I just think the track changes quickly and loses a lot of grip as we go from race to race here annually. So it's obviously affecting these teams. They have to guess on how much grip to have in the car when they get here. Some are going to hit that perfectly, some will not. We've got some people that have struggled. Briscoe's lost 26 spots. We talked about Custer early in the race. He's down to 18. So big movers, though, the 77.
Yeah, you said who hit it right. The 77 has figured it up 21 spots and gaining, rolling right around the bottom of the racetrack.
What about that car, Alan?
And despite that, he says he is too tight going into turn 3, could possibly be even better. But remember, he had a career best finish here in the spring, finishing second. Nearly won. It was just all about the timing of the caution. But Carson Hocevar going forward in the right direction. Remember, he's something of a lightning rod. Maybe too aggressive, some competitors say. His crew chief said he likes the aggression because if he can be aggressive early, his driver, Carson Hocevar, is learning what he'll need to do late in this race to possibly get that checker flag.
If this is an ill-handling 77, I'm writing it in pencil. It's not going in because this thing is flying. You might not like it, but there's 35 or 36 others I would love to have what the 77 has right now.
Fords continue to dominate, but the Chevrolets are starting to show up in the back of the top 10. Some of those Chevrolets being the 5 and the 24 of Larson and Byron right there. And their teammate Chase Elliott now in the 9 car.
They're ready to make it uncomfortable for the Fords. We're not just going to let you sit here in line. You're going to have to defend.
There they go, outside lane. So Larson gets by Byron. Is you're right on board with Chase Elliott. He's got the Chevy of Carson Hocevar in front of him. And as we talk Chevys, let's give some love to Austin Dillon. This the Napa Know-How onboard camera.
I love this shot down. You can look at kind of the rear tires, that rear diffuser, that carbon fiber piece underneath the rear bumper. You can just see how much the cars move around and how much more speed the bottom of the racetrack has through the middle of the corner.
You see Hocevar slide up pit line. That's like you just clear yourself, I'm guessing. There was not a lot of room there.
Well, you take a risk like Byron is right now to run to the bottom of the racetrack. If you can get cleared or somehow get saved by somebody with a little help from behind, that's going to work. Right here, he's going to lose a spot to the 12. Can he fit in front of the 2? He's going to force his way in. That's what you've got to do. Be selfish. Take what's yours. Now he's still hung to the inside of this 12. Not going to clear Blaney. Down the front straightaway, he's at a risk to lose spots. Here comes a 77. He's hoping to look. He's looking in the mirror. Hey, 77, Hocevar, help me out. Don't go 3 wide, Hocevar. Oh, no.
Jesus Christ.
Hocevar, though, he don't care.
He is riding the fuck out of that Dente. Holy shit.
77 has got it working, and he is fearless behind the wheel. Carson Hocevar.
Yeah, and everybody mad at him at the end of the race here last time. Run second when we were in Atlanta. Looks like he's going to pick right up where he left off.
Well, he came in with half the field mad at him before the race, so he doesn't have a whole lot to go. Now the 24 stuck in the middle, and those are the moves that frustrate him. That 22-year-old Hocevar, he doesn't care. He drives like he's 22. He doesn't feel like he owes anybody anything. That frustrates some of the veterans. Now Byron kind of making that middle work, but here 2 teammates stuck side by side. Hocevar says, what I do wrong? I passed you. I'm up to 5th.
Brad Keselowski making a move to the inside of the Penske teammates down into turn 3.
Well, Chase Elliott side by side with Austin Dillon. That's one of our opening round matchups in the in-season challenge. And Hocevar head-to-head with Ryan Blaney. They're both up there racing at the front of the field.
And I think that's who was the most frustrated with him last time we were here in Atlanta is the 12 and the 77 seem to continue to find each other on the racetrack. And they found each other in the bracket as well.
Oh, the 24, Byron got a little loose off the 2. Gathers it up. Things are getting busy. Byron to the top of the 77. What a move.
I loved it. He rolled right into the quarter panel and forced the 24 down to the non-preferred lane, and that's going to shut the 77 off.
We got a whole lot going on right now. Top 5, top 10. But the one thing that has not changed, 22 out front. Joey Logano has led the first 29 laps. Next time around, we'll be halfway home in stage 1.
He's missing all the excitement. I hope he's looking in the mirror.
Here comes the 6 of Brad Keselowski. Made a great move in 1 and 2 to get to 3rd place. But down into 3, he takes the run. He has to. He's able to be able to recover that. Not passing Barry and be able to slide right back into 3rd. He's going to get another great push down the front straightaway from the 12th. Now he's going to the top of the racetrack of Josh Berry. Great move. I think Brad Keselowski will be able to fight and take over the 2nd spot. It's going to force Blaney to choose on who to help here.
Hunt Brothers onboard camera riding with Joey Logano, and he's looking at what's coming from behind. Inside lane, Josh Berry in the 21. Outside, Brad Keselowski, his old teammate.
Joey sees Brad coming. He's going to jump up there in front of the 6, get a little help off the nose of that 6 car, get pushed away, go back down, try to help his teammates. Josh Berry and Blaney. But every time that 6 starts to close the gap on the back of that 22, he's going to pull back up there. Berry's clear in a second.
21 and 6 are both clear. 21 stayed up. Berry's clear to him. This lapper's supposed to stay bottom here this time.
Right on board the Hunt Brothers camera.
Did you hear the stress in the voice of Coleman Presley talking on the radio? I mean, the spotter stand is a hectic place.
I love what I see out of Brad Keselowski. He is taking every single run he gets. It's time.
Yeah, where he's at the points, he's in a must-win. He knows it. He said it. He owns the team. He's going to drive, showing his other 2 drivers how to get it done on the speedway.
With 9 races to go in the regular season, we're feeling the intensity. Huge opportunity tonight. Logano leads.
You on guard tonight? Oh, nah. It just got Simply Safe. It protects the whole home, inside and out.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Whoa!
That was impressive.
There's no safe like
Yep, full screen green flag commercial.
A diagnosis
There we go.
doesn't define you. Even ATTR
Fuck
cardiac
TNT.
amyloidosis. You've come a long way. Your path was never set in stone. You charged ahead. So why would life with ATTRCM define you? You have the power.
It's like, how fucking hard is it?
Attruby is an oral medicine used to treat adults with ATTRCM to reduce death and hospitalization.
And they did that first one just to fucking trick us, too.
People taking Attruby saw an impact on health-related quality of life and were 50% less likely to be hospitalized for heart issues, giving you more chances to do what you love with who you love. Tell your doctor if you're pregnant, plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding, and about the medications you take. The most common side effects were mild and included diarrhea and abdominal pain. If you have ATTR cardiac amyloidosis, ask your cardiologist if Attruby is right for you. It's time to get busy living.
This is the best Chipotle order. I would like a bowl.
Triple wrap.
Mild, medium, hot.
Then dip it in here.
Sour cream inside the vinaigrette.
Two tortillas, if you know, you know.
Lettuce, cheese.
Yes.
Oh, that is good.
Caution. Caution is out.
Challenging the standard of what comes standard.
Don't know why.
With the next generation GMC terrain elevation.
It was an 18-minute and 32-second green flag run to start the race.
We challenge complete.
Caution for rain.
Current eligible lessees can get
There it
this
is.
mileage lease on this all-wheel drive terrain elevation for around $299 per month. We are professional grade.
There it is, folks. Caution for rain.
Don't strike out with your next electrical project. Hire an IBEW Local 43 electrical contractor.
Well, I made it just about as far as I did last night.
Their work and craftsmanship is all around us.
Except this is actual rain, so this is
IBEW
worse.
Local 43 and Mika contractors are proud to support the Syracuse Mets.
It's the fun and excitement of going to a game that helps bring families and the community together.
So come on out, bring the family, and enjoy a day or night with Syracuse
David
Mets.
Starr has the free pass.
Go inside the race with Max, home of the NASCAR Driver Cam, presented by DraftKings Sportsbook and Straight Talk Wireless. Access every in-car camera with real-time driver data, multi-view options, and full team audio. Watch NASCAR Driver Cam all season
Caution
long,
for rain.
only on Max. I needed a deep breath. The drivers needed one. Just a hint of a rain shower, so we're under caution just over halfway through the opening stage.
Yeah, it's a lot of drivers that have been talking about the balance of their cars. This is a great chance for them to maybe.
No, I'll do it if they start it, Jaden.
Hey, let's listen to the 12 audio.
I'm going to crash this thing. Hey, doing all this. I mean, I'm just.
Or if they stop the race, I'll put it up.
Into 30 and 30 here. Doesn't turn 2 1 and 2 on the bottom and 30 here. And I'm wrecking loose. We can run in the second lane. I need way more handling capabilities if I'm going to be any kind of a threat. I can't even race.
I didn't think we'd get the rain for a bit.
Yeah, Adam, I talked to Ryan Blaney's crew chief, Jonathan Hassler, this morning, and he said it was really nice to have speed in this race back in the spring, but we walked away questioning if we had too much speed and handling would be an issue today. You just heard Ryan Blaney, and the frustration sounds like adjustments when pits open could be on the way for Blaney.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dan. I'm just going to say, so it's not just tight or just not loose. What he's saying is I need more capability.
Yeah, there's no lightning within like 25 miles
You might have to raise the car up, maybe put a little bit more downforce in it. So we'll see.
Get some sprinkles right now. Hopefully that's all it is, and we can get right back to racing.
And a break, and pit road will be busy when we return.
When it comes to your wireless plan, don't settle for less. Get more with a free 5G phone and real unlimited data from Straight Talk.
Oh, but you'll do side by side now. What the fuck, dude? Like, come on. That's so shitty. Like, why are you doing side by side under caution, but couldn't do it under green? Like, what the fuck?
By getting something for them. Switch to Straight Talk and get a free 5G phone on us. On America's most reliable 5G network.
Such shitty,
Find us
dude.
at Walmart
Like, come
and
on.
StraightTalk.com.
Don't miss your chance to race for the millions.
Finalists, are you ready?
The NASCAR Powerball Playoff is back. Enter now to win a VIP trip to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race at the Phoenix Raceway, where you could take home $1 million.
The winner is contestant number 2.
The race for the million is
Light rain in turns 1 and 2 and on the backstretch there, keeping cars on track at the moment.
home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff.
When Ram killed the Hemi V8, people had opinions. We got it wrong, and we're fixing it. You hear that? That's our Hemi, and it's saying, I'm back. You want more? Buckle up. Ram's coming back to NASCAR. Let's go, baby. We're back in American motorsport. The Hemi's back. We ain't going anywhere.
Moving this summer? Pods is the most awarded container moving company. Pods brings the container to you. Then we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure pod storage center. And you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Look at pods.com.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Foley,
Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What did she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC?
We actually sold the twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
You need a tan? I'm your man. Could do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us. The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
This melty white American cheese is the luckiest cheese alive.
So we're under caution for the first time tonight. Caution is out for rain. Some light sprinkles going on.
Sorry, other cheese.
Hopefully that's all it is.
Have the meat.
It's the Brickyard 400, presented by PPG.
This is such a prestigious place and such hallowed ground.
This 3-day NASCAR Crown Jewel event features the NASCAR Xfinity Series Pennzoil 250.
This is the Brickyard. This is Indianapolis. This is the coolest racetrack in the world.
Don't miss the stars of NASCAR. Drive for a chance to kiss the bricks.
Yeah, this cell is just clipping us. But it looks like there's going to be more later, so. I don't know, dude. Fuck this.
NASCAR on TNT back at Echo Park Speedway. It's race 18 in 2025, the first event in our in-season challenge. Some really good matchups on the board. One I would highlight, top left, Kyle Busch, Brad Keselowski. That's fun.
This is just one more ingredient in the blender, too, right? This place is already chaotic, and we're just going to see so much movement. You see right here, I call this the Hamlin region, right? I look at brackets by regions. He's the #1 seed up against Dylan. Busch, Keselowski, a heavyweight battle. Really, I had very few when I picked my brackets that I think were automatic, Bill. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's tough, especially at this race. A lot of opportunity, though, if there was to be any kind of action in the middle of the race.
Yeah, it's light rain all over the track right now.
A lot of competitors. You're going to see some upsets happen. Yeah, this region here coming up next, it's the Gauntlet, and I agree with Parker.
I think it's about to pick up,
right?
honestly.
Had all the stacked up drivers in one section. I mean, look at this. Briscoe.
Maybe not yet, but.
Winner, Byron, Blaney, Larson, and Reddick. I mean, look at this path for any of these drivers to make it. You're going to have to continue to knock off some big names. Down at the lower right, several good matchups here. Cal and Allmendinger, and both of those guys had pretty good average finishes at Atlanta. So, I mean, none of these are real easy toss-ups. I didn't have the heart to tell you when you said you had Buescher picked that I had Gilliland beat them here. So, man, sorry, we deviate week one, round
That's
one.
That's going to be the worst part, I guess, is if your bracket gets busted.
Oh, yeah.
And the races earlier crazy here, and then we go to 2 events on the road. Here's Marty Snyder.
Adam, he may be the #2 seed, but Steve mentioned it. Chase Briscoe started 10th, and he wound up, I mean, way back.
Apparently the jet dryers are being repaired.
39th. What's going on to lose 29 spots? Listen.
All over the left rear. I'm like sideways all the way around the track. Left rear completely out of the track. Like can't turn the wheel. Sideways chases up.
I know you're fighting it in there, but do you think you could use more throttle, get some more speed to help load it up?
Makes it worse the harder I drive and the higher I run.
Boy, I tell you what, Steve, what does James Small do? Because the comment that came from Chase Briscoe's mouth when the caution came out, he said, James, it's so bad it feels like the right rear toe link is broken on our car. And Junior, a loose condition like that in the draft, boy, that cannot be fun.
Well, the only thing I will say is the way these cars work, they sit on these stops, internal
I'm seeing some blue skies right there.
So even something that sounds impossible to drive can be a small adjustment away from a huge improvement. You're looking at me like you don't believe that.
My anxiety level is really high because I can hear how bad this car is, and it's going to take a major swing to make the balance better. Will they be able to get that accomplished?
I picked my tone real well, Adam, and I was like, listen, it's going to be okay. Trust me.
Sometimes you got to sell blue sky as a crew chief. Yeah. Unfortunately, right now, we've got rain, so pit road remains closed. We're coming back. It's NASCAR on TNT.
For adults with obesity, Zepbound means change.
It's changing what I believe is possible
Raindrops are
when it
picking
comes
up.
to weight loss.
Zepbound helps adults with obesity lose weight and keep it off. Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have
Seeing a lot of raindrops on windshields now.
Reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder.
Yeah, and
problems.
from Bob, we're gonna have a
Tell your
red
doctor
flag
if you experience
for
vision
rain.
changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduling
So they're gonna
procedures
stop
with
the cars.
anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills, taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems.
Ask your healthcare provider about Zepbound. Explore savings options today.
Well, pickled everything, Sam. The big deal meals. Sonic Smasher, topped with Grillo's pickles, pickled seasoned tots, pickle Rita slush, and a pickled... Oh. Sam, what have you done? Dude.
I've been in an accident.
Injured? Call James Alexander Law. Frustrated by the insurance company? Call James Alexander Law.
So they're gonna bring the cars down pit road. They're gonna stop them. Drivers are being told to stay in their cars.
So if you need room for your family,
You're thinking this might not be a long break?
or anything else, get the SUV designed for your dream. The Ford Explorer, America's all-time best-selling SUV. It's time to see Ford in a new light. Now get employee pricing on a Ford Explorer, plus 2,000 Conquest cash for competitive owners. No trading required. Only at your local Ford stores.
Serious injuries are devastating. And while you may feel like you've lost everything, with some help, there is still one thing you can hang on to. Hope. We'll get you everything you need to restore your hope. Call James Alexander Law.
It started as a mist, then a sprinkle. I'm not going to go all the way in and say it's a full-on rain shower, but enough precipitation that NASCAR said, let's go ahead, pull the cars down pit road, and they're going to do some work to the track to make sure it's where it needs to be. So all of this happening as we're just over the halfway point, stage one. Joey Logano starts on the pole and he's led the first 43 laps in this race.
I'd keep the drivers close because I think that it ain't going to be long before we get going again. I want to talk to Joey Logano if I can. Been talking about his balance on his race car, and I want to hear straight from him, see if we can get him up on this radio. Joe Logano is Dale Jr. and the guys in the booth. You got me?
Got you. What's happening?
Man, I have been hearing some rumors that your car is not comfortable and you're leading the race with clean air. Is that true?
It can always be better. You know, that goes. But, yeah, I mean, I feel like it's got speed. There's no doubt about that. The Auto Trader Mustang's fast up front here. Just trying to control the race where it can and keep that clean air.
Well, there's been a lot of people complaining more than normal, and we know this racetrack was going to change and evolve over the years, and we're 7 races in on the new configuration, and there's a lot of people struggling in the back of the pack. So, kind of wondering, I know you've not been in traffic, but have you noticed a change in the racetrack from the last time we were here?
Well, it makes me feel better to hear that. You never know when you're out here, what everyone else is feeling and what they're doing, but yeah, I mean, it's hot out too, and, you know, obviously the sun goes down and a slow rain shower is passing through. It's going to cool it off some as well, so I expect the race to kind of evolve as the night goes on and look maybe a little different than it does right now.
Well, it's a great opportunity while you're sitting there to show me them gloves, and I'll be able to tell everybody what we're doing here. The Dale Jr. Foundation is auctioning these off. Joey's going to sign those. There's 70 pairs that the drivers have worn this weekend, and I'll sign them as well, and we'll raise some money for the Nationwide Children's Hospital. Thank you, Joey.
Feel like Vanna
All
White
right,
in
so
there.
red flag is out at 7:54.
Well, man, I hope y'all get racing soon. I know you're ready to get this thing going, and keep it up front.
All right, man. Thanks. See you later.
Did you see him laughing in there?
We will wait this
He
out.
was laughing. So he was actually laughing at his own joke.
He was.
Hey, we got a pair up here. This is cool. And I love this that the other day you decided to take your gloves from when you were a crew chief last weekend at Pocono.
Y'all talked me into that.
I know we did. We just
Wasn't like I decided it. You just kind of made me feel obligated.
Live on the air. Here's a novel idea.
Yeah, right. Go ahead, say no.
That's right.
I dare you. Say no. So I've worked with Nationwide for a long time and still work with them. and the Nationwide Children's Hospital. And me and my wife, Amy, have a fund that supports a lot of things.
We are under the red flag here on lap 43.
A lot of kids have to go there and get treatment
for rain.
And so
Joey Logano's the leader. He has led every lap so far.
The drivers that
My win pick, Chris Buescher,
are limited on how
he's running 20th. My man Kyle Busch running in 25th.
And you can go to the Dale Jr. Foundation online and find a way to be able to bid on the gloves that will be available. And as I said, all the drivers will sign them. The gloves that I'm going to put into the pot are the ones that I used during the pit stops at Pocono when I was the crew chief for Hunter's Village.
I think it's the most nerve-wracking pair of gloves he ever wore.
That was so much fun.
The fingers are probably no longer in them, from the stress.
Yeah.
Hey, if Logano's Vanna White, what does that make me? Do you think? Let's not go there.
Come on, man. We said we were going to be nice to each other.
Okay, that's good.
We're looking at this radar, and the little bit of rain that did come through here is moved south.
Bro, they actually have fucking Savannah Bananas on ESPN. That's crazy. This shit looks like a joke.
For the former University of Tennessee and Georgia Southern righty, he's leading the team with 5 ball four sprints, but he's
This shit's a joke, bro.
with 6 strikeouts on
The Savannah Bananas are a fucking joke, bro.
Against the Texas tailgate.
A bad time, because I think, sometimes it's easy to forget that these drivers, their only, their only idea of what they should have is what they feel in their car and they see out their window. So for Joe, he hasn't seen
the cars have not been covered up yet.
He knows his car. He probably has
Drivers are
this
staying in their
mental understanding
cars
that his car should drive like by
at the
itself,
moment.
but it doesn't sound like it's quite there. Talk I'd be giving him is, if you think it drives bad here, go back about 10 rows.
Hi, buddy.
Not going to drive better.
Come here.
Well, let's see if we can get another driver on the radio here. We'll ask Josh Berry if he can hear us. Hey, Josh Berry, it's the guys in the TNT booth. You got me?
Yeah, I got you.
All right. Well, we talked to Joe Logano. He's out front in clean air. He doesn't love his car, but says it isn't too bad. There's a ton of people complaining about their car. You're you're in that dirty air a little bit. What you been dealing with?
But definitely, it's easy to get yourself in a bad spot if you're tucked right up behind somebody. But it seems like for me, as long as I can keep a little bit of air on it, it's okay. So it's just gonna be important all night to try to keep as much track condition as you can.
Absolutely, yeah. Trying to control the race and stay toward the front is absolutely the best way to do it. You got an opportunity to come down pit road.
They've also not gone under a lightning hold yet either, so it's just some light rain.
Yeah, anything I'd probably ask to be just tightened up just a little bit, just to help the overall security. Started off actually pretty good, and then just kind of built a little free over the course of the run. So just ask Miles to tighten it up a little bit. We should be all right.
All right, thanks for talking with us, and have fun when we get back going.
Yep, thank you, bud.
Let's go to Danielle Trotta.
Thanks, Adam. Here with William Byron's crew chief for Hendrick Motorsports in the 2014 Rudy Fugle. Rudy, your driver made a lot of hay there on that first run, 18th to 5th. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, he's doing a great job with that Exalted Chevrolet. I kind of expected that. We've kind of qualified there, and he does a great job firing off and passing cars early in a race. So he prepares himself well, and it's good to see the car fast.
Nothing worse than rain at the racetrack, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were so close to kind of skirting that storm, and I thought we were going to be good. And then so just hopefully this is quick. We can get it done and keep racing tonight. It's cooled off. It's a nice night for a race. Might as well get it done.
A lot of drivers are unhappy with their race cars right now. Rudy, when we go back racing, how does this change track conditions, and how does your driver feel right now?
Yeah, we weren't as good as we want to be either. We have a lot of improvement to make. We were on the tight side, which is why I think he can be aggressive, which is nice. So we'll try to get freed up. I think it'll tighten up a little bit as it goes, and the cycle will be tighter, depending on how many people pit here.
Fuck is Jeff Burdo?
We'll just keep fighting it all night long.
Made up a lot of track position, 13 spots here on this opening run. Let's send it over to Alan Cavana.
And a good run is just what the doctor ordered for Brad Keselowski and the 6 team running up front, contending for the lead. Is the car as fast as it looks going to get better?
Yeah, our consumer cellular Ford's been good so far. I've been able to make some passes and move up a couple spots here. So just gonna have to see how this plays out with the rain, and if they open, when they open pit road, I'm sure some guys are gonna pit. But being this close to the front, I'm not sure what we'll do just yet.
The big talk after last week was team communication. How did you address that after the mistakes last week in Pocono?
When something like that happens, you just talk about it as a group and talk about how to avoid it in the future. So we're all good there. We're all set.
Brad Keselowski said he's about 3 out of 10 loose. They'll work on it coming up in this next pit stop.
that miscommunication got Brad pitting when pit road was closed, gave up a ton of track position. So I like it. Jeremy balance. Man, we're good. We cleared that up. I'm sure it was not the most fun, but a needed conversation over the week.
And both crew chiefs holding their cards close when it comes to will we pit or will we stay out.
NASCAR says track is ready in turns 3 and 4. Exit of turn 2 is deemed the worst spot with moisture.
TNT, you're watching the Quaker State 400 available at Walmart. Stay with us.
This weekend has been fucking shit. I mean, honestly, last night's Xfinity race is pretty good. Just sucks with all the rain. But Lime Rock, yeah, that race kind of sucked.
But they didn't plan for him to make a new best friend. You were made to get more than you bargained for. We were made to help you save on packages. Expedia, made to travel.
At Napa, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us, with every part you need. From brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California, to oil filters for your fleet in Orange County, Florida. It's why we built a nationwide network of parts and exceptional service, all driven by one mission: to keep businesses big, small, and everything in between moving full speed ahead.
Alright, gang, here we go.
Let's turn loose.
Once the backstretch is dry, they should be able to resume.
Fios customers can try Verizon Wireless for free for 90 days with no commitment and no disruption to your current mobile plan. Pretty cool, right? Enrolling in Discover Verizon Mobile is simple. Just visit go.vzw.com/90-day trial. Or download the My Verizon app and enroll in minutes. Plus, Fios Internet customers can save $15 a month on their bill when adding any Verizon mobile phone plan. Don't wait and get more of what you love with Verizon.
Story is born from the details. Moments that come together to create something timeless. In the same way, our spring water is born from this pursuit, sourced and bottled for the perfect taste. We call it the art of water, where every drop is as iconic as the stories that inspire us. Saratoga, pursuing the art of water since 1872.
NASCAR Cup Series racing at what was Atlanta Motor Speedway, now Echo Park Speedway. They've made so many changes to this place. The new naming rights, boy, it just looks fantastic.
Yeah, they did a good job. Put a nice fresh coat of paint, metaphorically, on this racetrack, and pretty exciting to come here and see the place look so good.
Well, it just matches what everybody's talked about, right? This reconfiguration has just completely revamped a track that has so much history in the sport.
Yeah.
Turn right now isn't the end of the rain.
Park jumps in and it has this new branding. It's just everything seems to be tipping the right direction for this.
NASCAR says track is ready, but we have a few drops now in turn 2.
Excited about the energy he was seeing about this racetrack and reconfiguration was Chase Elliott. Let's try to talk to him. Hey Chase, it's the guys in the TNT booth. You got me?
Nope.
Chase Elliott, guys in the TNT booth. You got me?
Yes, sir. You got me?
Yeah, I do. Man, we've been listening to a lot of drivers, and there's some that aren't.
Started raining in
in
turn 2 again.
You look pretty good. All the Hendrick cars are kind of driving up the back bumper, them Fords up front. How's it driving?
Well, I'm not sure who you're listening to, but you must be listening to me. I feel like we've been struggling. Yeah, really having a hard time getting the back of my car on the racetrack, and we've seen some of that before with that first run here. It seems like it's always a little treacherous, so just trying to decide how much of that's the track or how much of that we need to fix. But I'm definitely in the boat with the guys that are hanging on right now.
Well, it's it's an early night, but as this track changes and cools off, maybe the grip goes up. how much of a swing do you guys take on that race car? You're going to have an opportunity to work on it here in a minute when we get rolling.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're debating, right? It's, like I said, we've seen this trend before where that first run's always just kind of, just really sketchy. We've seen guys, have some big wrecks in that first run, and then everyone complains about it, and you get a couple more runs into the race, and it's like all your problems kind of go away. I feel like it's a little worse today than it has been the last couple times we've been here, so we're just trying to decide, to your point, how much you try to fix or how much the track's going to fix for you, because you don't want to get too far up the road and have to come back the other way later on. So, yeah, we'll see. Fun stuff.
Man, it's fun watching. Y'all make it pretty exciting up here in the booth, making all those crazy moves. Good luck, and we'll be watching.
Yeah, man, it's been wild so far, so y'all have fun, enjoy.
Fun stuff with a hint of sarcasm from NASCAR's most popular driver.
There's Alan Gustafson as crew chief, and, I think that's the debate. You can see the wheels turning. Alan's been on the pit box just so much in his life. He's a champ. He's won so many races, right? We talk about 39 wins, 729 starts. He knows. And I ask myself, is that a track change that Chase is talking about? I know these are the best stock car drivers in the world, but let's just...
So still under the red flag here.
Is it like
rain.
You just have to reset? Do you have to go run 30 laps in Atlanta and be like, I guess it's just what it drives like. I
just want to watch some racing, man.
A whole lot better. Like, I think Alan and Chase, this is what this combination is so good at is, Chase isn't happy, but he also has accepted that Alan might not turn every knob on this thing. He might just say, man, you just have to be patient and let the track come to us as it cools. And Alan saw what I saw. That car drove up into the top 10 and looked relatively sporty, right? So Alan's kind of wondering how much he doesn't want to dial that stuff out of the car.
And we're talking Alan Gustafson here. You hear from Alan Cavani. He's downstairs with a toucan.
Yeah, and Brian Wilson, his crew chief, the crew chief for Austin Cindric, up 2 spots early in this race. Early on, playing out, we had the heat, we had the weather. How is it with the car right now?
Yeah, I mean, overall, it seems like the track temp is lower than what we expected throughout the week, so our handling's not bad. It's a little bit free on entry. We think that with the track temp cooling down here, it's probably going to come to us a little bit, so we like the spot we're in.
When we listen on the radio, I hear a lot of communication between spotter Doug Campbell and Austin. He likes to get a lot of information, who's good, who's where. How important is that communication?
Yeah, it's huge, and it's something they work on a lot. Doug puts in a lot of time with Austin. They work on their terminology so that they can communicate quickly and efficiently. So no, they're incredible. They do a great job, and they're a big reason why we're close to the front right now.
It's one thing to be fast. It's another to push and get the lead and stay out there. How difficult is that, and what adjustments do you need right now?
Yeah, I think, right now the
engines
biggest
are
thing is
refired.
just a little bit of stability, but
According to Bob.
it's interesting. You're up there, you're racing with teammates. It's a proud moment to have all the Penske cars fast right now. So, we want to make sure that a Penske car wins, especially getting close to the end of this stage. But if we have an opportunity, we're going to go for it.
Austin Cindric, so good at this type of racing, led a bunch of laps here, taken out late in the race earlier in the spring. See what we can do tonight.
Yeah, and when he was taken out, he was right there at the front, inside of 10 laps to go, and so he was pacing it just right, and unfortunately didn't work out for him. Cindric right now scored second behind teammate Joey Logano.
Yeah, I don't see no engines being refired.
To wait out a light rain shower here at Echo Park Speedway. Drivers still in the cars, and
back under yellow.
We return to the green flag before 2.
So after a 15-minute delay right there, we're back rolling.
Own a design studio. Win a really big design contract. Realize you're more of a creative type than a finance type. Realize you got this. Use QuickBooks to get your cash flow flowing. Get live expert assistance to maximize your tax savings.
I can help with that.
Get back to doing what you love. Manage and grow your business all in one place. Intuit QuickBooks, your way to money.
Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitoring.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras and live agent monitoring?
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Whoa! I didn't even see those guys. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
On WhatsApp,
Bell might need a
personal
push.
Messages, they're yours. We can't read them.
We can't hear them. We can't see them. They're all private. On WhatsApp, no one can see or hear your personal messages. Not even us.
What's good, NASCAR fans? They say rubbing is racing and betting is better with DraftKings. From race winner to driver props and everything in between, the DraftKings Sportsbook is waving the green flag on all the action. Speaking of green, here's how you can take a shot at some this week. DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR. And this week, DraftKings has an exclusive offer for racing fans. Just download the app and use the promo code SPEED when you sign up.
This melty white American cheese is the luckiest cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter-pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheesesteak. Sorry, other cheese. Arby's, we have the meat.
We are the 11th Street Kid. No one will ever break us apart.
Bring me Peacemaker.
FIFA Club World Cup, round of 16. Coverage continues on TNT Sports and stream on DAZN. NASCAR Cup Series racing on TNT is brought to you by Progressive. Protect your auto, home, and business today at Progressive.com. And by Napa Auto Parts. Red flag was 14 minutes, 34 seconds for rain, but it has now been lifted. Cars are rolling, and maybe one more time around we'll open the pit lane.
Yeah, it's a little messy. The 20 of Christopher Bell wouldn't fire on its own. No harm, no foul. If NASCAR stops you for a red flag, they give you a chance to get pushed off and fired off. But now it's just messy. We're going to get the 20 in line before we can open pit road. Hoping they can get it done right here. See Bell doing his best to find his slot. Just because I want to get back racing. I mean, those first 45 laps were kind of nail-biting. I think if the track cools, the racing's only going to get more captivating. Because the drivers, as Chase were talking about, I think the cars will get locked down even more. Alan, what are you hearing on the 20?
Well, just as he gets his pit stall back, or his spot on the track back, an impressive run.
Pit road's not yet open.
He's up more than 20 positions. Obviously, the winner here in the spring. That'd be impressive under any condition here, what he's doing already tonight. But more impressive is that he's doing it with a new spotter. He just started with spotter Tab Boyd. They started this week. They haven't had any practice, remember, to really practice or hone their skills. So the first runs they've had together are the first 44 laps of this race. He reported he likes what he hears on the radio. They like what they're doing. The communication between those two, everything going well for Christopher Bell, new spotter Tab Boyd.
That's a great update, Alan. You know, I can't think of a worse track to bring a new spotter for so many reasons. Let's start with the simple, the traffic on the racetrack. But then, remember, pit road's the end of the backstretch. So as a crew chief, I need my spotter reminding me of just all the little nuances. There's a lot of chance to make a mistake here with that communication.
Yeah, they'll spend all week, I think, working on, like, what do I want to hear? What are you going to say? What's your, he's going to ask Tab Boyd, the spotter, what do you say in a three-wide situation when I'm in the middle, when I'm in the bottom, when I'm in the top? Well, this is what I like to hear. I don't want to get confused and get the wrong information, think the wrong thing.
Well, to your point, is it inside three, middle three? Is it in and out? Like, there's 3 or 4 different ways to say 3 wide.
Chemistry is key, especially in a race like this, Alan.
And speaking of that chemistry, it's about when to talk and what to say in the pack. But I was talking to them, made a 45-minute meeting, and a lot of their talk, guys, was about when not to talk. Tab Boyd didn't want to jump on the communication between crew chief Adam Stevens and driver Christopher Bell. So that's what he wanted to know. When the caution comes out, when do I need to stop talking so you two can communicate? It was just interesting to hear, when shouldn't I be talking rather than when should I be?
Yeah, we've done that, Dale. Talking on the radio and drive by pit road entry when it's different, right? When it's on the backstretch or Bristol, it's off turn 3, it's kind of easy. I see the green light on pit road entry, so I think we're going to have a busy pit road here. Everybody looking for fuel, probably tires. Danielle.
Yeah, Stevie, you see Denny Hamlin. He's still in 33rd position where he started this race. And I go back to the playoff race last year at Atlanta, where that was his strategy, which kind of backfired and bit him a little bit. I just checked in with the team and said, is Denny riding in the back on purpose? And they said no. We feel like with 3 wins on the season, we're in a position to be aggressive. The reason we haven't gained track position is because Denny keeps trying to make passes on the bottom, but he's too tight right now to complete the passes. So not riding in the back, that is not a strategic decision. Denny's not very happy with that race car.
You see the group staying on the racetrack, 8 or 10 cars first on pit road right there. The 60 of Priest, the 20 of Bell, the 12 of Blaney. So split decisions priority when it comes to the end of the stage.
That would also give you an idea of cars that think they're handling well and cars that think they need a little work.
The other thing that's helped here by cars staying out, talk about how tight this pit road is, maybe a little bit more room to work. Here's Allen.
Ryan Priest, one of those fast forwards. Quick stop for him, but he was saying he can't gas it all the way around this track, so he needed a little bit of an adjustment. Christopher Bell running well, 20-plus spots already, but he wanted an adjustment on the 20 car.
Nope. A lot of chaos. You see that 19 pulling right here. This could be a long stop. I'm watching this 19. We heard about just how bad. Oh, there you go. Tire change is reaching in. So you see
LaJoy to the rear for speeding up pit road.
Tire change is doing some extra work, more than just changing the tires, reaching underneath the hood, probably adjusting the front shocks. A big balance shift on these cars are front heights.
Kyle missed his pit box. Oh my God.
The higher the car in the front, usually the more secure the back is. The lower the car, yeah, he's going to also adjust on the left front.
That's all Kyle too, right there, man. You're missing your pit box. That's all on you as a driver.
You're already last
Damn.
Gene. Small last week's winner, so let's adjust it. Let's work on it.
Denny Hamlin.
Chipper Jones on the True TV broadcast. I love that.
Spark fuel, that combination.
Noah Gregson in the 4, that yellow car pulling away. Watch this. Bell kicks it out. Bubba Wallace has to go into the grass to avoid him.
And that looks harmless, but in the back of these cars are some vertical panels that are very important for aerodynamics. You know, you hit a little pothole or a hole in the grass, so.
And watching all these drivers that come off pit road, going to be interesting when we return to green, because you would anticipate the drivers that stay out here are going to pit at the end of the stage, and a lot of these drivers that just made a pit stop will be racing for control of the race when we go green in that second stage, Dale.
Here's your good look at the choose as the drivers approach.
And this, for me, is going to be the real test of, is handling an issue. And the reason I say that are there are 6 cars that are on the racetrack with old tires. Now, everyone behind them is on fresher tires. So the question is, if handling is really a magical key to unlock tonight's success, those fresh tires
Getting to choose.
dominate. They should be able to push around those old tires in these last 12 or 13 laps.
I was not sold that that was going to be quick, but that was pretty quick.
In stage 1, when we return to the green flag. Logano took the inside lane.
We're not out of the water yet, and we still have some rain in the area.
Front row with him to start, behind him in that second row.
Yeah, Joey's going to hope this 21 American can give him the push he needs to be able to clear into turn 1.
Pace car will head in here, and the field will come to the restart zone, presented by Echo Park Automotive. Logano Cindric front row.
All right, back green. 12 to go on the stage.
Pretty good initial launch by both lanes. We're even off of turn 2. Who's going to have the momentum down the back straightaway? The 2 of Cindric inches out ahead down the back straightaway off into turn 3.
Who's going to have momentum and who's going to be able to handle the push?
I like the top line right here. But that 6 has got to get through the back bumper of that 2. He's going to have a huge run down the front straightaway. That's going to push the 2 clear.
Cindric led that lap, first lap today, not led by Joey Logano. 11 to go in the stage, and they are 3 wide back in the pack.
Joey back to the inside, but here comes the 6 of Branislawski. He's going to give that 2 a bump off into turn 3. Now Brad's looking looking in the mirror, looking for help from the 24 of Byron.
Larson up in that mix. Bottom lane, third row. Is going to be the 77 of Carson Hocevar having a good first stage.
Climbing the banking right there. That 23 of Bubba Wallace, fresh off pit road. Are the tires helping? He's to the outside of the 3. Looked pretty confident. He ran up top, tucked the wheel. That can be difficult on older tires. Does he have enough time with 10 to go? The 5 goes up in a defensive move on the 20. Oh, here we go. Onboard. Toyota onboard. Let's see what Bubba's thinking. Where can he go with this run?
I was saying that these guys at pitted might be racing for position and control when we get ready for stage 2. Bubba Wallace said, to heck with that. I want to drive through and finish things in stage 1, and he looks good in that outside lane.
Yeah, those skies still don't look very nice.
Down the back straightaway. He's going to have to get up in front of that 6, though. Is that 24? Byron and Brad Keselowski nose to tail, trying to create momentum. Logano back to the inside. He's going to lead this lap. That inside lane doing pretty good right now. Pretty surprised by that.
Saw Michael McDowell flash inside the top 10. 71 starting to come to life late in the stage.
All leaving up down the back straightaway, Steve.
That's exactly right. Locked up is what I was going to say. The front row cannot find anything. And the 23-year-old tries to get to the outside of the 5.
And look at the 20 of Christopher Bell. He went high, low, and now he's racing for position. He's inside of the other Toyota Bubba Wallace. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. way in the back to start this race. The 47 has got it wound up.
Bell also on a little bit fresher tire. They're side by side about 5th row back. Oh, little smoke, little contact right there, maybe outside wall. This is going, I mean, we still got 7 coming to 6 to go.
Hocevar into the top line there. Moves in front of the 3. He's going to have a big run down this front straightaway in that 77.
Anytime the 77 and 47 are together, my alert goes
Hocevar
up.
trying to
And
go
look
3
at
wide
that.
there.
I love that move. I love the air on the nose and trying to split those two. What will he do down here? Is he thinking middle again?
He's got to get a run to create somehow. Oh, he loses the nose. The car gets tight almost into the left rear of the 24.
47.
And look at the 47 of Stenhouse from the back of the field.
3 wide. Bell, Larson, Stenhouse. And remember, Bell and Stenhouse, an opening round matchup in the in-season challenge. This racing incredible.
Byron to the outside now, trying to make it 3 wide.
Fucking Syndic to the lead.
Keselowski's going to clear.
I like what the 77 just did. He's going to be 3 wide bottom right here in row 2. 3 wide bottom for the 77. Can he clear him?
He's got to get up the racetrack. He's not able to clear. Losing all kinds of speed down the front straightaway and positions.
There we go. Here comes Brad Keselowski. Orange number 6 looking high for the lead.
Off the nose of the 24. Using that big run. Dale off turn 2. Now what do they do side by side?
Cindric side drafts, evens up down the back straightaway. Here comes his help with 22. Logano to the bottom of the racetrack.
Oh, the 24.
Oh! Trouble!
As well.
Oh, Bell. Oh, man, that's multiple cars involved. Oh, my God. Blaney's involved. Dylan's involved. SVG's involved. Christopher Bell's involved.
It all started with the 20 of Bell. He kind of rolled in the corner.
Blaney and Dylan stopped there right at the entrance to pit road.
Slides and by himself in normal racing, I think he would have had room to catch it. But with the traffic so close, Dale, they just keep stacking up, and it's like, you know, kind of running into somebody on the interstate.
That is going to end the stage.
Hitting each other too difficult, too hard. You see the window net down on the 12 already. He knows how hard he hit the wall. That's going to end the stage.
Yeah, brackets busted.
Man, that was crazy.
Bell won here in the spring.
I didn't even make a bracket.
And the AMR safety team is on the scene talking with Ryan Blaney. One of a handful involved in this crash. Inside of 5 to go, stage 1.
Be interesting to see who maybe got away unscathed. Let's take a look at the replays here to see who all had contact. Keep an eye on that 20 car right there. And that outside lane gets loose into 3. Trying to save it. The 5 also gets turned sideways right here. Bubba Wallace into the left front of the 20. Blaney across the track into the wall head on.
The 20 enters, and when he looks high, I think it just gets air on the car, and it just switches from tight to loose.
Yeah, so the 3, 12, and the 20. I'll be interested to see if there's real damage to the 5. The nose on the 23 of Bubba Wallace has
Kyle got
damage.
into the wall. Oh, yes, he did. You're right.
I think the 5's going to be okay.
And the 16 kind of gets banged around right there as well. Incredible save by the 5. Damage to the nose of the 87 of Connor Zillich. That's pretty severe. Riding with Bell here. Right here. Tries to slow down. Oh, that damage is going to hurt his chances to have a good result today. Tyler Reddick, 45. Now shifted.
All right, but since that's going to end the stage, I'm going to go outside and smoke. I'll be back for the start of stage 2.
Track position almost comes to a stop to make sure he doesn't get in the middle of this.
That's the one thing I do love about the next-gen car in these type of situations when we have pack racing. The braking performance of this car allows a lot of these drivers in the back of the field to avoid being caught up in these wrecks. In the older cars, you wouldn't be able to slow down. You'd lock tires up, slide into these crashes pretty regularly, and this usually would take out half the field. But now with the braking performance we have, it gives these guys a chance.
Look at the 9 right there to the left of Bubba Wallace on that replay, just sneaking through.
Kyle Busch.
Yeah, a lot of drivers did some good work. But that damage right there to the 23 is going to be tough.
We are going to wrap the stage under caution. And it's going to be Austin Cindric who has scored the leader at the time of caution, and therefore he will collect a stage victory. It's his 4th.
Another one here. For the Fords.
Yep.
They have dominated the stage wins. Can they get to victory lane?
That's their 10th stage win in the last 11 stages here at Echo Park Speedway. Brad Keselowski second. Logano, who led all those laps, 51 of them out front for the 22, was third. Byron Osavar complete the top 5. Ending stage 1. Glad you're with us on a Saturday night on TNT.
A Chewy order is on the way for Rex.
Stop it.
Who wrecks everything he gets his jaws on. So Mom and Dad use Chewy Live Chat to learn that puppyhood can last
Up to 2 years.
and to get helpful tips on getting Rex under control, like trying enrichment toys. And maybe a crate. And definitely a slow feeder. For helpful humans with 24/7 support. For life with pets, there's Chewy. Make it, rain girl, make it.
Apartment 2B?
2B! She's definitely using that Grubhub deal from Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
Amazon Prime member? You can get $0 delivery fees on Grubhub. Eligible orders only. Terms and additional fees apply.
There's a reason Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. A heartbeat strong, steady, unwavering. Like the people who keep this country moving, doing what they do best. Helping neighbors, pitching in, and getting it done. For them, only America's most dependable truck will do. In every Chevy truck, like every Chevy driver, dependability comes standard.
Look at that hottie, the Takis Fuego meal. Wendy's spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis chips and Fuego fries inspired by Takis. So Takis fans, you're welcome. And new Takis fans, good luck. For an intense new take on Takis, gotta be Wendy's.
A vacation with Norwegian Cruise Line is so much more because there's more included.
Like unlimited drinks, followed by amazing meals at amazing restaurants.
Plus free Wi-Fi. Oh, hey, Mom, I gotta go. I love you.
Did I mention unlimited drinks? Hello. And excursion credits so you can explore even more. I love more. Get more out of your vacation with Norwegians, more at sea. Can I get more? Experience more with Norwegian.
New guy energy.
He's back. That's the fourth time he's done that. It's a peak in a probe. Peaking with serious intent to probe.
We're seeing activity converging to your north and south.
This is Frog Med 6 Romeo. We need evac at our last known position.
We have severely wounded enemy on our building and all surrounding buildings.
Where are you guys?
Look for the blood and the smoke.
NASCAR Cup Series racing on TNT is brought to you by Burger King and BK. Have it your way. You rule. And by Progressive. Save when you bundle motorcycle, RV, and boat insurance. Visit progressive.com. Stage 1 is complete here at Echo Park Speedway. Had a rain shower that brought out our first caution and a crash inside of 5 laps to go stage 1 that brings out caution number 2. Austin Cindric wins the opening stage. And people playing along at home. Got the DraftKings Sportsbook reminder here. So much on the line with race number 1 of the in-season challenge.
Yeah, DraftKings has done a great job. They have put odds up for who could win the whole challenge. They also put odds up for all the head-to-head matchups. So if you're kind of new to it and you say, hey, I just, I want to pick my guy just against his guy in the bracket, you can also wager on that. A lot of options. Not a lot of options for the leaders, right? They stayed out for the stage points. It was a decision, a strategic decision. I didn't hate it, but I called the fuel tax. You kicked it down the road. You deferred your taxes. Well, it's time to pay. So most of the top 10 are going to have to come down pit road. And even if others come behind them, Adam, they're just not going to be in the stall very long. They only need a little splash of gas. So all of those guys like Cindric, Keselowski, Logano, when you talk to Logano and he said, my car drives okay, and you told him about everybody that drove bad in the back, well, he's going to get an experience what it's like to be in the back after this cycle of pit stops.
Ironically, some of those drivers that were the best off pit road in that last cycle that you think would be in position here to gain some track position were involved in the crash, and now they got to, repair their cars.
So that's the risk, because you just know the way this race works. You're not going to stay the leader all day. At some point, you have to cycle your driver towards the back. And that's when, as a crew chief, your stomach just goes in knots, right? It's, hey man, I'm sorry, we needed fuel. Hope is never a great plan, and sometimes that's the only thing you can do is just hope. We have one car turning left. Pit road's still closed, so
yeah, that's the 23 of Bubba Wallace to come down and work on the nose of that car. The 3 of Austin Dillon's also been on pit road with a few others to try to get it a bit of a head start on repairing some of the damage suffered in that crash.
What I don't know for the 23, this is where this track gets to be awkward. Like Talladega, I would say that damage actually wouldn't have hurt him if you could stay in line. Yeah. But here, not as much speed, but they hurt the downforce. Like we talk about handling, have we hurt the handling of the 23?
Yeah, I think he's still got a shot at having a great competitive night. It's just going to determine on how much that damage is going to bother him.
Alan. Outside the care center with Ryan Blaney, he's been checked and released. Seems like the story of the year. Fast car and early end to a race. What happened out there? We'll show you the replay, but what'd you see?
I couldn't see much. Just knew they kind of started spinning and coming down. I tried to get to the apron, and by the time I got there, it kind of got blocked. But yeah, just thanks, man. Like I said, story of our year. Just getting caught up in other people's garbage, and I can't. Just when I feel like we get it going pretty good and find some momentum, we never really seem to have things go our way. But really appreciate Advanced Auto Parts for bringing us a fast car, and trying to flip the stage. Just was right in the middle of it. So yeah, just thanks, and that's just the way it goes sometimes. So re-rack and go at it at Chicago next week.
The Ford's had such speed. How was your car?
Yeah, it was okay. I definitely thought we could improve it a little bit more in dirty air and stuff. I feel like I kind of lose a little bit of handling in dirty air, but I was at least excited to work through it during the night, and not going to get a chance.
Tough end for Ryan Blaney, his 6th DNF of the season.
Glad he won at Nashville to lock himself into the playoffs because, as Alan said, 6 DNFs, they've had so much bad luck.
You see the top 10 needing fuel, but more coming, so there is going to be a split decision. And for the bracket followers right there, 5th car in line, 77 of Hocevar, with Ryan Blaney wrecked out, the way the scoring works, 77 going to advance. So just like that, Hocevar on to round 2.
Looks like Chase Ellitt's going to stay on the racetrack, have it come right before the end of the stage, as well as Chris Buescher.
I got a few guys staying out.
So pit road's open now.
Race. Those drivers that dominated stage 1, when you look at laps led, going to get their service here, led by Cindric. Byron in, so is Keselowski, Alan.
Yeah, a lot of talk on the radio about strategy, how long teams want to stay for fuel. Brad Keselowski says he's just a little loose out there, so they're going to make an adjustment for the 6th car of Brad Keselowski. Austin Cindric said he loved that clean air, got the stage win, but thinks it's masking some of his issues. He wants to be able to charge into the corner better. They're making an adjustment.
Yeah, it says the rain is going to hit soon on my radar.
In stage 1, but man, his car was not handling well. He said he was chasing the back end the entire time, but he said everyone looks out of control to me. A host of cars stay out at him, but those who left pit road, Shane Van Gisbergen wins the race.
Yeah, and some of those that
SG
made
wins the
pit
race
stops
off pit
here
road.
were the ones that were on earlier, and as you talked about, just need a little less fuel.
You saw that 19, still big adjustments for Chase Briscoe, but don't count them out. Sun will set. Keep cranking on that thing. Still got 196 to go.
Kind of like the bracket. When you're racing in the draft, just survive and advance. Survive and advance.
Zoe?
Today, you're meeting for coffee.
Megan, I love you.
And then before you know it,
Hey!
you're meeting the family. At Credit One Bank, we believe having the credit and rewards for the little moments today can lead to even bigger ones tomorrow. Earn up to 10x points on travel and 5x points on dining with the Credit One Bank Wander American Express card. Credit One Bank, for what's ahead.
There's a place no map will show you. A secret spot. A high-performance hideout for cars that crave chaos. New brakes? Check. Roll cage? Check. A spoiler so big it doubles as a picnic table? Oh, you bet. Every apex we nail, every second we shave, it's all knowledge that goes right back into your ride. Look like fun? It is. You in?
What's Simply Safe got that I don't?
Yeah, Syndic won stage 1.
To help stop crime in real time.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Maybe Simply Safe and I could work together.
Unlikely.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Fire it up.
The all-new Dragon Flame Grilled Whopper is here at BK. Bold, juicy, flame grilled, and ready for adventure. Experience a new kind of flame at Burger King. How to Train Your Dragon. Only in theaters.
And Doug.
It's like we've told people Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. For the last time. Bye, my friend. Huh. I thought it was deeper than that. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Fact. Consumer Cellular can help people save on their cell phone bills. That's why I cut my car in half. This year, let's cut even more things to show people how much they could save. Let's cut the face off of our helmets. Let's cut the top off of our steering wheel. Let's even cut our hats.
Isn't that just a visor?
Shut up, Chris. Great. Can't wait to see what y'all come up with.
See how we can cut your bill. Call Consumer Cellular.
Getting ready for stage 2. Time now for our NASCAR in-season challenge update presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. Let's go over to Larry McReynolds, Jeff Burton, the alt-cast over on True TV. What's up, fellas?
Hey guys, what's going on? It's been a crazy race. I'm going to tell you what's going on here is that I had Christopher Bell winning the whole thing and he just crashed. So I'm not very happy with that.
Well, I actually had Carson Hocevar advancing after the round. A lot of people looked at me like I had two heads.
Carson Hocevar qualified 30th, Ryan Blaney qualified 3rd, but I don't think I've seen anybody cut through traffic like
Yeah, getting
Carson
ready to go back
Hocevar
green
did.
here.
From the drop of the green flag, he had cracked the top 10. Ryan Blaney pits, gets back in traffic, and now he's out of the race, and Hocevar will advance.
Yeah, the other matchup I've been watching pretty closely is Busch and Keselowski. Keselowski has shown he wants to be aggressive. He wants to be at the front, so I think he'll continue to do that. Is Busch just kind of riding around, kind of biding his time? I think he is. He'll find his way to the front, but as we just saw with that last wreck, guys, anything can happen, and when it does, your bracket can be busted, and I can attest to that.
Burton's bracket busted.
Oh, yeah.
It does happen,
Yeah.
and we feel your pain. This relief lap sponsored by National Debt Relief. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief gets you back on track. David Starr gets his lap back here at Echo Park Speedway.
If I'm admitting it.
All right.
Oh, there's the choose.
Getting the choose here.
Going to the bottom, kind of a mix. I had both Bell and Blaney advancing, so I had problems.
I think what'll be interesting now about this particular stage of the race is all of the cars that we saw at the front of the field, Logano, Keselowski, Cindric, Byron, Hocevar, they're all now outside the top 15. Which of those cars, if not all of them, can drive through this field? Can they get back toward the front, try to get back control of this race? We also have some drivers that were at the back that are now at the front. Hamlin is going to be up in the top 10 now. Can they maintain and keep that track position that is so valuable in this race?
And with this stage being 100 laps, a pit stop will be required. You cannot run it. So we've only seen one really cycle of green flag pit stops here. This new pit road or this entry and this long pit road. We'll get into all of that, but just keep in mind there's going to be a lot of positioning on the racetrack, a lot of strategy behind the wheel, trying to not use some fuel if you can. These drivers are going to be tasked with multitasking during this race and trying to keep hold of their race car.
Watching a couple of guys from Front Row Motorsports up inside the top 10. Zane Smith, Todd Gilliland. Smith was great early and then faded, but he's regained some track position here. Chase Elliott front row with Chris Buescher.
And at 42, John Hunter Nemechek, third car on the outside. He just, the last 3 weeks, top 6, I mean, he's just continuing to run up front. Here he is again.
Here they are in the Echo Park Automotive restart.
Back green.
Stage 2 underway.
Going up green on lap 69.
Not a very uniform start in the 9-car. Chase Elliott well clear off into turn 1. Can the outside organize for a big run down the back straightaway? Chase about a car length ahead as they're closing in on the 9. He's going to go up block the top.
Oh, trouble! Denny Hamlin. Oh, man, that's a huge crash. Oh, my God, that's the big one. Kyle's involved. That's the huge one. Oh, my fucking God. Damn, red flag will definitely be coming out.
Look at some of the
That is massive.
Kind of have to see how this one started.
That is massive.
Lead about 2 car lengths off turn 2, and they ran him down quickly in the middle of the back straightaway.
It looked like a move.
The big one.
Remember that yellow line at the bottom is out of bounds.
The fucking big one.
A guy down there, but that's what it looked like. Looked like it was the 88 and a couple different cars. Denny Hamlin, the 1 seat in the bracket, sits here with a ton of damage. Let's take a look at it, Dale. What happens is 88, 4th car in line on the inside, notice car in front of him. Now they're in the
But Chase Elliott is Mr. 69.
A lot of stack up and a lot of upper contact. I'd like to see that again. But you watch the outside line as they all kind of catch the 9-car Chase Elliott. There's a lot
Fucking
of
parking
right
lot.
There. It's Christopher Buescher lifts off the gas. The 7.
Oh my God.
They all just make. They just run in the back of each other. Big accordion effect.
Oh my God, dude.
They caught the 9.
That's just fucking crazy.
So I was looking to the inside, but you absolutely were dead on. It was the outside lane where the wreck kind of started. Right? The 88 kind of catches your attention with the block at the bottom, but the wreck is on the outside of the racetrack. So let's look at that high shot again. Look in the middle, like the 34, the 11, those 2 cars on the outside, that bright
So
orange.
red flag is coming for cleanup.
The 17's going to run up on the back bumper of the 9. He recognized that. He lifts. No one else does. Everybody runs into the back of him, and it turns the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek into the wall, and then everything behind him just gets destroyed.
That's right. The 42 checks up. The 11 catches him. They both spin into the outside.
That's fucking crazy, bro.
There's a windshield wiper across the front of the field.
Nemechek did a good job.
So red flag is out at 8:44.
I thought for sure he would go around third car outside lane, but he's able to hang on to it. Reddick does the same.
Second red flag of the day.
It was such a great shot as they were just coming at you. You see him kind of just dart out of line.
Kyle Busch just getting caught in the right rear quarter panel late. And this is another scenario where some of these cars, even though they're involved in the crash, may get fortunate enough to get away from this without a lot of toe link damage, things like that.
So just a quick reminder, you have 8 minutes if you're going to try to repair your car on pit road. But the big change this year isn't that. The big change is you can go to the garage area. You're not out of the race. There's only a list of parts you're allowed to change, but the list is pretty extensive. I believe a lot of these cars are going to go back, make repairs, and come back out in case we see some more accidents.
And, we got this in-season challenge going on. Yeah. There's a whole lot to race for tonight.
Joe Logano got a lot of
Logano's view, man.
How it all went down.
That's a huge crash.
The front two rows. They dominate stage one. They get the win. And Ryan Blaney eliminated in that crash late in stage one. And the other three caught up right here. You're riding with Daniel Suarez.
Just fucking, that's a NASCAR moment, bro. That's a fucking NASCAR moment.
Last spring, now we ride with Bubba Wallace.
Just fucking insanity.
What a job. Hey,
we're not done yet.
Yeah, right.
He did a good job there.
There you go. This is right at the front. Kind of the cause, 11:42.
It looks like Denny lets his hair bounce around.
Denny took some big hits. How much damage does Kyle have? Is he done?
But it looks like he turns the 42, but there's contact in front of the 42 as well. The 7, the 42, all of those cars.
I'm trying to figure out why the 42.
See, it was about a 28-second green flag run.
Goes darts right. Is it off the rear bumper of the 7?
The 11's offset when he runs into the back.
Okay.
Kind of hits him a little bit to the left side.
Yeah, Logano's fucked. Oh my god.
That ride right there can hurt as much as the wreck.
He ain't lying.
Starts on the pole, leads 51 laps, nothing to show for it for Joey Logano.
This is Austin Cindric riding with here.
Damn.
Seas parted and closed.
Cindric took some hard hits too.
Hosevar right here. He went through this backwards at one point. Put his hand up there between his helmet and the headrest to sort of see that bouncing. The next gen, when you bend and break,
dude, that bouncing is fucking crazy.
It gets back.
Probably got like half the field, didn't it?
So he's asking about the numbers. So, why is Denny Hamlin still in there? So he can get out, but if he kind of stays in the car, as I said, this car is beaten battered as it looks. He go back there for repairs. He's going to ride back in the garage. He's going to take a look with his team to see if on the list of approvable items. Now, there are certain components that if they're busted, your day's over. Yeah. I like this change. I like that the teams can work on them, can repair them.
How's everyone's brackets looking now? I don't fucking know,
dude.
dude.
Cars on the racetrack as possible. And you have a big wreck like that can really limit the field.
It limits the field. That's the big deal for me right here at this point of the race is it completely will change what kind of race we'll see going forward. Now, there's still a lot of race cars on the back straightaway that are going to try to compete in this race, but that took out a lot of heavy hitters. Kyle Busch right here we're riding on board with. He needs a win to advance himself into the playoffs. Almost through it. He slipped in the right rear. Honestly, looking at the hits don't look too bad. I believe they can get tires on this thing as long as the toe links are straight. He can get out there and race and compete.
Well, you referenced the playoffs. Win and you're in, but there are a number of drivers dancing around that cut line that have gotten some damage tonight. Had some rain earlier. That produced our first red flag that lasted just over 14 minutes. And this early crash in stage 2 has got the red flag out. Again, 23 cars involved here, Steve.
And I think the real key is you instantly spin it forward and say, but look who wasn't. Elliott, Busher, Gibbs, Zane Smith. I mean, this is a list. Haley, Nemechek, Gilliland. I mean, this could be the night, right? This could be the night that their careers have been building towards. Get that win, get into the playoffs.
You know about the big one at Daytona. You know about the big one at Talladega. And now got the big one at Atlanta. Racing in the draft. And you know it can happen. Red flag is out again early in stage number 2.
From brake pads in Orange County, Florida, to oil
Your fantasy team is
Orange County,
junk.
California, big or small, national or local. And Napa,
Yeah, well, this race has been
the
crazy
pros
so
that
far.
know how to keep your business moving at full speed.
Already been live for 2 hours.
On WhatsApp, your personal
We're only on lap
messages,
70.
they're yours. We can't see them.
Hello?
We can't hear them. We can't read them. They're all private. On WhatsApp, no one can see or hear your personal messages.
That's your fantasy team?
Not even us.
You want to hear a secret? This sauna is actually from Walmart. One of over 500 million items.
Huh. Who knew?
Soon everyone will, Sebastian. Please get out of my sauna. I'm not the only one with a fine set of ivories.
Who knew? Who knew? Walmart has dancing shoes?
They have over 500 million items!
Walmart you thought you knew is now new.
That sizzle, that's the soundtrack of Chipotle.
Literally melt in your mouth tender. Let's see our chicken glistening, our fajita sizzling. It's magic happening. And this is gonna be in your bowl. This is it.
Hi. Hi. Chocolate fundraiser.
With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly.
Yeah, Elliott's the leader right now, so yeah,
Deposit
you're probably
checks
right.
easily and send money quickly. That's convenience from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
I ain't never seen no demon, no ghost, no magic till now. Till now.
So on to the second red flag of the day. First one was a 15-minute red flag for rain. Now this one,
good luck with that.
So far been 8 minutes for the wreck cleanup.
Since we went to the drafting configuration here at Atlanta, we're averaging 9 cautions per race.
Yeah, it looks like we still have rain on the way.
Involved in a crash tonight, and here you see the list. Page by page.
Yeah, this is gonna have to scroll a little bit to really catch them all. Page 1 only got to car number 11. It would have actually been an easier graphic to say, hey, these are the few that didn't hit, that weren't involved. It would have been a shorter graphic. Unreal.
And then we talk about the impact on the bracket. This from Jordan Bianchi. I would say that about sums it up for many.
I keep cheating down looking at my bracket.
Christopher Bell is in the garage. His opening round matchup, this guy, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who right now is 17th. Here's 47 audio.
Back under yellow.
What happened on that replay? Did you see? Said it looked like
This was a 9-minute red flag.
In the 42. Copy. I think people are at home are like, dang, there went my bracket.
Marty?
Adam, it's chaos down here in the garage area. The Austin Cindric's car is on a tow truck. There were about 6 tow trucks lined up just to come in to the garage area. There goes Cindric's car. One interesting point to make, and I want to take us over here. Denny Hamlin's team is going to start work as soon as the red flag is lifted, which obviously it has been because that work is getting started. But one important point, that last caution, Christopher Bell and his team, they're about 20 minutes deep into their work. There are a lot of parts broken on this 20 car, but they do have a 20-minute head start, and who knows how many cars they can pass after that big wreck.
20 minutes, and we didn't run a lot of races, so he's not down a ton of laps. I mean, he's down too many to contend for the win, but it's all about positioning. It's like a throwback old school kind of race right here.
What do you have, Alan?
I'm outside the care center, Quarter of the Joy, the first driver out involved in that wreck. I know you don't get many shots this year. What happened from your perspective?
A little saw a little smoke, and then it was my hood on my windshield. Unfortunately, with our Schluter Mustang, we were getting going, and I felt like the car was driving pretty good. So right to the point of impact, unfortunately. So, man, we have run so good here in the past. I thought our car was really good too. So track position is really important. We had a couple guys flip there that we were racing around, so who knows how the night could have gone. But you know, that's the risk you take by just jamming it in there and being aggressive on restarts. And I'm not sure what happened. I haven't seen replay yet, but it's just unfortunate. Those guys at Rick's, they really work hard to get this second car going. It really disrupts the flow of what those guys do every week. So I really appreciate Rick and everybody, Jerry Kelly and that 01 team for getting this thing back out there. I don't know when I'm going to be doing it again. Hopefully it's here in a couple weeks, but I'll tell you, this is still the best seat in the house. The TV stuff was good, but driving these things at 200 miles an hour is pretty badass.
All right, here's a replay if you want to take us through it. I mean, what you see, what you can anticipate.
Yeah, on Prime we call this a hashtag watch along. So I don't know, man. We just see guys pushing like dummies early down the back stretch, and then I just come in here and get pushed into it and come out of the smoke, and every corner on my Mustang was knocked off of it. So unfortunately, that was the end of our day. I don't know what we're doing. 90. We just started the third stage. I don't know why we're pushing like we're damn bumper cars at Frankie's Fun Park, but that's not to be surprised. I think there's a lot of guys that don't make wise decisions driving these things on speedways, and about 10 of us. So fortunately, we were one of them. Wish we were behind it or in front of it, but we were right smack in the middle of it.
Early into the night for Corey LaJoy. Glad he's okay.
A lot of cars on pit road doing some small repairs. As you see the tire marks from the crash off into turn 3. Saw Carson Hocevar pulling out of behind pit wall to rejoin the racetrack. The 8, Kyle Busch leaving pit road now as we're riding on board with the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He goes as far away from the accident as he can down here on the apron of the racetrack. Really smart move by him to be able to avoid any contact. This is Noah Gragson. He'll get spun down on pit entrance right here after contact with the 11. He has come down pit road, patchwork done to the right front of that car. It seemed like that's the only damage that he might have suffered in this accident. He's back out on the racetrack. The 6 of Brad Keselowski has also been to pit road to make repairs. He's back out on the racetrack.
Brad Keselowski, one of those drivers must-win situation. It led a couple of laps tonight, second in stage 1.
All right, so what's ahead for all these cars that need to make repairs? First thing you have to do is figure out how much damage, then you assess it, whether you can fix it on pit road, whether you go to the garage. But the magic for all of these teams is you have to go out and prove that your car is still capable. It has to run what NASCAR will set as a minimum speed. You get 3 consecutive laps, right?
There's a tow truck traffic jam in the garage.
The drafting partner, try to figure it
That's
out.
how many fucking cars got wrecked.
Because if you run 3 and none of them are fast enough, at that point, you don't get another bite at the apple. You're done. Your day is over. You are forced to retire from the event after you take that shot at minimum speed. So take your time, as Marty was reporting with Christopher Bell. Take those extra 5 or 10 minutes. Make sure your car can do what it needs to do so you can stay in the race.
Carson Hocevar had it working early. Someone we've talked about that could be a bracket buster. His matchup is interesting going head-to-head with Ryan Blaney, but he too caught up in this crash early portion of stage 2.
Zepbound means change. For adults with obesity to help lose weight and keep it off. Zepbound can help adults lose up to 48 pounds. And some lost over 58 pounds.
It's changing what I believe is possible when it comes to weight loss.
Don't take if allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family had medullary thyroid cancer or multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2. Tell your doctor if you get a lump or swelling in your neck.
Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder problems. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes, depression, or suicidal thoughts before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems.
I'm working to help break the cycle
Yeah, I
of
think
weight
Kyle
loss
Busch
and
is still on
reject.
Because
track.
Zepbound means change. Ask your healthcare provider about Zepbound.
Still in the
Explore
lead lap.
savings options today.
According to my thing.
No, I don't want to look.
Erica, used car shopping doesn't have to be scary.
I don't want to overpay.
Sure, nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident, but that's nothing to fear.
Show me, Carfox.
Knowing how a car's accident history impacts price means you don't have to overpay. You can look now.
I am looking.
Why are you still covering your eyes?
I don't know.
No fear, just Fox. Say, show me at Carfax.com. Yeah, you're still covering your eyes.
I'm not.
Look at that.
My win pick, Chris Buescher, is in second.
Wendy's spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis chips and Fuego fries inspired by Takis. So Takis fans, you're welcome. And new Takis fans, good luck. For an intense new take on Takis, gotta be Wendy's.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, she came out fighting. 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on, 5 different medications. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx can save you a lot of money. Save you that extra $200-300 a month. You do the math. The money we're able to save with using GoodRx, we're able to do all these extra activities. She can hit hard, too, for a little skinny thing. So it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our kids.
Met 2 red flags tonight. The second produced when we had this big crash. We're just getting going stage 2 right on board here with Daniel Suarez. That was the Max onboard camera where you can watch all the in-car camera action with driver cam.
Pit road's now officially open. Now all the leaders, or the majority of the leaders. So this is where as a crew chief you have to kind of pivot. You have to decide, with this many cars out of the race, you don't have to be as aggressive on your pit strategy, Marty. I think you can be a little more conservative, get your car driving well so you're around at the end of the night.
Yeah, and Steve, I think Billy Scott made a fantastic point to Tyler Reddick. He said, listen, we're going to be short to make it to the end of the stage here with 86 now to go in stage 2. He said, however, this gives us a really good chance to reset
Tyler
our
Reddick's
tires,
pitting at the
reset
moment.
our fuel. So the 45 coming down pit road. Chase Elliott somehow missed all of that. Alan Gustafson making that call to leave his driver out and stay out under that last caution. He comes down pit road, just 2 tires fuel for Chase Elliott. And again, 86 to go. They could not make it to the end of the stage, Alan.
Joey Logano out of the infield care center. What happened from your perspective?
I was in the middle of it, so I haven't seen a replay to even know what happened. Cars were sideways, and you get into brakes, and everyone's just running into each other. Just a speedway wreck, especially when everyone's so tight on the restart there. So, wrong place at the wrong time. We went to try to win the stage, and unfortunately we didn't get that done. And then, you're going to pay the piper and go to the back there. And I guess here's the replay. Let's see. Yeah, the whole field wrecked. Yeah, and I'm just in the soup there. Oh my gosh, look at that. Oh, that's horrible.
There's always been a question about being aggressive too early. What's your perspective on that?
I don't know. It said it could have been a bad push. It's kind of hard to say, right? You just see I'm just in the middle of everything. So it's unfortunate. I didn't think it got all of our cars. And the Penske cars are so strong and so fast. It's unfortunate that it happens, but it's part of the game sometimes. And I'm going to say sometimes you're the ball, sometimes you're the bat. Today we're at a ball.
Yeah, fast car early end of the evening for Joey Logano, Marty.
Kind of want to show you the chaos here in the Cup Series garage area, Alan. William Byron, they have officially called it a night for William Byron and his team. Ross Chastain also back here. I believe they are done as well. His teammate Daniel Suarez just down the street here. So all these cars trying to make as many repairs as they can. One interesting point, Steve, is that there are multiple cars from the same organization that are trying to make repairs. So a lot of times you'll take a car chief, for example, and have them work on these cars, right? Help out another team.
A lot of repairs being done right now.
A couple weeks ago where the 5-car chief was helping out the 48 car, and you can't do that Because look over here, Joe Gibbs Racing has
Bell
3
has damage.
of their 4 cars
Getting
trying
repairs.
to get repaired. So Steve, you really got to focus
Briscoe
on
as
your
well.
own race car and not worry about your teammate's race car, where normally you'd lend a helping hand. Tonight you just can't do it.
Yeah, roster limits only allowed so many crew members in the garage as it is. You can kind of share along, as Marty was saying, as you get in these situations. But you can see nothing but Bass Pro Shop fire suits here on this 19 team. If your coach watching, Marty didn't mean anything, coach. Just point out that you had 3 of your cars sitting in the wreck.
Look at them running over right now. I mean, this presents an incredible opportunity for a lot of drivers who are not in the playoffs currently above the cut
That was a
line.
cool look into the garage, won't I?
See a lot of
Getting ready to go
names
back
in that
green.
top 10, that top 15.
Chris
With
Buescher
that
and
win,
Ty Gibbs on the front
really
row.
Shake up the playoff picture.
There's a bunch of them inside the top 10. See how it plays out here. Track position is key to avoid the problems on track. Here are the drivers in the Echo Park Automotive.
Green flag.
Starts on Buescher. Gibbs getting this going again.
Riley Herbst trying to give a good push to that 54. And that outside line, Ty Gibbs. Good organization on the bottom as well, though, with Chris Buescher. SVG trying to push him with the 88 car.
There's one play right now.
Ty Gibbs clear into the lead.
Yeah, those young Toyota drivers working great together in that outside lane, as you said. Herbst gives the shove, gives the lead. Riley comes through in second. Chase Elliott next in line in the 9 and made a pit stop. He's trying to get back to the front.
Quarter, bumper your 3 top here, 3 top, 3.
Shane Van Gisbergen making it happen in the 88.
Yeah, he just went 3 wide around the 17 of Buescher. Chase Elliott backs out of the gas there on the top of 3 wide.
I might have seen a little bit of smoke out there for some.
Just a little bit of dirt from the speedy drive put down from the earlier crashes. 45 of Reddick to the top of the racetrack trying to make some moves.
4 wide back there. 6 of Brad Kozlowski gets to the bottom, kind of puts his own little race. My goodness,
His hand on Ty Dillon had no clue that Brad was down there. Great move by Brad. Ty Dillon just about cleaned him and Brad both out.
How about Ty Dillon in the 17th right now? Came in as the 32nd seed against top-seeded Denny Hamlin in position to advance back to the front. Battle for the lead is on. I mean, Van Gisbergen said,
SVG coming for the lead.
I can do it in the draft. The
Nope.
driver from New Zealand is right
He's going to lose a few spots now.
Just as I say it, he shuffled out.
Ooh.
Smith making a move in the
A
38.
little bit of a mistake. He blocked so low, he left that middle open with a 38. It ends up working out, but I thought he had a mistake there in the 38.
Yeah, it's just not, you don't know what you don't
Fucking
know.
Riley
He's
Herbst in
learning and
second.
fast forward out there.
This move right here. Now you're talking about it. Ty Dillon. Look at the right, the orange 6, and now watch Ty. Right across his nose. Brad cut some slack there. We were going to have a second big wreck at the backstretch. That's right.
Run on board to Brad and see how quickly this happens. You're like, oh man, and you get angry about that because you expect those drivers to understand where you are. You expect
There's only 29 cars left. There's a full 40-car field.
Down there. Back up front, Chase Elliott with a big move to the inside. All the way alongside Riley Herbst for 3rd position. Doesn't have much help in that bottom groove.
I like the maneuverability of the 9 car right now. He's been making it work in multiple lanes, moving around. Not sure if he's happy with it, but it seems like he can do some things that other drivers can't.
3 bottom, now
35 right around the top, still driving through the field. Tyler Reddick made up a lot of spots since the restart. 9 right now, going for more. this race get the win. So a lot of the heavy hitters knocked down by that crash. Action is picking up front.
Only 2 drivers on track that have win this year. Van Gisbergen and Kyle Larson. Chase Elliott just flexing muscles in the 9.
Herb's 3 wide around Chase now to the inside. Riley Herb's clear into the lead. Got a little hood from his teammate in the 45. Now Chase Elliott in the middle, 3 wide. Not a really good spot to be with this car.
What a difference a week makes. So many struggles for 23-11 at Pocono, and here they are controlling the draft in Atlanta. Herbst down front, Reddick behind.
And there's so much energy in the pack. Hard to believe.
Yeah, the only 2, that is true. The only 2 drivers on track right now that have a win this year is SVG and Larson. That's crazy.
Quickly as you see SVG get into the fence up off of turn 2. Found himself in some dirty air there and lost the nose of the car.
Reddick wants to lead. Here comes the 45. Jumps in front of his teammate.
Still on tight with you. They're going to get a big run back to you two. Just don't be too far out. So 1.5 off.
Just opportunities. So
Busher.
many teams with a chance, and it's anything but calm down. It's shocking to me that they just keep swapping the lead.
Chris Busher, the name at the top of the board now as he swings low, slides high, 17 in front of the 45.
What's up, Rick?
3. He is about 3.
How you doing? It's been a while since I've seen you. Busy with life.
Been really fast lately at all different kinds of racetracks. He's now second. Yeah, there's Bowman getting aggressive. Oh my.
Yeah, the 34 got into Herbst there as they were 3 wide for a moment. Through turns 3 and 4, everybody gets away unscathed.
Fresh names in the front and some really young drivers delivering right now in the draft.
Drives across the nose of Zane Smith. He has to jump out of the gas. Now that's a tactic. The 54 sees the 38 down there and drives across the nose, and he knows that shuts off the downforce, and the 38 will have to jump out of the throttle.
Cinnamon Toast Chris. Yep, he's my win pick.
Frustrating move if you're in the 38 car.
You mentioned young. Oh, as we see the 54 jumps out of line. I was looking like Zane Smith, 62 starts.
Here comes Ty Gibbs for the lead. Man, this is great racing.
The back of that car really dances around.
Yeah, the 54 drove across the nose of him, taking away the downforce from Chris Busher. Now Busher tries to get on the attack. The 45 with Tyler Reddick back here in third. The 38 alongside down the back straightaway. Where's the run going to come from?
3 of them. No help. Just keep his right rear. There you go. Beautiful.
Just keep his right rear, meaning the 38 had no help. You put your left front on the right rear, and just like that, the 38 disappears behind. Great coaching from the roof. The spotter of the 45 right there making the calls.
Chase Elliott gets by as well.
Looks like we might be good on the rain for the rest of the night.
Inside of the 45, but he can't clear up the racetrack. He has no help. He's going to lose positions down the back straightaway unless somebody decides to get down there and help the 9 car.
His loss of momentum opens the door for Stenhouse outside lane. 47 on a steady climb.
This stuff looks so much fun.
Little help to you here on your mirror in case he's got a rush.
Top. And Chase, there's nothing he can do. Sees a little bit of help from behind, He's not scared to drive to the inside and see if he can make a pass or two. But he also he risks the same situation where he doesn't get the help and again loses positions.
What about the distraction when you go around a lap car? Always makes me nervous when you come up on them like that. It's such a high rate of speed.
You're just hoping they're going to keep it tight against the apron and not bounce up the racetrack or hit the apron or do anything that's going to allow them to jump up in front of you or squeeze you into the car on the outside line.
It's got word Ross Chastain released from the care center.
Now let's see Stenhouse up here, as we usually do at these racetracks, mixing it up with that 47. So it is outside that 35 round.
Kyle Busch 8 seconds back in 24th.
25 starts.
Or 23rd, sorry.
Stenhouse looking for more, going to the inside of our leader. He doesn't have any help down here, so it's going to be almost impossible for him. He's not going to clear. And they just drive right back by. The great thing, though, is he'll find another way to develop another run. He's stalled the 17 out here, side by side down the front straightaway.
The other thought is you make these moves, gain some
Martin says Blaney officially last, yeah.
Here's Buscher driving down low. 17 is back on point.
He's got a really big lead, though. They're going to run him down quickly. And then they'll have a decision to make when they get there. Well, I think
Oh, here comes Gibbs again for the lead.
Too big of a run, and he'll do it. He'll clear him on.
And he clears him.
On his own. Great work by the driver in the 54.
You get too far out, and you're just a sitting duck when you get those guys in line pushing from behind.
So what do? Drag the brake, lift off the throttle? Like if you're that leader, Dale, like you know you're getting out there too big, how do you defend against it? You don't. You just let them do what they're going to do. I think if you block or do anything, dragging the brake, they're just going to get to your bumper and go around you. They've already shown you all of these laps. Ty Gibbs going to take every run he gets.
Gibbs really
going
wants
around
this.
you.
How about the race leader, Marty?
Adam, if you've been listening to Ty Gibbs radio tonight, you've heard the voice of Chris Gabehart. Well, why is that?
Why couldn't we have gotten Riley Herbst involved in that wreck, too?
Regular season, take a more vocal role in the
You know,
54
obviously
car.
hoping
I
he
think
would
it's
have
also
been
important
okay.
to note there have been no role changes on the
Well, why couldn't we have
54
gotten him involved in
Tyler Allen
that?
still the crew chief, and Chris Gabehart still the competition director at Joe Gibbs Racing, but he was already sitting on the 54 pit box. And they made so many championship runs, Chris Gabehart and Denny Hamlin. Why not tap into that resource? Why not tap into that bench and use his expertise to help maybe the young driver get to the playoffs? Steve, I don't know if you like this move, but I think it's a very wise move by Joe Gibbs Racing. Nothing changes with the team, but let Chris Gabehart have a little bigger voice in what happens on race day.
Great organizations know how to manage egos and respect by respecting what Tyler Allen does as the crew chief, but Chris Gabehart can bring some experience to a young driver. Remember, when Briscoe won last week,
Jaden,
that
shut
ball
up.
did 3 of the 4.
He did, I just don't remember what it was.
The only one on the outside looking in. It has to be
It's like
the
he wrecked.
majority of this organization to get the 50.
No, I don't fucking remember who he wrecked. But I remember I hate him.
17, second right now, Danielle.
Adam, you see
I remember he wrecked someone.
right now, he's running second in that 17 car. He told me this morning I have a lot more luck at drafting tracks named Daytona.
Oh yeah, I remember he wrecked AJ Allmendinger at the Daytona Road Course.
Of speed versus handling.
There you
Here
go.
at Atlanta, sometimes you just
In
need a little luck,
2021.
and they got it earlier. They pitted to give up stage points, restart to the front, and avoided that big crash.
77 of Hocevar. Not up there racing for position, but this is a big opportunity for him in a race right now.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. One lap down, trying to race his way into the free pass. Right now he has it. Bubba Wallace also a lap down with Michael McDowell. So they'll be telling him where those drivers are on the racetrack.
Oh, in the wall. 47 and 43.
He's got a mid toe leak, I believe. Green and white 43, Eric Jones. They were racing right around 12 and 14.
That's so frustrating.
Stenhouse and Eric Jones. Stenhouse is slow now.
He lost the handle of the race.
And
He's got some issues with the toe leak there. He lost the handle on the car and chases it up the racetrack.
trying to bring it around to the
43
pit
Jones
road.
there. Yeah, made contact and into the wall. Still green. Leader's still out here figuring it out. The 47's going to try to ride around, hoping for a yellow.
Yeah, unlikely
He's
that
going through the
because
improper.
We lost so many race cars in the crash earlier. This field's starting to thin out a little bit with other cars handling poorly. Some guys just trying to survive and get the next opportunity to work on their cars some more and repair some more of that damage from that earlier crash. Back up front, Ty Gibbs leads Busher. Ready? We'll take a look at this replay of the 47 car and see how he gets in trouble.
Oh, well, they're getting
Right side of the screen.
close to lapping Kyle, kind of.
The arrow in the nose, chases the car up the track into the wall, clipping the 43. Just a little bit too tight to the 9. All of a sudden, the front of the car takes off across the racetrack in a plow. Listen. Yeah. Just really tight behind that 9. Lost all of the arrow and had to get out of the gas. Allen. And the team told him to pit. They said, pit this time, pit this time. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. called it off, says, I think we'll be okay. So nothing really after that in terms of an assessment of damage. He's still out there on the racetrack.
He's the 31st car to get damaged tonight. Talking about Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
He's got his hands full. He's losing a lot of time. His leader's going to eventually lose a lap. But, I mean, they're going to lose more than that trying to come down pit road to repair the toe link. So how long he can survive, it's up to him.
Leaders going around the lap car of Michael McDowell. Almost halfway home, stage 2. Gibbs, Busher, Reddick, Hurst, Elliott, the top 5. You're watching NASCAR on TNT.
You can run the perfect race.
Denny Hamlin leading the pack on the final lap.
And then, boom.
Oh, Hamlin's hit. Hamlin is out of it.
That's true in racing and life. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief helps you take control, so you can pay less than you owe in less time than you think. When life wrecks your finances, National Debt Relief helps you get back on track. Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started today.
Those eyes, that nose, your hair, your Nana's smile, Granddad's sense of humor, Dad's ear for music, and your mom's work ethic. We all inherit things from our families, but what many of us don't? The wealth needed to buy our first home. Progressive wants to help, so we created a down payment assistance grant for first-generation home buyers. Visit progressive.com/openthehouse to learn more.
This Xfinity Wi-Fi is boom.
Next stop, boom time. The Wi-Fi booming. The Wi-Fi is booming like a 10x double unicorn IPO.
Oh, trouble! Riley Herbst. Caution's out. Oh, man, he gets into 34.
At Napa, we are the pros that know check engine lights.
Todd Gilliland's involved.
Diagnostic tools to quality replacement parts. We have
Todd Gilliland and Riley Herbst bring out the caution.
Customers need solutions. Find your parts right now at Napa.
Getting 5%
What a 17.5 minute green flag run there.
When I pay with my PayPal debit card. You gonna go? You can pay your own way.
Oh, it's a
I use
34.
PayPal to buy this ticket. I'm paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
No one else has no interest? Me.
You can pay your own way. I'm still in here.
More savings,
Ew.
more flexibility. The rewarding and trusted way to pay. PayPal.
This melty white American cheese is the
Yeah, Todd Gilliland.
luckiest cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheesesteak. Sorry, other cheese. Arby's, we have the meat.
Welcome to a whole lot more on the line. More drivers going head to head means more stakes, more grit, and more to prove. The challenge is on. 32 drivers enter $1 million showdown. 5 races of bracket-busting matchups. More pressure,
Riley
more
Herbst
risk,
is crawling
and more
around.
reward. Only on TNT and streaming on Max. Welcome to the in-season challenge. Welcome to NASCAR.
Letter caution for the 4th time tonight at Echo Park Speedway. NASCAR on TNT, bringing you coverage of the Quaker State 400, available at Walmart. 32 cars have picked up some damage tonight. The most recent 35, Riley Herbst.
Yeah, he's
Fuck
just right
Riley
there on
Herbst.
the outside of the 9 of Chase Elliott. Loses the back of the car, overcorrects into the wall, and little
Todd
contact right
Gilliland.
here with the 34. Yep.
Hate that for Gillen, who was doing such a nice job. He kind of went up there to avoid it. We'll see how much damage it is. If it's slight damage, then he'll fit right in with the rest of the field, because as you mentioned, they've all about hit something.
Yeah, the 35 has a right rear toe link damage. Also could not get the car back to the pit, so he'll get towed to the garage.
Two drivers very happy this caution came out. Gibbs and Busher last on pit road at lap 46. We're closing in on green flag pit stops, and really they were going to have to come 30 laps before the rest of the field. So we talk about gamblers paying off.
The other guy that's real happy about this caution, 77, Carson Hocevar. He almost drove by the leaders to get back on the tail end of the lead lap. Didn't accomplish that, but he is the first car one lap down, gets the free pass here under caution.
Yeah, Kyle didn't go a lap down because of this.
Greg Lasky. The audio's a little off on that. Don't want y'all thinking Brad was still in the throttle when that car was spinning out in front of me.
So now that the 35 couldn't get back to the stall, he'll have to get towed all the way to the basically to the garage, do some repairs. Let's listen into the 54.
Craig, do we have any teammates still out here? Oh, copy. Teammates. We got the 45 who's in good shape, and that's it. Okay. No more.
When you skip all the ones that come right out of your race shop and you just go to manufacturer teammate, that makes a major statement on what we're dealing with, doesn't it?
Yeah, the 45s isn't a Gibbs car. It's just, let's see. Oh, I found another Toyota. There's another Toyota out here. One of them.
And you look at this top 10 currently, and none of these drivers, a lot of these drivers have yet to go to victory lane.
Yeah, I mean, and we said coming into tonight, there's so much on the line, and the unpredictability of this place, and the wild card tracks that are coming. And tonight, some drivers trying to take advantage here. Hey, F1 the movie now playing in theaters and IMAX, rated PG-13. Check it out.
Extra excitement. 77 of Carson Hocevar, free pass deal, right? That's right. That's what he was racing for, and he was able to get it.
Yep. It's going to be fun. I mean, he's going to be a story tonight, one way or another, and now that he's back on the lead lap. And again, a lot of these cars, like him, that are out there are still damaged, still requiring a little bit of repair and work to make them faster, right? They're out there racing, but there's some things they can do to actually help the aero and give them even a better shot at victory.
You just need time to do it, right? We've been racing under green. Really use this caution, hit multiple times if you need.
All right,
expect
so
with this
pretty much everybody coming down pit road here.
Entire field trip down pit road right here. So big thing to pay attention to here. Gibbs and Busher need more fuel. So if they lose the lead, it might not be a bad pit stop. It might just be these teams deciding now's the time to get back on strategy with everyone else. Put some extra fuel in the race car.
Reddick, Elliott, Bowman should be on the good side of it, which means maybe a little quicker stop here, gain some track position for the restart for this second half of stage 2.
And if you're watching, you heard Dale earlier talk about 90 miles an hour. That's only under green. Under caution, you're going to run 45 all the way around the corner. This is the most penalized pit road in the series for speeding. We'll see with a small field, Danielle. Hopefully they all keep it clean.
Here's Chris Busher coming in from the second position. Was wrecking loose in stage 1 when he was mid-pack. Now that he has clean air, just slightly loose, happy with the car out.
Car wants Ty Gibbs to stop a little short. He did 4 tires and fuel for the 54. Likes his car. Says it's just a bit, it's too neutral. No notes from Chris. Marty?
Tyler Reddick told Billy Scott, Allen said, we're pretty good. However, I can't maneuver like some other cars can. And Billy Scott decided to match the tires to the fuel that he needed.
In exchange, a track position on the pit lane. First off, Tyler Reddick picks up a couple of spots. Restart when we return.
Fanapt allopurinol is approved for adults with bipolar 1 disorder with acute, mixed, or manic episodes. Unlike some drugs for bipolar 1 disorder, nausea, vomiting, and restlessness are not common with Fanapt. Fanapt may be associated with serious side effects. Elderly patients with dementia-related psychosis treated with antipsychotics are at increased risk of stroke or death. Fanapt is not approved for elderly with dementia-related psychosis.
Fanapt prolongs the QT interval and may be associated with abnormal heart rhythm or sudden death. In 5% or more of people in clinical trials, heart rate increases, dizziness, hypotension, weight gain, dry mouth, stuffy nose, sleepiness, and increases in liver enzymes have been observed. These are not all the side effects. Talk to your prescriber and learn more at fanapt.com. By Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America. Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. Your mission is our purpose.
Look closely at this truck. You'll see hard work, a great adventure, and so much more. Inside and out, it's designed for the family, the road trip, and the most demanding job. The Ford F-150. It's time to see Ford in a new light. Right now, get employee pricing on a Ford F-150, plus $3,000 renewal cash for returning owners, only at your local Ford stores.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter. With high-tech features and excellent reliability. From the Kelley Blue Book Best Value brand. Right now, you can get a $289 per month lease on a 2025 Civic Sports Sedan.
This weekend, the ATL. Next weekend, the Windy City Street Racing in Chicago. All the fun begins Saturday. Xfinity practice and qualifying on the CW app. Cup practice qualifying on True TV, 1 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday. Xfinity race Saturday afternoon, and Sunday, NASCAR on TNT, 2 p.m. Eastern time.
I've been up there the last 2 years, and I will tell you, it is breathtaking to see these cars go around Grant Park in downtown Chicago.
Going to be fun. Look forward to it. This relief lap is sponsored by National Debt Relief. Carson Hocevar will get his lap back here at Echo Park Speedway on the lead lap. Lookout 77 going to be on the attack.
This is one of those write this down, mark this moment. This is a this isn't just a free lap back. This is an exciting lap back. This car damage on the right front, but overall doesn't look too bad. Marty, how about the 9 to Chase Elliott?
I'm busy writing down that the 77's back on the lead lap, Steve. And Chase Elliott, you know, we wondered how the racetrack might change tonight, Junior. He just told Alan Gustafson before that last stop, honestly, our handling hasn't changed since the start of the race. So still very free for Chase Elliott, but he's on 4 fresh tires.
All right, get ready to go back green.
We'll see if he can make a little progress here. He'll restart 8th.
And I will say, smaller field, I could pivot a little bit.
It's going to be 43 to go in the stage.
You know, maybe fresh tires, maybe this, you know, give my driver a chance to go win the race. Smaller field, you still have a chance, but don't overlook some of these other cars. We've seen speed out of some teams that maybe we wouldn't have predicted at the beginning of the night.
Front row, Reddick and Bowman. 43 laps to go, stage 2.
Back green.
We're racing again at Echo Park Speedway.
Looks like the outside lines all locked together. Gonna help that 45 clear the 48. And here comes the momentum from the inside. Bowman back to the quarter panel. Down the back straightaway. Big push from the outside line. Clears the 45 of Reddick. Reddick's going to drive down in front of that 48. Try to get momentum off of the nose of that 48 car down the front straightaway.
Superman put the cape on this restart. Reddick out front of Bowman.
Bowman to the inside now down here to turn 1.
Goes Bowman for the lead. Bowman passes Reddick for the lead here.
And the 7 coming with a head of steam because that slows the 45 down. Does the 7 push, pull out of line. Big movement
Bowman
there. And the 45 jumps to the outside of the 48 into turn 3.
This is just incredible. The back and forth, the exchanging of positions out front. We're getting a show tonight here in Atlanta.
Man.
Bowman, Reddick, and they're
side by side battling.
You don't get a second off. Never a moment to take a break.
momentum down the back straightaway, forces the push from the 45
Oof.
now to the
Reddick coming back on the inside again. Reddick trying to get the lead. He's going to clear him. Oof. Oof.
That is now inch to the inside. Bowman. Yeah, that was really close.
Did Bowman lead that lap?
Outside lane.
I think Reddick led that lap.
Aaron Jones had a run, and now he gets out of line. Ty Dillon takes advantage.
They're bound and determined to add one more caution. They're not sure that we've had enough. They're zigging and zagging back there.
Well, I said Bowman did.
Brad, that bright orange car. Great scheme for Brad because we like to see him anywhere in the pack. He's always making moves. Jumps off the page. That's such a good shot. Look at him stack up at the bottom. 17 comes back. Zane Smith hits him to 54, hits the 38.
Think about Ty Gibbs leading this race. They get the fuel, lose a little track position, and now he's trapped in that low lane. 54 trying to make something happen.
No, god damn it.
Right now, no big runs. Out behind the leader of Bowman. Ty Dillon trying to make some moves back there to the inside of the 43.
How about Ty Dillon, the 32nd seed? Looking decent with advancement with the 11 having issues. But can you imagine if he could win this race? Leading right now the 48 of Bowman, Danielle.
Yeah, Steve. I talked to Alex Bowman this morning. You remember a month ago that head-on crash at Michigan? Said he's still very sore, only 85% better. He said, in the race car, I feel the most comfortable. I have issues training during the week. I can't do much cardio because the main pain is down the right side of my back and all through my right leg. Still dealing with a lot of muscle soreness, which makes this performance that much more impressive.
He's getting to work out behind the wheel tonight. I mean, all over the place, hanging on and trying to stay out front of the field.
Yeah, that hit at Michigan was vicious. You and I saw him as Brad swings that line 3 wide. He walked down those last 3 steps out of the back, was struck very gingerly in Mexico. You could tell how sore he was.
But a gutty performance there to get a top 5. Bowman now well above the cut line.
If you can believe it, we're 6 laps from halfway. I mean, we aren't even halfway, and this is the intensity of the racing. Your man Busher, Chase Elliott jumps out of line. Your man Busher trying to, you believed in him for the bracket. He's trying to give you something to cheer for, doing a really nice job.
Not like Ty Gibbs is getting frustrated because of the loss of track position, and he just can't seem to make it work here. He was in the low lane, now the high lane, 54 outside.
And that's what Marty talked about. Chris Gale on the radio, that experience, that's where it is needed. That is the 54 signature. Great speed, either mental fatigue or a simple mistake. If the 54 is showing frustration, they got to calm him down, keep him in it. Tons of talent, tons of speed, try to keep it pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, you talk about Chris Gabehart and just the knowledge that he brings. Such a tremendous leader for this race team. Alan?
Well, Brad Keselowski, you can see him that
Bell returns to the race.
There, going back to about 9th right now. In that wreck not too long ago, they kept working on the car. He told the team, look, the steering isn't perfect, but it's close. So they've been working on it. He says he's just trying to be smart. He was a little free when they pitted.
He's going to gain a bunch of spots.
We're coming down pit road. I want 4 tires. And
Runs about like,
use out of those 4 tires. Right
runs about like 15 laps. So
back clear with a push.
gain like 9 spots, 10 spots.
Second, Chase Elliott keeps making that 3 wide move to the inside down the front straightaway.
He just needs a hole here at the end, right, Dale? I mean, that's what he's looking for, is to try to slide him in line. He might get it here. No, the 6 is going to be right on his quarter panel.
So Bell's 68 laps
Like
down.
that. When you're watching home in the 9 right there, that's not because he's off the gas.
Damn, Brad.
That's momentum.
Woof.
Outside. Zane Smith inside. You didn't know it. That's inside 3 wide.
And that makes Zane's car really tight to have the 6 on his inside there, and that's why Zane couldn't stay through the throttle in the corner.
See the matchup. This is one we highlighted for the opening round. Brad Keselowski, Kyle Busch.
SVG, he wants back in the action in that 88 car.
Shane Van Gisbergen, just such a student of the game. Talking Brad Keselowski, Chase Elliott with a move around the 6.
Yeah, Chase has been very aggressive, taking every run that he can. Seeing that front 5 or 6 single file.
Pulling out of line is one thing. Finding a hole back in line is
jump out of line, but can you get blended back in? As they get side by side, that's going to present an opportunity for Chase to go the inside here down the back straightaway. Does he go 3 wide? He sure does. Time and time again.
The work still continues on Hamlin's car.
Take advantage of Zane Smith.
Man, if he can clear, he's going to clear Zane, but he's right to the inside of the 45 now down the front straightaway. That outside line's going to have this momentum and speed. Oh, man, look at the 54, the big swing to the left.
Ty Gibbs said, I'm done riding. Get me some of that. Swing it to the inside and slides up in front of Elliott with a wiggle. Just incredible stuff.
Elliott's going to give him a big push down the back straightaway. Now the 9 will try to slide up, fill that hole. There's not a lot of room. Will he fit? He does. And now these front 9 have kind of got away a little bit. Pusher to the lead now around the outside of the 48. But Bowman's glad to see that team. Well, not his teammate, but Ty Gibbs in the 54. Stay there, Ty. Give me a little help down this back straightaway.
A Ford is there, a Chevy, and a couple of Toyotas.
Traffic up ahead, and we're going to talk about that more and more with a few damaged cars on the racetrack and not a wide race course to begin with. Every time you catch that car, if it's in the wrong spot, it can really make it tough for the leaders.
David Starr's going to try to stay tucked up on the apron here. Everybody's going to get through okay. Still side by side for the front.
I believe the 7 just blocked the 42 with contact. I think it laid it on and it just kept turning.
It was like the 42 in Nemechek was dancing down around that line that you see.
Pusher for the
right
lead
line, which
on
by
that
the way
lap.
is out of bounds here at this racetrack.
A long way to go in this race.
Do they know it? Because I'm not sure they do.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how confident they are and how big a risk they're willing to take.
That's what's made this track what it is. We can talk about the reconfiguration, but I tip my hat to the drivers because they could come down here and all be patient, work together, but they don't. They do this lap after lap, putting an absolute show on for the fans.
Yeah, we see such different racing here versus Daytona and Talladega.
Eric Jones, I had a feeling he had a run, and he takes it. I think jumping to the outside is less risky. You kind of get a little help down the straightaway. Less risky for the draft, maybe not less risky for handling.
Good night for Legacy Motor Club. Both their Toyotas inside the top 10. Jones, one of those. He's got a win in the draft. Came at Daytona a number of years ago, and he was driving for Joe Gibbs Racing. Bowman in front of Busher. Then it's Reddick and Zane Smith, the top 4. 25 laps to go, stage 2. Big finish coming in this second stint of the race. Hang with us. You're watching NASCAR on TNT.
When it comes to your wireless plan, don't settle for less. Get more with a free 5G phone and real unlimited data from Straight Talk. More ways to connect. I love you. More reasons to share. And when you spend less with Straight Talk, you can get more moments to yourself by getting something for them. Switch to Straight Talk and get a free 5G phone on us, on America's most reliable 5G network. Find us at Walmart and straighttalk.com.
At Napa, we're the pros that know how to make your business our business. Pros everywhere you need us, with every part you need. From brake pads to stock your shop in Orange County, California.
Yeah, Mike Joy was in Connecticut today.
In Orange County, Florida.
Also did a little segment during the truck race, before the truck race started.
All driven by one mission, to keep businesses big, small, and everything in between moving full speed ahead.
Getting 5% cash back on the monthly category I choose when I pay with my PayPal debit card. You gonna go? You can pay your own way. I use PayPal to buy this ticket, paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
No one else has no interest? Me.
You can pay your own way. I'm still in here.
More savings, more flexibility. The rewarding and trusted way to pay. PayPal. Moving this summer? Pods is the most awarded container moving company. Pods brings the container to you, then we'll take it to your new home or store it at a secure pod storage center. And you don't have to do the driving. Trust Pods with your next move. Book at pods.com.
There's a reason Chevy is called the heartbeat of America. A heartbeat strong, steady, unwavering. Like the people who keep this country moving, doing what they do best.
Busher and Bowman still racing hard for that lead.
Helping neighbors, pitching in, and getting it done. For them, only America's...
Yeah, it's turned into a really great race.
In every Chevy truck, like every Chevy driver.
Up before the rain, it looked pretty, honestly, kind of bad.
This melty white American cheese
And then after
is
the rain,
the
it got pretty
luckiest
good.
cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter-pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheesesteak. Sorry, other cheese. Arby's, we have the meat.
Now this is how you end a summer. Under the lights, surrounded by history, at the place where legends are made. This isn't just a race, it's a moment of truth. Their last shot at the playoffs. Your last chance to see regular season action. Friday night, Xfinity lights the fuse. Saturday night, the Cup Series delivers the fireworks. This is Daytona. This is everything. Get your tickets now at DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com.
I would say with 19 laps to go in the stage, the intensity is going to pick up, but it's impossible to get more intense than it is right now. Bowman leading, and everybody's pushing and shoving through the field, trying to make it happen in the draft. Here's Allen.
And outside infield care, Chase Briscoe, who was involved in that lap 69 crash. We saw one of your teammates get back out. What was the status of the 19? What were they doing?
Yeah, I don't know how bad our damage was. I know that they were fixed it. We were about ready to go, and I guess Nascar came over there and saw that our chassis was broke or bent or something, so they're like, yeah, you guys can't go back out. So, yeah, I kind of wasted 30 minutes, working on it, but, yeah, this is unfortunate.
Bro, what is up with this leaderboard? TNT leaderboard.
Missed the balance there at the beginning and kind of put us behind, and then obviously that big wreck was nowhere to go. So, yeah, looking forward to, 2 road courses coming up. Our road course program is doing pretty good. So, yeah, hopefully a JGR car, Toyota can win, and, yeah, it's an unfortunate day for us.
It was a rough start for the race, and then such an early aggression. How do you describe that from the driver's perspective, that wreck?
Yeah, I don't know. I was so far back in the middle of it, I don't even know what caused it, but yeah, just everybody here, it's kind of the name of the game. You have to be aggressive, you have to push, and I'm sure it's just, a bad push or something, so yeah, I'm sure they're not done wrecking yet.
You're trying to fix the 19.
Just to clean it up, so NASCAR has said, hey, you got to come to the garage, we're going to let you fix it, but we're also going to take a look at it. These cars are built with certain crush zones, certain parts of the chassis, and when they're compromised, you're just done. The car's no longer safe enough, in their opinion, for competitions to see Jones swing left. So that's what Briscoe's talking about, NASCAR doesn't pick and choose. They kind of look at all of them when they get back there wrecked.
Yeah, the 43's made some really good moves to be able to put himself up here in the top 5. He's going to squeeze that 45 right there and maintain that position. And his teammate, the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek, both of the legacy cars are now in the top 10.
So this is what is shocking me tonight. It's not as much the moves as the slight block or squeeze, Dale. I've seen cars pull in line what I would consider less clear or with less room than any other races.
Those are teammates about to slide right in front of one another.
Jimmy Johnson just closed his eyes.
14 laps to go on the stage.
These guys shot both of them at the same time.
Jones, he has to get out of the gas. The 45 on the bottom of the racetrack, and now we got a new leader, the 9 of Chase Elliott, in front of the Georgia fans.
Stand and cheer, engine number 9, showing off here in Atlanta.
Chase Elliott to the lead. And the Georgia crowd will be happy about that.
Just squeezed into it. He parallel parked with like a foot to spare.
Buescher's going to have a huge run on the leader. Buescher's to the top of the racetrack. Chase goes down and blocks the run from the 45 on the inside, side by side for second down the back straightaway.
Still got a 1.5, 1.
Oh, the 54 loses the nose big time off the back of the 43 right there.
The fire out the pipes, meaning he was out of the gas.
Busher, he's going to clear him.
Oof.
Big move by the 42 back there. Nemechek going to the inside, 3 wide. Jones now to the inside of the 45 for second. Busher's going to come up here and help the 45 down the front straightaway. Jones did all that work to get a couple of those spots. He's going to give a few back. 45 to the outside of our leader, Chase Elliott, off of turn 2. Big momentum by
Here comes
Reddick.
Tyler Reddick.
Getting the push from the 17, the side draft.
Busher's right there. Man, Atlanta is crazy.
Now we're
It's been crazy.
Prior to the race, Chase Elliott talked to Alan Cavana about the balance of patience and aggression. 10 to go in the stage. Someone who I feel like has been really patient right now as they go around the lap of David Starr is Eric Jones, just easing his way to the front in the 43. And he's right there in that second lane now as we head toward 9 to go, stage 2.
The opposite of that is that 54 and the 6, back about 4 cars. Anything but patience. They are zigging and zagging, trying to find a move as the 43 backs up to his teammate, the 42. Big run. What can the 43 do with it? He's in a bad spot because he can't drive up to the back bumper of the 9. He has to lift out of the gas. And you see the car's not handling really well in traffic when he's really close to the 9 of Chase Elliott. That doesn't allow that inside line to really get organized and do what they need to do to push the 9 clear. The outside line can keep the momentum up, running off the top of the racetrack down the straightaway. And they seem to be the one to prevail more often in clearing the leader.
Eight to go in the stage.
Chase finally gets the push he needs off the nose of the 43. A little bit of trouble right there with Priest off of turn 2. Smoke out the 60 car.
The 9 is way out. 45 also 2 wide behind. Let's see as this lead accordions back to the pack. If anybody can.
Kyle Busch 18 seconds back, so he's off the pack.
Right here with a little draft.
Yeah, Chase is trying to get a little bit of help there.
7 go in the stage. It's going to be tough to try to block all the momentum from behind.
Trying to stay on the lead lap.
This big momentum from the 17 and the 45 down the back straightaway.
Remember, we had a crash and ended stage 1 under caution. Something to think about as things
7 to go on the
fire up here at
stage.
the end of stage number 2, 6 to go.
6 laps to go on stage 2.
He's going to stay right behind Chase. Dives to the inside of turn 1. Side by side for the lead. It's not enough momentum for him to clear barely. Yes, he's going to get in front of the 9.
Nemechek helping in that
Chase back to the
exchange.
inside here.
Such a good job by the 9 to go from defense to offense in just one straightaway.
Take the run. It's my kind of racing here. Look at the 45, a good little push you got. Goes to the inside of the 9. Drives up the racetrack, takes the air away from the 9 car. Chase with another run, coming back on the inside possibly. We'll see what he does if he gets low. No,
Ooh.
the 17.
Busher almost lost
Gets
it.
in the back bumper, the 17. Incredible save by Chris Busher.
4 to go this time around. Could that be foreshadowing of what's to come once we put that green and white checkered flag in the air?
Looked like there was a little contact with legacy cars there. The 42 and the 43 in the outside.
That contact with the 17 was a wreck. It just somehow didn't happen.
Top 3 cars have all won in the draft. Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, Chris Busher.
Here's that look again. You see just contact. 42 times it wrong. Catches the left rear of the 17. Big wiggle. Everybody gets straightened up though.
3 to go down the stage. Reddick's trying to time a run, maybe to back up to that 17 and get a big push down the straightaway. Here goes Reddick to the inside of 9.
Reddick come out on the inside. Who's going to win this stage? They're racing like it's the fucking race finish.
Now Chase needs to figure out how to put a run together.
2 to go. Bowman starting to get with it. Pulls up alongside. Eric Jones
lap of the stage.
Doesn't have a big run. 45 is going to get to stall him out a little bit, possibly. Stay on his quarter pedal.
Here we are, 1 lap to go, stage number 2. Anybody's guess who's going to win it? Who you got? Tyler Reddick, Chase Elliott, Chris Buescher, Alex Bowman. They're all right there.
Reddick doesn't clear through 1 and 2, side by side down the back straightaway. Big pushes from behind on both lanes.
Chris Buescher, the only driver in the top 7 with a stage win this year. Side by side.
Coming around.
The green and white checkered flag.
And it's going to be... Ooh, I don't even know who won that.
I'm going to say it was a little bit too close to...
I don't fucking know. I think that was Elliott.
I'm not so sure I'm going to
But honestly...
That was remarkable.
Yeah, because points are paid, NASCAR will go to...
Mine's saying Reddick.
Make sure exactly who won the stage will get the point.
Mine's saying Reddick.
I'm not willing to call it. I make the play-by-play. You're going to have to tell me who did it.
Either way, first stage win of the year. Doesn't matter who gets it.
That was crazy.
I hope this is how we finish the night. Unbelievable how...
Mine says Reddick, but I don't fucking know.
Friends is the new
0.001. That's as close as the Larson and Buescher finish. That's crazy.
Finally here. Don't miss out. Earn $10 Kohl's Cash to use instantly when you spend $25. Get it today? Spend it today. Right away on your favorite brands. Plus, earn even more Kohl's Cash to use later at Kohl's and Kohl's.com.
Oh, it's Elliott. Elliott won the stage, apparently. That's what Bob said. I don't fucking know, honestly.
You hear that? That's our Hemi, and it's saying, I'm back. You want more? Buckle up. Rams coming back to NASCAR. Let's go, baby. We're back in American motorsport. The Hemi's back. We ain't going anywhere.
This melty white American cheese is the luckiest cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheesesteak. Sorry, other cheese. Arby's, we have the meats.
At the Glen, the thrill isn't just on the track. It's in the campgrounds, the grandstands, in the heart of every fan. This August, a full-throttle festival comes to upstate New York. Camp under the stars, then witness the brightest stars of NASCAR battle for a crucial playoff spot. This is racing. This is the best weekend of your summer. This is the Glen. NASCAR weekend at Watkins Glen. Get your tickets now at theglen.com.
We're challenging the standard of what comes standard. With the next generation GMC Terrain Elevation. What we choose to challenge, we challenge completely. Current eligible lessees can get this low mileage lease on this all-wheel drive Terrain Elevation for around $299 per month. We are professional grade.
Nissan Summer Sales Event at Burdick Nissan.
Where you can lease the hot new 25 Nissan Rogue Rock Creek with all-wheel drive. Now just $249 a month, 36 months, $49.99 down. Or choose 0 down payment, then $399 a month. 0 for 60 financing available. Best selection is now.
Over 150 in stock, here, now. At Burdick Nissan at Drivers Village in Cicero.
NASCAR Cup Series Racing on TNT is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places. And by Chewy. For life with pets, there's Chewy with everything. Photo finish to end stage 2. NASCAR going to the camera. High-speed camera, start-finish line. They rule it's Tyler Reddick who wins the stage. And now we do our Chewy top dog. And I'm going right to the finish of the stage. Just remarkable.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. This is, I mean, you can tell on that. It's the 45 you mentioned. NASCAR has a high-speed camera on the inside looking back out. They will use to do it, but this place just continues to deliver. The drivers deliver. Reddick off the top. I thought the 9 might have pulled him back with that side draft and got it done, but in the end, it was Reddick for the win.
And I wouldn't expect the finish of this race to look any different. Maybe a few more players in the photo.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe a 3 wide.
I would say that, you know, this This race is probably the most mentally taxing because of the decisions the drivers are making lap after lap to take each run, to put their cars where they need to be. Not only do they need, like, so Chase Elliott, right, he gets past and then he immediately goes on the offense. Well, he has to check himself clear, look behind him, see where everybody's at to be able to do all the things he wants to do. And so every driver on this racetrack is just making decision after decision after decision after decision, every foot, every inch of the racetrack. And it's tough on those guys to do it all night long.
And as the whole field will come to pit road with 97 to go, as a crew chief, you have to assume if you want to make an adjustment, now's your chance, because the next stop could be a short fill on fuel or only 2 tires. So this is kind of, I know it seems a long ways out with 97 to go, but this is kind of the last standard style pit stop where I might be able to actually work on the race car. The next time it's going to all about that efficiency we talked about on the Nav and Know-How at the beginning of the night. That next stop will all be about efficiency. This will be about those final adjustments now that the lights are on. Danielle?
Yeah, the last time Buescher came down pit road, guys, he's entering third right here. It was 2 tires, and they waited on fuel. This stop, Scott Graves said 4 tires and fuel, slight air pressure adjustment. Overall, Chris Buescher happy with the car. He's gained 21 points to the cut line so far, guys. Marty?
Danielle, you got to wonder what Tyler Reddick and Chase Elliott learned at that dash to the very end of stage 2. What a finish that turned out to be. And Reddick said he wanted no changes on the car. Billy Scott told him we're going to get a full, or at least close to it. Man, Chase Elliott has been so aggressive all night long. He said the car is slowly getting better. Let's not make any changes to it. He leaves pit road with the lead of those who came down pit road, Adam.
Buescher comes off behind him. Reddick loses 2 positions in the exchange. One more time, we look at the finish to the stage. It's Tyler Reddick by 1/1000th of a second. Final stage coming up.
Prime Day is coming July 8th through the 11th with great deals on whatever you're getting into next. What's the move?
Bank. Buckets.
Did you know Toyota has 3 NASCAR Cup teams? We got Team 2311, owned by this guy, and 3-time Daytona winner Denny Hamlin. But Denny Hamlin races for another team, Joe Gibbs Racing. Yeah, Super Bowl winning head coach Joe Gibbs. And they both share the track with Legacy Motor Club, co-owned by 7-time Cup champ Jimmy Johnson. 3 epic teams, 4 legendary owners, all going after 1 cup. Now you're up to speed. You in?
$5 duo at BK. Step up to the plate and have it your way. Get 2 of your faves, it's up to you. Just figure it out, then hit the drive-thru. BK, have it your way.
You can run the perfect race.
Denny Hamlin leading the pack on the final lap.
And then, boom.
Oh, Hamlin's hit. Hamlin is out of it.
That's true in racing and life. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief helps you take control, so you can pay less than you owe in less time than you think. When life wrecks your finances, National Debt Relief helps you get back on track. Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started today.
Your summer, work or play. The new 25 Toyota Tacoma is a perfect fit. Buy your SR double cab 4x2 for $37,084 and get 4.75 for 60 financing. Signed, Verdict Toyota. See verdicttoyota.com.
Fucking idiot.
It's here. The new Chevy truck
Go down.
SUV you're looking for is here.
Just
at Verdict Chevrolet.
So come lease your new 25 Chevy Equinox LT compact SUV. Now just $295 a month for this exceptional everyday driver. Or $429 a month with 0 down payment. 6.6 for 72 financing available too.
Over 120 trucks and SUVs. Here at Verdict
that's some of the best races I've seen
at
too.
Drivers Village. Together, let's drive.
Chester.
Your summer, work or play. We've got the legendary Toyota Tundra you've been looking for. Now get 1.99 for 60 months financing on gas or hybrid models. Signed, Verdict Toyota in Cicero. Shop with SmartPath at verdicttoyota.com.
Getting ready for the final stage at Echo Park Speedway. We get our progressive race recap. Here's Shannon, Jamie, and Parker.
Got to tell you, Adam, we have such a great view down here in the middle of the infield. Looking at the fans on this front stretch, You could totally tell when Chase Elliott took the lead because there was about 90% of the fans were on their feet just waving stuff all around.
So awesome.
We knew that this race had the potential to be wild, crazy. It has been all that and more.
It's been, chaotic. And I mean, the thing that sticks out to me is when you look at the top 10 from that last stage, 5 of those guys have to win to get in. That puts a lot of pressure on that cut line. The finish of that race, I mean, it looked like Elliott had it, and then Reddick actually ends up getting it. So, yeah, pretty wild. Legacy Motor Club is something else that sticks out to me. Both of those cars being the top 10.
It's going to be an absolutely huge night for Legacy Motor Club. 2 cars in the top 10 at the end of that stage, but both of them were in the top 5 there for a little bit close to the end of the stage. They'll be absolutely massive there, and I love the haymakers that Chase Elliott and Tyler Reddick were throwing there late in that run because Shannon, it's so interesting watching this how aggressive they are because it's so hard to generate a run here.
Was that the lap? No, this one, the Angels game is on.
Materialize and happen that if you have it, you've got to take it and run with it, and I think that's why you see the aggression that you see because it's just so hard to get those runs. Unless you're throwing haymakers at the end like those.
Well, you can't imagine it's going to get much more aggressive than what we've already seen.
How can it get any more?
But it will. Like, you get down to the end of this, we're going to have probably one of those 3
Angels Nationals.
So, I mean, Atlanta went from, I mean, honestly, this wasn't that great of a track prior to the repave. No. I don't think the drivers wanted the repave. It has turned out to be just one of the best tracks.
All right, give the choose.
Chester! Was great for us.
Go yeah.
It wasn't great for you guys watching at home, but this one's just awesome all around.
Don't repave it. Don't repave it. That's what we heard for years, and they did it. This is what it turned out to be. Remember the start of stage 2, though, guys.
Oh, chaos. Yeah, that's what's going to happen here, too.
They've got enough cars left to wreck that. Just so you know, there were 23 cars.
Be careful what you say. There is enough cars left to wreck.
We are going to be here for post-race coverage, so we want you guys to join us. We'll hear from some of our favorite drivers. But you know what, Adam? We still have 100 laps to go. And man, if anything we've learned in the first 2 stages is we don't know anything about this Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Yeah, good stuff coming. Thank you, Shannon and guys. And now we get our relief lap, sponsored by National Debt Relief. Bubba Wallace getting back on the lead lap here at Echo Park Speedway.
It's been a long process for this 23 to get back on the lead lap, but not sure what kind of race car he has after the repairs. How dare Parker says there's not enough cars left to wreck. If there's one, there's enough.
Yeah, you talk about Bubba Wallace and his situation. Been a yo-yo at the cut line recently. 33 above right now. Every position is a point, so being on the lead lap enormous here for that group.
Still no host of our sighting late in stage 2. We thought he might get up through there after getting his lap back. We'll see what he can do at this stage.
All right, going back green.
I believe we're going to see him at some point. I just haven't counted him out yet.
Elliott Busher front row. We're
back
green. Final stage.
Pulling out to the lead.
Teammates working together.
By the way, the green flag run that we had was about a 22-minute green flag run.
Busher almost into the wall there, down the back straightaway. 9 car Chase Elliott's going to stay at the top of the racetrack. That's where most of the organization is. Most of the cars, they have the numbers at the outside line.
Need Kyle to hang on to the draft, yeah.
48 car going to help out.
He has so far.
Brad's going to get a little help.
Chester.
43.
Go lay down. He's being a fucking idiot.
For Chase Elliott.
Okay, well, he fucking brought trash with him.
Good thing for the 9.
He's trash.
17 side by side with the 48. That doesn't allow that 17 to turn left. I think the 9's willing to allow the 48 to get to his inside because he knows the help's coming down the straightaway. Yeah, that's what you want to do if you're the lead car. Probably stay in that outside line. You have a choice between one layer to the other. The outside car is
Chester.
They have to push you. They're boxed in between the wall and the inside line. You jump down in front of that 48. He wants to. He can take you 3 wide, put you in a bad spot.
It was a perfect example. Like, I don't know if it was on purpose or by luck,
spot.
boxed into the 48. We'll see if he pulls it off again this time on the backstretch, right? So the 17 is going to shove the 9 out, and down the backstretch, the 9 and the 17 is going to extend that lead, but the 9 wants to make sure the 17 cannot turn left and get to his inside. Well, right now he has the 48 in there. Brad Keselowski's doing a good job with his 43 of Eric Jones to help this 48 have a chance in taking the lead. But right there, you see the 6 lose all the nose and momentum. He has to jump out of the gas.
3 wide, courtesy Ty Gibbs, who tried to make something happen in the low lane. Now it's Zane Smith, little crossover of momentum.
Oh, Busher. Oh, he's loose up there, top of the racetrack. I don't know if he drove to the top or the car drove him to the top. But
Kyle's in 16th right now.
And that killed the 9.
Highest he's been all night.
That allowed the 48 of Bowman to be clear now on the bottom. This is really the first time we've seen the bottom succeed a couple rows deep. Yeah, Brad Keselowski and Eric Jones did really good work to actually make that possible. Brad's an aggressive pusher. We've seen that in the past at Daytona and Talladega. Now here, I've always heard he's the best. Well, vote in. Do you some guys would disagree? Let me ask you. If you don't get wrecked, do you love the push that you're getting? He's going to push you hard, that's for sure. Now he's about to clear this 9 of Chase Elliott. Can he get up in front? He does. Good speed out of this.
Oh!
Crash on the front straightaway.
Shane Van Gisbergen going for a ride.
SVG brings out the caution.
Number 6 tonight.
Really lucky that wasn't worse.
Inside the top 10 when it got away from him, and he really has been strong since the middle portion of stage 2. A lot of time in the top 10.
Got a bent toe link right there on the left rear, it looks like.
So it's about a 3-minute and 40-second green flag, or 3-minute 40-second green flag run.
Maybe contact with the wall, possibly off the turn 4.
Yeah, no damage to SVG, it looks like.
Across the racetrack. Let's take a look. The white car right there on the outside line. Let's see what happens here.
That left rear toe link.
Yeah, caught the wall a little bit. 54 was kind of
SVG.
Yeah, a little bit of everything going on right there. The contact with the 54 trying to go 3 wide. Just 3 cars trying to go into a spot where only 2 will fit.
Bubba Wallace front row seat.
That just could have been a lot bigger than it was. I know Shane's got the damage.
Van Gisbergen won 2 weeks ago in Mexico City, locked himself into the playoffs. And you've got to believe he'll be a threat the next 2 weeks in Chicago and in wine country out in Sonoma, California.
So it's an awkward time for a caution. 22 cars on the lead lap. You know, we said they could run, mid-70s. I've heard some crew chiefs say maybe we could stretch it to 80 if we were riding around. So under green, you're for sure outside the fuel window, but big capital exclamation point. But what could happen? If you think we're going to get a rash of yellows, you pit right here as they try to get the left side up with the gas. With 84 laps to go, you pit and you're just done pitting and you hope your driver can keep the track position. The anxiety as a crew chief is that with a reduced field, will we continue to get yellows and get enough yellow flags? Alan, what are you hearing on Brad Keselowski in the 6?
Just laid out, Jeremy Mullins, the crew chief for Brad Keselowski, said, look, we're just outside of our window, so we are going to stay out because we can't make it if we filled up right now. Just kudos to that team because, again, they were running with damage before the last pit stop. Brad even questioned it and said, hey, look, do you want to come down and maybe fix the steering a little more? Do you want to fix some of the damage we have on the nose? Jeremy Mullins said, no, let's keep that track position. Looking to be a great decision at the moment. Brad Keselowski up to 2nd.
Let's go Justin Haley audio here, Team 7.
Saving here, bud. We get a little closer to our window. We're just outside of it now by probably, 7 laps. So, just be on your toes. Be a last minute call here.
So you heard of it, just outside the window. The question is, if it was a full field, I think you'd see more gambles and people would come to pit road. I think this is where the reduced field is changing it, and just like that, you see Busher come to pit. So there you go, split decision at the front of the field. Busher, Jones, this is it. They're doing this
for two reasons. One, I think they're gambling on making it on fuel. And, I mean, look at I only see 3 or 4 cars stay on the racetrack. So ended up pitting being the more conservative call. I love this call. I love being aggressive. I just think that's how you're going to win this race.
Going to be 23 cars on the lead lap when Austin Dillon gets the free pass. Busher leading them down right now, Danielle.
Here comes Chris Busher, guys. Overall happy with the car, but just before that caution, Scott Graves came on the radio and told him to save fuel. The last stop was 2 tires. Waiting on fuel here, Marty.
You see the 45 of Tyler Reddick coming down pit road. Billy Scott told him, if you see the majority in front of you come down pit road, let's come with them to right side tires and fuel. They said they only needed a second and a half, but Steve, to your point, outside the window, but if they get one caution, they're in the game to make it to the end.
Yeah, Marty,
Haley won the race off pit road there, Justin Haley.
I think they just jacked it up and tightened the right rear tire unless I missed it.
Positions.
We'll check on that and update you when we return.
Hamlin is back in the race.
Okay, here's what you want to do. Save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
Are you a caddy?
No, I'm a Doug. And that's a Limo.
Okay, I'm gonna putt now.
Okay, I'm gonna watch you putt.
Nice birdie.
Yes, he is a very nice bird.
Oh no, Limo!
Hamlin's 110 laps down.
Liberty, 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 Liberty. This summer at Dave & Buster's, when you take the wheel in our all-new racing games, you're going head-to-head in our nationwide leaderboard competition. Every win takes you one step closer to victory. So go ahead, catch my Drift 82, hit the gas. Bragging rights and exclusive prizes are yours to win. And so is this car. This summer, win on all cylinders at Dave & Buster's and leave the competition in your taillights.
New York State. It's everything this summer. Quality time on mountain hikes. Building memories. Beach days they'll never forget. Whatever you're chasing, it's here. Are you ready? New York State. Everything you love. Plan your summer getaway at iloveny.com.
I think I like sports now.
No way. The Gecko was just spotted down the street.
I've always wanted to meet him. Ever since Geico's 24/7 emergency roadside service got us out of a jam.
Sounds like you got more than just savings, my dudes.
So do we know you?
Oh, I'm just a stranger who loves friendly service and American football.
Something to drink?
Oh, yes, spot of tea would be lovely. And a root beer with lots of ice.
You know, you kind of look like someone.
Get more than your savings. Get more with Geico.
My cousin Daryl.
Oh, he does look like Daryl.
Getting ready for the restart here at Echo Park Speedway. Now we do our Credit One Bank ones to watch. Dale, I know who you're going with.
Yeah, the guy's going to win the bracket challenge for me, Chris Busher. 3 top 10s in the last 3 races of 2025. A lot of momentum. Running up the top 5 all night long with that 17. The top of my bracket at the end of this thing has missed all the wrecks tonight. The 9 of Chase Elliott doing a really nice job trying to find his way. Trying to find his way to victory lane. Winless streak up over 40. Looking for that 20th win of his career. I love this onboard right here. That clear visor. We'll be taking a look as he throws the blocks.
Looking at Eric Jones from my man to watch. Going to restart inside the top 10 here. You think about where he is in relation to the cut line. He's going to help himself tonight. But the bottom line is, if he's going to go to the playoffs, he needs to win. He's won in the draft, did it at Daytona. That was his first career victory a number of years ago, driving for Joe Gibbs Racing. A lot of faith in Jones to get it done here tonight. Let's go to Marty.
Adam, that was Tyler Reddick's call to bring the 45 to pit road, and got to give credit to Eagle Eye Steve up there in the booth.
Lights are off in the pace car.
A little bit of a vibration to start that run, so they just wanted to make sure that right rear was tight. And again, all those who did it just a moment ago in a little bit better fuel situation than the top three.
Thanks, Marty. Yeah, there's enough going on out there. You definitely don't want a vibration. Well, look where they're at. They're still on row 3. Everything's going to be fine. Got a little extra fuel.
Getting ready to go back green. It's going to be 79 laps to go.
79 to go. A little Bowman, a little Keselowski.
And green flag back in the air.
There's the beam up front.
79 to go in Atlanta.
That's a good job on the inside by the Hinder cars with a little help from Chris Buescher as
Bowman's
well.
going to pull out with the lead.
Look at the connection. Yeah, Chase's going to go the inside here. Teammates slowing each other down. Little side drafts. Here comes the pack. A huge run from behind.
Ty Gibbs, big shove, bottom lane, 17, Chris Buescher. Teammates continue side by side with Bowman outside of Elliott. Brad Keselowski going to give a helping hand in the draft.
That shovel cleared the 48 easily.
He's just a little bit too far out front. But Brad is equally gapped to third place. So no run coming from behind just yet to the 48. They start to close up on the back bumper of that 6. The 48's got to get ready. Big push coming. Brad's going to drive to the inside.
Look at this. Brad Keselowski digging in. Driving to the inside. Good battle out front. And Reddick helping out the 6.
Yeah, Reddick's got to push the 6 clear on the inside.
Yeah, Denny Hamlin is back on track. It's 110 laps down.
38 coming from out back.
Yeah, did a nice job. Something happened. The 54 and the 10, they checked up. The 38 passed both of them, and Wisely got right in line.
Dave Smith trying to work his way back into the top 5 here.
Going to be the second time in 3 weeks we get a driver from outside the top 30 in points win his way to the playoffs. Shane Van Gisbergen.
Oh, trouble. Bubba Wallace.
This weekend.
Bubba Wallace brings out the caution.
Back on the lead lap. He's running 12th.
That sucks. That was an almost 2-minute green flag run there.
This is a free lap right here for all these cars trying to stretch the fuel. Let's see what happened to the 23 Bubba Wallace.
Where's he at? Oh, just lost it.
Yeah, foul screen comes in sideways.
That's interesting. He had just gotten himself back on the lead lap, so maybe this is the first time since the accident that he's actually put the car at really, really competitive speed, really pushed the car. And just for some reason it jumps out from underneath him.
I go right to that cut line. Bubba right now being shown 15 out.
And Dale and I talked about this. In every year, the cut line winners move the cut line up. And with Brad leading, it's even crazier because he's so far down in points, he's on no one's leaderboard. So when you populate him into 12th as a winner, that is just a big change.
Yeah, and I should have put an asterisk on that because the 15 points obviously being majorly impacted by the fact that Keselowski is leading this race.
Well, that's what we talked about weeks ago, is how that cut line's going to move with new winners. And Steve said it would move. I believe most of the things you say, Steve.
Hey, I like that. I'll take it.
You were so correct, because Bubba was way up at one point, more than 60 points above the cut line. And now, we still got racing to go, but Bowman, Buescher, those guys aren't safe. Buescher's even told us he's in a must-win situation.
Brad Keselowski leading here, 6 radio.
I feel like we gotta put fuel on it here because we can make it from here. We're still just outside of it, but we're close.
Kyle is 84 points below the cut line for the playoffs.
I agree. This is not an option.
In 21st.
Themselves probably because a lot of guys that just pitted 8 laps ago you see on the pylon, they're going to stay out and use these yellows and hope to connect, so they're going to lose some track position. But not pitting here is just ignoring the facts, right? And I didn't hate their call to stay out. I don't think they made a mistake. The yellow kind of just caught them off guard. It was an unfortunate yellow happened right away. I like what Jeremy Bullins is saying. Remember, all the way back to last week, the communication issues. This car comes out pit road when it's closed. They put themselves back in position to have a chance. You know, there's a lot of ups and downs in the roller coaster of a NASCAR season, and that relationship from driver and crew chief gets tested because it's so emotional. So I love the very clean and clear direction from on top of the pit boxes. Come in, get fuel. You got a lot of time. You never know.
Now our Xfinity fastest lap. Going to pay a point into the night. Cody Ware, top of the charts right now. Stenhouse on the board with Christopher Bell. Interesting, those two are there because they had to match up in round one, the in-season challenge.
With 74 to go and the risks these drivers are willing to take, it wouldn't shock me if that gets bested.
I will be live for the Red Sox game tomorrow. Be live at 1:25 for that. First pitch is 1:35. So we take on the Toronto Blue Jays in this series finale at Fenway Park. Be sure to tune in for that if you don't want to be captured by the aliens.
2 more laps than they do in other tracks. So that goes into that fuel conservation conversation. I didn't think I would get those 2 words connected without stumbling over them. I saw you stare at me like, I can't believe you just said that without sounding foolish.
Aggressive.
I appreciate that.
73 to go. You're watching the Quaker State 400 available at Walmart. NASCAR on TNT is back. We're excited about it. We've got a great run of races ahead. We're live at Echo Park Speedway, and here we go.
As expected, leaders come, and not shocking, other guys that were just on pit road will come again. The difference is they're going to be there very quickly. Now, I will say, when you have mismatched plans in the pit box, communication is key. You don't want to run into each other with someone entering while somebody else is leaving. Danielle, Alex Bowman to the 48, heading to you.
Alex Bowman has led 25 laps tonight. He's coming up on the 1-year mark, Stevie. Since his last win at the Chicago Street Course, he's certainly putting himself in position tonight. Entering the pit second, just behind Brad Keselowski. He's going to pull off here. Let's see what the call is. Ally 48 group over the wall, taking right sides only, guys. Let's send it to Alan.
Brad Keselowski needs 2.5 seconds of fuel. That's 5 gallons according to the team, and he was told to go like hell once he gets that fuel, Marty Snyder.
Alan Billy Scott admitted, I'm really on the fence about this one, but Tyler Reddick does come to pit road, kind of made the call on his own again. He'll win the race.
Reddick wins the race off pit road there.
They did it the last time, didn't
Over
need as
Busher.
long of a stop as everyone else did.
Reddick gets out first, but the RFK cars come out behind him. They've been strong lately. Big restart when we return to Echo Park Speedway.
Kyle gained a spot there.
So, you like NASCAR but don't know who to root for? Here's some Toyota legends you can get behind. Meet Tyler Reddick. Crushed it in the Xfinity Series and now he's here. Basically the Cinderella story if Cinderella drove 200 miles per hour. Then there's John Hunter Nemechek. New kid on all gas, no brakes. Oh, and Denny Hamlin. Ever heard of Daytona? He's won it 3 times. No big deal. We have a lot of drivers, all legends. You pick. You in?
You on guard tonight? Oh, nah. They just got Simply Safe. It protects the whole home inside and out.
Stop. This is Simply Safe.
Whoa!
That was impressive.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Those eyes, that nose, your hair, your Nana's smile, Granddad's sense of humor, Dad's ear for music, and your mom's work ethic. We all inherit things from our families, but what many of us don't? The wealth needed to buy our first home. Progressive wants to help, so we created a down payment assistance grant for first-generation home buyers. Visit progressive.com/openthehouse to learn more.
This Xfinity Wi-Fi is boom.
Next up, booming time. The Wi-Fi booming. The Wi-Fi is booming
like a
10X double unicorn IPO.
Read me sideways. It's bursting with Wi-Fi.
Well, everyone who knows a boom when they see one is going to want to know.
The Wi-Fi's booming.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What did she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC.
We actually sold the twins' naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
Need a tan? I'm your man.
We do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us. The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
This melty white American cheese is the luckiest cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter-pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheesesteak. Sorry, other cheese. Arby's, we have the meat.
NASCAR on TNT live in Hampton, Georgia on this Saturday night. Echo Park Speedway, the scene for round 18 in the Cup Series.
All right.
Echo Park.
Get ready to go back green. Going to be 70 laps to go.
With this racetrack, and place looks outstanding. Big restart coming here. 70 to go. Big penalty on pit road. Tyler Reddick going to have to come from deep in the field.
I kind of thought he'd spin. It kind of looked like it.
As we roll once again.
See the Tyler Reddick speeding.
In their opening round matchup, does it get any better than this when you talk about the in-season challenge?
Saw some wild racing all night long, but you got to imagine the risks going to be bigger, the moves bolder. The drivers understand. Got to start moving to the front, trying to take control of this race. If you want to win it, 70 to go, 69 to go, long ways.
I want you to look at that inside lane, third car back. Connor Zillage. The young kid, 18 years old, running full-time in Xfinity. This is his third Cup start. He's been on a road course. He did the Coke 600, longest race of the year. And oh my, is he just showing off
Yeah,
his
point
talent.
001. That was a stage 2 finish.
Flash to the front, and look at the 60 of Ryan Priest.
Ryan Priest to the lead.
Big run coming down the front straightaway. The 17 in the back of the 54. 54 going to try to push this 60 car. Every other time he's been diving to the inside to try to take that lead. He knew the teammate of the 60, the 17 of Busher is running third, so you probably wouldn't have had that help. 45 of Reddick trying to make some moves back here in the back.
Yeah, got that penalty, lost the track position, trying to get it back is Reddick. Already back up in the top 10. Here's Allen.
Outside infield care with Denny Hamlin. That wreck was a long time ago, but the team tried to do everything they could.
Oh, Denny Hamlin's done for the night.
Let's talk about the wreck, though. You were at the front of it. What happened?
All of us were in the top line.
So yeah, Denny Hamlin got up to 31st, and then
Most crashed.
went to the garage.
Was on the bumper of the 42.
So he did get some spots back. Those points are valuable.
You know, Speedway pushing, zigging and zagging, and we all crashed. So just.
Well, not really for him because he's already got multiple wins.
All right, Denny Hamlin out much earlier.
3 wins.
Marty.
Alan Adam touched on it. Tyler Reddick got a penalty on the last stop for too many boxes on entry to his pit stall. He restarted 16, trying to make his way up through the field for Tyler Reddick.
Oh, we got a crash in turn 4. One car spun around.
Caution.
backwards.
Caution number 8.
Eric Jones around.
It's like everybody.
Eric Jones spins around with 65 laps to go.
Unscathed. Just saw Eric sideways, broadside.
And we'll bring out the
in front of
caution.
field.
So it's almost a 2 minute and 40 second green flag
Earlier
run.
damage. Those tires still have the letters on them. you gotta
Jones
be
boy.
specific on what damage. Yep. So watch that 43 car back there. He just gets a little bit loose right there in front of Connor Zillage. Everybody, for the most part, is going to get through okay. Great job out of the field.
Pictures look unbelievable. Gives me an opportunity to salute our crew. Behind the scenes, do an outstanding job with these long days here in Atlanta. Hot, humid, battling the elements, long days and nights, but everybody keeping us where we need to be and putting on an outstanding show for us here tonight.
I'll give you a little tip of the hat. I was sitting in my hotel room watching you last night on that very long delayed Xfinity race. Nice
I was not fishing for that, by the way.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Kyle Busch right there in 15th was up there with you. Stuck you there the whole night.
Do I get to collect 2 days of per diem because we were on after midnight? How does that work?
That's a different group you're going to have to discuss it with. I can't help you. Ricky Stenhouse, you see past the pace car. He'll get the free pass, put him back. 21 cars now in the lead lap.
And he had that damage to the toe link that they've repaired, and interesting to see if he can make something out of the rest of this night.
That'll be 21 cars on the lead lap.
You did such a great job yesterday. Guess what, Adam? You get to be back at it next week.
That's right. We're going to the streets of Chicago. NASCAR Xfinity Series racing Saturday afternoon on the CW, 3:30 Eastern Time. And we make the nice transition to Connor Zillage. He's been impressive on Saturdays lately, Danielle. Friday this weekend in the Xfinity Series, but when he comes over and does it on the Cup side, he's been doing a great job as well.
And did you just see that save? Staying away from the 43 to keep his great...
Kyler Murray's at the UFC Las Vegas.
Start Adam tonight.
I love
his
Kyler
first on
Murray.
a drafting track, and everything is going according to plan. He told me this morning the goal tonight is just to learn. Take it easy in the first stage, learn how this next-gen car drafts, and then by the final stage, be in position up front when it counts. And we mentioned the fourth-place Xfinity finish last night. He said, there's nothing relative. The car is different. The draft is different. Look how quickly he is picking things up here in the Cup Series. Adam, impressive.
No doubt.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say about him is when he talks about racing this Cup car, he says, I'm just there to learn. He talks about his experience out on the racetrack and what he's learned and what he's done and seen racing in these Cup races. But he always kind of backs that up with, I'm only out there to learn. I'm only out there to run the laps and understand the car. And as he's doing tonight, he probably has a car that he could be more aggressive with and drive up in there and push and battle in that top six when he had the track position. You'll see him be very careful, and he's faded back a little bit, but he is learning exactly how this car is. It's completely different than anything that he's ever
guys
driven
farther
on
back
the
pitting.
side. So good for him to be smart, get out there, run all the laps. Maybe
People up front, they aren't guaranteed to make it, you know.
20 to go, we might see him being more aggressive.
These caution laps, though, that might help them.
A few takers coming to pit road.
I mean, we're definitely not done with cautions, let's be real.
With 63 to go now, maybe just some tires. Maybe like, for me to do what I need to do, pull and push and tug on that steering wheel, I need a little bit more grip. Put some tires on it so I can be on the offense. Maybe just tape some more panels up. You never know with all the damage you have out here.
7 heading your way, Alan.
Yeah, long night for Justin Haley. At one point tonight, he said he was 10 out of 10 tight, but they've been working on it. At one point, up there in the top 5, top 3. Didn't pit last time for fuel, which wasn't sure if that was going to be the strategy to keep them going, but he's in the pits now, getting 4 tires and fuel, Marty Smacker.
What a fantastic night it's been for Ty Dillon, hanging out in the back half of the top 10. Really, for much of the second half of the race, as Justin Haley has a problem trying to leave his pit stall, but Ty Dillon going to go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires, too. And, Steve, I think you're exactly right. I think that's the play. They knew they didn't have a car that could win the race for Ty Dillon, so why not come put tires on it and see what you can do?
Absolutely. Find an advantage. You don't want to be the
trouble for Haley there on the pit stop.
On a certain strategy, jump over to another.
On WhatsApp, your personal messages, they're yours. We can't read them. We can't hear them.
You think Asa Bailey won't be in the NBA very long?
See them.
Asa Bailey's gonna be like the next fucking Lamar Odom. Now that you said that.
On WhatsApp, no one can see or hear your personal messages. Not even us.
Is approved for the treatment of relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis in adults. Ponvory lowers the number of white blood cells, lymphocytes, in your blood. Usually, this will return to normal within 1 to 2 weeks of stopping treatment. Ponvory can increase your risk of serious infections that can be life-threatening and may cause death. Ponvory can cause your heart rate to slow down, especially after you take your first dose. Do not take Ponvory.
Yeah, I heard that apparently teams were like,
heart attack, unstable angina, stroke.
some teams are told like not to pick him, or like,
including certain types of abnormal
well, not
heart
necessarily
rate.
that, but like teams were warned about him
Include upper respiratory tract
for whatever
infections,
reason.
elevated liver enzymes, and high blood pressure. Starting treatment
Not
with
to pick him,
Ponvory will
but he
begin
still
with
got
the
picked
starter pack.
5th.
Ask your doctor about Ponvory or visit ponvory.com to learn more. By Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
A Chewy pharmacy order is on the way for Homer, the homebody who prefers the great indoors. Nature does call, and outside is outside. So Mom uses Chewy to get his flea and tick meds at a great price, delivered right to their door, or right to the couch. For quality meds and great prices, for life with pets, there's Chewy.
The new How to Train Your Dragon menu is now at BK. Get it before it disappears. Oh, toothless. Bold, tasty, and dangerously delicious. How to Train Your Dragon, only in theaters.
Nice Oakleys, Stipe. Where'd you get them?
Cody wearing 10th, that's fucking crazy.
Stipe, nice boots. Where'd you get those?
GoVex.com. Exclusive deals for first responders, military, and law enforcement only at GovX.com.
Back green.
Perfect timing. Green flag in the air. Restart. 60 to go.
I love the mix. Got some standard players at the front. Priest is now up there. We got Hocevar back there. Zillage.
Elliott's leading.
All kinds of players. Chase Elliott's going to jump in front of that outside line.
Ryan Priest putting the pressure on.
Ryan Priest thinking differently there. Brad Keselowski second. Look at the RFK cars performing late.
Kyle Busch running
again.
15th.
All 3 of them inside the top 4.
Chase doesn't know where to go. Brad's going to stick right there on his bumper, though, down the back straightaway. Brad fades back to the Priest car, number 60 in third. Big run for the 6th down the back straightaway. He's going to dive the inside.
And look who's diving around behind him. 77, Carson Hocevar. Back in the game and letting everybody know I'm here to play.
Hocevar is indeed riding the Dente.
Yeah, that outside line's going to get real popular. Going to see a lot of people drive to the inside. Chase Elliott.
Yeah.
Around, taking the
Oh,
lead.
66. David Starr's on the grass. That's probably going to be a caution.
Green right now.
Looks like he might be able to get this car to pit road.
Look at Brad Keselowski out of line.
That might end up being a caution.
His teammate, Chris
Caution.
Buescher.
Caution is out. David Starr just slowly meandering off the pit road. Is going to stop the car here at the pit exit.
So it was about a minute and a half green flag run.
Driving at 66. 18 laps down, now 19. See, they've had some contact with the wall and flat tires, unable to move that car.
You saw the caution numbers earlier, total caution numbers. When you look at this racetrack in the draft configuration prior to what we had in those races in the years prior to making the change. But right now we're at 9 cautions on the night, and that's right at the average of what we've seen per race since we started drafting here in 2022.
And they talked about how their cars weren't driving well at the start of the race, and I think that's been a big factor in why we've seen so many accidents tonight. Not so much the closed quarter sort of bumper-to-bumper, side-by-side racing. It's really these cars are uncomfortable. Not only do we have sort of the super speedway style crashing,
right,
but we also have cars just losing control all on their own. We're going to take a look at this replay right here with David Starr down the front straightaway. And he's already lost the car off of turn 4. That's the last thing you want to do.
I think there's another big one coming.
18 laps down, now you've wrecked the car.
And some people at the back are able to get slowed down enough in time.
Not a lot of experience in the Cup car this year. It's a tough situation.
Either the drivers have said that they don't want to be hooked and want to push, but NASCAR wants to hook them up.
We'll reset the running
Yeah, no, I
order.
know.
We come
But
back.
I don't know why NASCAR is so
56 laps
fucking
remaining at Echo Park
hell bent
Speedway.
on giving them a toe.
This melty white American cheese is the luckiest cheese alive. It gets to smother a quarter-pound of rich steak to create Arby's cheesesteak. Sorry, other cheese. Arby's, we have the meats.
You can run the perfect race.
Denny Hamlin leading the pack on the final lap.
And then, boom.
Oh, Hamlin's hit. Hamlin is out of it.
That's true in racing and life. When debt hits hard, National Debt Relief helps you take control, so you can pay less than you owe in less time than you think. When life wrecks your finances, National Debt Relief helps you get back on track. Visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started today.
From local shops in Portland, Maine, to national garages in Portland, Oregon, Napa and our nationwide network of parts and exceptional service are here to keep your business moving at full speed.
Yeah.
Getting 5% cash back on the monthly category I choose when I pay with my PayPal debit card.
Logano too a few years ago.
You gonna go? You can pay your own way. I use PayPal to buy this ticket, paying it off over time. No fees, no interest.
You know what else has no interest?
Oh, it's a
Me.
You're the fucking thing. I'm still here.
More savings, more flexibility. The rewarding and trusted way to pay. PayPal.
When Ram killed the Hemi V8, people had opinions. We got it wrong, and we're fixing it. You hear that? That's our Hemi, and it's saying, I'm back. You want more? Buckle up. Ram's coming back to NASCAR. Let's go, baby. We're back in American motorsport. The Hemi's back. We ain't going anywhere.
Welcome to a whole lot more on the line. More drivers going head-to-head means more stakes, more grit, and more to prove. The challenge is on. 32 drivers enter $1 million showdown. 5 races of bracket-busting matchups. More pressure, more risk, and more reward. Only on
Even if these front guys do pit, there was a guys who pitted
to the in-season challenge.
on the caution before this that
to NASCAR.
stay out. Oh, yeah.
Shark Week. There's no hiding from it. Starts Sunday, July 20th on Discovery.
Ty Dillon, Justin Haley, Kyle Busch, BJ McLeod, Eric Jones, Stenhouse, Custer, Allmendinger, Austin Dillon.
Restart will come with 53 to go. Doing the
The win might come from opening of that pack
that
I just mentioned. That might be where your winner comes from.
4 here. Going to be lined up on the inside. He was really aggressive when he had that track position a bit earlier in the race.
Everyone inside the top 10 for the restart winless in 2025. And now our true green flag moment of the night.
That we had where the 20 of Christopher Bell gets loose, gets himself turned around, just took out a couple of heavy hitters early in the race. 12 of Blaney, who's always been strong in Atlanta.
You know, Larson tiptoed through there, and he's at 11th on the leaderboard right now, hanging around. What about the 6, Alan?
They told Brad Keselowski that he can go hard to the end. This caution helped them in their fuel number. He doesn't have to worry about fuel savings to the end, he was told.
I like it. That's a great update, Alan. Now we know
All
where
right.
we're at on fuel. Now
Getting ready to go back green.
How much risk you're willing to take. Still 54 to go.
Gonna be 53 laps to go when we go back green.
That's the thing. It can happen real fast. We can have a clunky.
Here we go. Pace cars off to get to the restart zone, and green flag is back in the air. 53 laps to go in Atlanta. Brad has a chance to win. Yeah, I do.
Mention those RFK cars trying you. Nascar's maybe going to hook up at the front end of the field. Gibbs sliding high. On board with Reddick right in the rim.
It's still 3 wide. Teammate on his outside, Bowman to the inside, down the back straightaway. 45 is now clear. Reddick's going to drive down underneath the 60 here, trying to get to the quarter panel. Can't do it. Loses a little momentum down the front straightaway.
A lot of bouncing around up in front of him. Jockeying for position.
Reddick gets a big push from his teammate. The 54 Gibbs and drives him to the outside of the 60. Even 60 to their door. Down to the back bumper of the 9 car. Chase Elliott's going to stay up here and hopefully get some help. He's pushed to the outside of Busher now for second. That's the hole that Reddick wants to fill. Get to the outside.
Man, racing is beautiful.
To the quarter panel before the 17 can get back in line. I think the outside's the lane you want to be in. Oh yeah, here you go. Shove the 9 down in the corner. Stay close enough that the 17 can't fill it in. I love the top. I know the bottom looks like you're inching forward, but I think the top is the safer lane to be in because of this. These guys move left and block left.
Zane Smith said his name a lot tonight. 38 back there behind Alex Bowman. There's Zane pulling out a line. Side by side with a 48.
Oh, the 48's going to drag you back though with the side draft, and that's a bad spot to be in off of turn 2. No momentum, no help. Busher and Chase Elliott do second and third. Are they comfortable here? Do they want to click some laps off out of the mess? Be a little patient. Try to get inside 20 to go before you start back. They haven't been patient all night, so I don't know why I'm suggesting they may do that now, but we'll see. I think the 2-arm K car is running kind of offset as a little bit of a defensive tactic.
So Brad Keselowski, your leader right now. Here comes Busher.
Nope. Getting to the inside of the 6. I think just blocking both lanes of air.
That's Brad Keselowski, the leader.
It's kind of like the 6 knows the 17 is going to go down. He shuts the air off to the 9. And they're doing
Brad Keselowski's led the last 5 laps.
really nice job.
He's led 10 laps tonight. Brad Keselowski has led 12 laps tonight. He's leading Busher. Busher's led 15 laps tonight.
He's had a great approach tonight because there were times you looked at him on track and you just said he's trapped and he's frustrated. But the young driver hanging in there looking for his first career victory, and he's at the front with 45 to go.
Right behind his group is that 77 of Hocevar. He's right behind this 45.
Man, imagine if Kyle didn't get that wreck. Didn't get that fucking damage.
That 7 is his teammate. I don't know what inside 3 wide.
I mean, I can't say that really though, because like that wreck was just, you know, that was fucking. That wreck was like 9/11. That's how bad that wreck was.
The seal on the straightaways get really tight when they're side by side. You're trying to slow down that car with the side draft. Hold that car in position.
Yeah, he said he has no fucking interest in doing that.
Bowman to the inside of his teammate Chase Elliott. Big run by the 54, 3 wide. Ty Gibbs to the inside as the Hendrick boys slow themselves down.
A 2-for-1 action there. Ty Gibbs Gibbs up to fifth.
Good run by the 7 here, Haley. He came in, got some gas, got some tires, and he drove that car on those new tires all the way up into the
Brad has now led the last 10 laps.
We're going to get you shot in here. I do agree, those new tires are looking good.
Led a total of 15 laps.
Yeah, it reminds me last year, Blaney has a late spin. They come in, they put tires on, and he was able to drive back up and be a contender.
Mr. Tyler Gibbs running in 6th.
In the wrong direction, Reddick taking advantage.
I think the question of if you change tires comes down to how many laps to go. I don't think you can do it with 5 or 8 to go. If you have 20 or so, maybe you could argue that you have to.
Ty Gibbs. Logano still has led the most laps.
Higher by half. I have a bit of a mix between like the new Atlanta and the old Atlanta where tires can give you some offense.
Yeah, Joey Logano led 51 laps. He's out of the race.
Right to the bottom, keep it wide open, tug the wheel into it. Now, it didn't work. He didn't clear the 45, but he had good confidence to drive down there. 45 car, Reddick.
You know, I almost went with Brad to win. I really did. I had Brad typed out in my fucking win predictions tweet. But then I was like, nah, Busher. Busher's running second. I mean, it's still got a long way to go. 40 to go. I mean, it's not long, but I mean, a lot can happen.
He does. Into second place, Chase Elliott. Now Busher back to the inside.
What a squeeze.
Wow, contact right there. Busher and Chase Elliott made some pretty solid contact.
That's at least 2 or 3 times tonight that Busher has been compromised.
Look at the door mark
and
on that
somehow
line.
hangs on to it.
That 9 car's got a nice little door mark right at the number on the left side. From that 17.
Elliott's trying to come for second. No.
Pretty hard hit.
Nope.
That speaks to what we're seeing here tonight.
I like it. This is fun to watch. And these, you said it earlier, Steve, we've got to give it to these drivers. They are putting the show on.
Kyle's car just doesn't have the speed. Yeah, he's running at 20th.
Each other down. Huge.
Busher loses some spots. Here comes Elliott and Haley.
This is the 9 sliding in front of the 17, and it was inches. The 17 turns left. The 9
Wasn't Haley in that group that pitted lap 197?
I don't know. Bam. Wow. Contact. Oh, front row seat right here, Dale. Yeah, that's like totally bending contact right there. How did they do that? Oh, how did they not wreck? Well, top, they're good. To the outside of the 6th and 9, I think this is going to be the boost to lead. He's got to the right rear. He's got help with the 7. 17's got to come push Brad.
Come on, Justin.
Up top. Big run by the 17. Both have good pushes.
Chevy versus Ford in the draft. Justin Haley helping Chase Elliott. Chris Busher helping the boss man Brad Keselowski.
Busher is clear of the 7. He doesn't take the bait.
Here comes Bowman making it 3 wide. Oh my God.
That corner entry chases it up. Busher wanted to help his teammate Brad Keselowski, his owner. Want to stay in that bottom lane. What does he do? He's back down to help the 6. He's going to sacrifice himself a little bit right here. Because he's not going to clear the 9.
I'd love to see Bowman or Haley win this race.
But now, Busher's got some work to do by himself.
It'd be cool to see Gibbs or Zane Smith. I mean, obviously Busher was my win pick.
Was fourth in line at the bottom. Lane, and now here he comes.
Wouldn't mind seeing Chase win it.
Showing something for Team Collins.
Still covered underneath.
35, now 34 laps to go.
It's wild. I don't know if it can happen for 34 more laps, right? There's just so many opportunities right there.
Oh, trouble! Justin Haley's around. Caution is out. Caution is out for Justin Haley with 34 laps to go. He has a tire down, right rear tire. It just fucking flew off. Now he's fucking, he can't even get going.
They sit on the wear block. Let's see what happens. Oh, the chain gets loose on the inside there. He just has to correct up the racetrack into the 7.
I did an amazing job by the 7 not to overcorrect to the right. I mean, that car tank slapped, and he turned right, and they thought it was going to go into the outside wall. Watch this correction.
So it was a little bit over a 10-minute green flag run.
Right here, then right. Watch this move. Boom. I'm shocked that thing didn't spin back to the right. Really nice work by the drivers in the 7. All right, Crew Chief Dale, you're 1-0 in the Xfinity Series. You're Brad Keselowski, Chase Elliott. You got over 20 laps on your tires. You're gonna pick.
That sucks. I really wanted Haley to win.
I think so.
After
I think you're
it
gonna
really
bring a lot
kind
of
of
people
became
with
obvious
you.
that
At least
Kyle
the
wasn't
back
going to
half
win.
of This pack is coming, right?
I would really like to
Pit
see
road,
Bowman.
so we're looking at about 20 cars, maybe only about
Or
15,
Busher,
16
my win
really
pick.
competitive cars.
I'd love to see Ty Gibbs also. It'd be cool to see him get his first win.
Coming to pit road and maybe lining up.
It'd be cool to see Elliott win.
Get worse. I can't pit from the front row.
Yeah.
Your argument is absolute, and I could absolutely be wrong. But if I'm the 6 or the 9, I just cannot give up front row. But Busher on back, I can make an argument that you definitely need to have some fresh tires. But oh, there you go. I thought it'd be easier just to put the 4 up. This wasn't my idea, but it's a great call. The 9, 17,
Jeez,
30,
Jaden, why you
45, they're not
fucking
involved.
being a
32
fucking
go, though,
terrorist,
we
bro?
could- For the cycle, we could get all 4 of them. I hope that doesn't happen.
Hey, I want to go this way.
Not involved in wrecks is only 4 drivers.
Staying out here. What about the teammate element with Busher up there in Bowman? And how does that factor in the way you strategize here? Or do you say, like, every man for himself? Are you thinking about having help and working together
What,
in that
Fox?
element
What?
of it, or no?
I feel that everything happens in this track so quickly. You're asking a lot of your driver if you want him to kind of hook up with a teammate and try to have a plan with strategy. So I really think you just have to stick with your own plan.
I got the answer to that question. You can't really count on anything, and I think you know that. If you are teammates out on the racetrack, you can't really count on everything to go your way and for your teammate to always help you, unless he happens to be the owner of the team. And Brad Keselowski.
Wait, this is coming from an owner of a race team. So I like this.
I believe, that Chris Busher will be a little more loyal to that 6th car than what the other teammates that are available to each other out there on the racetrack. Maybe not on the very last lap, but we've seen him sacrifice himself to be able to push that 6th car clear into the lead. Brad expects it too.
Chase Elliott, team radio.
I don't know. I said I'm really torn. What do you think? Yeah, but I hate to give up the front row, but I think some guys are going to come. The question is, can you get there in time, not get crashed? Yeah, my gut says.
So we're going over into other TV time now.
Yes, sir.
We're going over into the an episode of The Librarians. This episode is called The Next Chapter.
Caution came out in this range, they would indeed pick. But Steve, here is to make your point.
So about the House of Cards.
Too many things are going to have to go right for anyone who hits here to be able
And
to
then
win the
the
race.
post-race show might go over into Meg 2, The Trench.
But sometimes on top of the pit box, you have to say, how am I okay losing? And I'm not okay losing taking my driver, who's as good as Chase Elliott, off the front road and not working on new tires. I'm okay losing staying out with track position and having tires beat us. I'm okay losing that way.
The other thing we have too is behind them, Stenhouse, Ty Dillon, they have 10-lap fresher tires sitting in 6th and 7th. A few other cars, they're all coming to pit road even with that advantage. So that tells me how important the new tires are. Stenhouse had better tires than anybody in front of him. Still gives up the track position.
And I love it. So just as much as I didn't want to pit from the front row, if you're Stenhouse, hey man, we got to win. We got to make something happen. Let's make, 6. We're not quite there. We're kind of in that dirty air. Let's get on it. And he did what you said, Dale. He got everybody to come behind him. So now we can be the first car on new tires.
I love Stenhouse and Reddick on the attack. Give me them playing offense here. Alan?
An easy choice for Ricky Stenhouse because he told the team, I'm just not fast right now. I'm really, really tight. So we're going to come on, put 2 tires on the right side, roll around to the left, put on 4 tires. Marty Snyder.
Long debate between Billy Scott and Tyler Reddick as to whether or not to come right here. But to Steve's point, they gave up. the back half of the top 10 to come down pit road. We'll see where Reddick restarts, but obviously on offense for the 45 for the final 30 laps, Adam.
You know, Adam, I think they're going to restart at the same spot. You know, I think basically you can't give up something you don't have. So if you don't have track position, what are you worried about?
And the host of our car is damaged, but I don't mind him on offense either.
Oh, no, for sure.
Danielle?
Right now, Adam, Chris Buescher is sitting 15th on the playoff grid, just 35 points above the cut line. He told me, I don't look at points. I don't worry about them. Last week at Pocono, I didn't chase points. Even though I know I'm on the bubble, I go to win, and it ended up being a 40-point plus day. All I try to do is run up front, and the rest will take care of itself.
You know, you look at the last 8 weeks, Danielle, 8 different winners, 6 of those winning for the first time in 2025. Here's a little recap of what we've seen the last couple of months. It's been fantastic.
A win today would change the playoff picture.
They got it going on. What an effort for this race team. From the back to the front, Ross Chastain wins the Coca-Cola 600. Ryan Blaney is the man in Music City. The playoff field is over half full. Chase Briscoe saves and wins at Pocono.
Welcome to the playoffs.
I think you could look at 9 for 9 pretty easy here.
No doubt.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we'll go to Chicago. I could see 10 for 10, go for 11 and something. Like, that's back to that cut line conversation. Is the schedule is a big part of that. This is, you called it clunky, Dale, and I agree. It's that clunky part of the summer where we just have a big variety of tracks.
A free pass here, Michael McDowell. He's back on the lead lap. I'm showing 21 cars on the lead lap. This is significant, though, because he's head-to-head with A.J. Allmendinger in season challenge, and Allmendinger restarting inside the top 20 as well. Front row, Elliott, Keselowski, and behind them going to be their teammates, Bowman and Buescher.
Hard class. Highlighting the drivers with fresh tires. Stenhouse 10th, so you heard like Reddick pitted from just inside the top 10 is going to restart just outside the top 10. Great decision to pick. He didn't give much up.
Going to be going to green with 28 laps to go. Got Brad Keselowski leading, Chase Elliott on the front row, Buescher, Bowman on the second row, Zane Smith, Ty Dillon with the third row, Ty Gibbs, Eric Jones on the fourth row, and Cole Custer and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the fifth row.
Right? You want the opportunity for the race to be green, to be able to utilize the new tires, to be able to make the moves you need to make to get toward the front. Caution laps going to eat away these 29 laps to go here really quickly.
Going to go back green here.
Got word, Hocevar, Reddick, got penalties.
Green flag.
Did Stenhouse, as we talked about. 28 laps to go as we get to green flag. Big push outside lane. Buescher and Keselowski working together.
Keselowski's clear. He's going to drive down in front of this 9 car. Chase is going to push him a little bit. Here comes the 48 to try to help the 9 of Chase Elliott down the back straightaway. But the teammates of RFK are going to lock together, making contact. That's going to get the 6 clear off into turn 3.
Ty Gibbs trying to make something happen in the 54.
Here comes the 45 of Reddick with those new tires. Driving up through the field, trying to make as much of a gain as he possibly can. Thought about 3 wide, backs out of it.
Confidence is high on those tires, and speed not a problem. The question is, does he have room to work? Eric Jones right back there in the hunt inside the top 10. Inside lane, 47, 77 working together. How about that? That's way back behind this lead group.
Brad's just going to have to watch where the runs are coming from. Going to have to get some great information from his spotter about the momentum from behind. Which lane is lane I need to stall out? Down in the corner, drive down in front of the 9 car, get him out of the gas. On the straightaway, jump in front of your teammate in the outside line and take the momentum from the top.
Zane Smith, big shot to the 17 of Chris Buescher.
If Chris Buescher gets another one of those or gets enough momentum to be able to make a run on the 6, does he make the pass? Or does he sit here and control the front of this field for Brad Keselowski?
Look at Reddick already up to the top 5.
That is such a tough position for Buescher to be in. He's kind of required almost to help his teammate to a certain degree.
Gibbs for position.
If he was, he should have got them tires now. Iron back there in that dirty air with them older tires, and now the new tires are starting to race up to there. The 77 of Hocevar.
You're absolutely right, right? Like the 45 got tires and got that track position, makes everything harder for the 9. He's definitely at a huge disadvantage now that he's lost that track position.
Gibbs pushing Zane Smith. 38 making a jump. Slides into line behind Keselowski.
45 got tight right there. Had to jump out of the gas. He gets saved by the 9 and Chase Elliott. 45 now with the momentum off of the nose of that 9 down to the inside here. He's clear in front of 17 up into 3rd place.
I won't say he's making it look easy, but boy, he's just driving right through there. Zane Smith out of line.
Yeah, he's going to possibly clear.
Zane Smith to the lead.
Driving him up in front. Spotter says go ahead, take the lane. Zane Smith to the lead. 22 laps to go.
Still 1. I think I'm on next 5 still.
Reddick is really the only car that's been able to use the new tires to drive up into the top 5. Here's the 6 of Brad Keselowski to the inside of Zane Smith, going to clear easily.
Busher trying to sneak back up there in the 17 car. Chase Elliott back in it. Ty Gibbs riding high in that outside lane.
You see the 77 of Hocevar instant out side by side just off the screen.
Toyota's working together. Gibbs pushing Reddick. Here's the 45. On board looking for the lead. Riding behind Keselowski.
2 off. Half off 38. Half off.
All nose to tail for the top 5, 6 spots. Now the 48 to the inside. 45 to the inside of the lead for Brad Keselowski. He's not going to be able to make the pass. Brad's going to get the push down the front straightaway. Zane Smith's going to stick behind that 6 car.
Fords working together. Zane the push. Keselowski keeps the lead. Bowman comes through for 3rd.
Just like that, Reddick loses all of that track position, drives in front of the 77, stalls out Hocevar. He's losing tons of spots down the back straightaway. Reddick still losing spots. 48 of Bowman to the inside for 2nd place. He's clear.
Danielle talked about it. It was about a year ago when Bowman got that big win in Chicago. Rejuvenated himself, locking into the playoffs. And regardless of how it plays out, you can take the playoff picture and turn it upside down. This is going to be something tonight, a real turning point late in the regular season.
Brad really wishes he had his teammate behind him. Had a little bit of security. Knowing there was some commitment to 17, trying to work his way back and toward the front.
Stenhouse back in the picture. He had a penalty, which is why he had to fall back on the restart. A penalty on the pit stop, has recovered reasonably well now, up into the 8th position for the 47 car.
Bowman nose to the inside, gets blocked by the 6. Out front. Down the back straightaway, another run coming from the 48 here. Fades to the inside. He's going to try to make this pass happen. Not a lot of momentum. Brad can't slow him down.
That was such a nice job by the 6. Oh, that's slow
But
off,
is
but is it going to work?
Yes, the 48 to the lead. 6 back to the inside, down the front straightaway.
What a crossover move by Brad Keselowski. 17 to go.
And he's clear. And he prevents another crossover from the 48 of Bowman.
And here comes Stenhouse. That red 47 just keeps flashing.
Up 14 since the restart. 47 is the car on the move.
Bowman back to the lead on the inside of the 6. No run from Brad. 48's clear in the lead.
Hendrick Motorsports has been great here at this racetrack in the draft. 2 wins for William Byron, 1 for Chase Elliott. Those 3 victories the best.
Brad's got to put some kind of run together, but he's going to drive to the inside. Can he get there? I don't know if this is a pass. They're going to slow each other down down the front straightaway, giving Zane Smith an opportunity.
Here goes Brad.
Go 3 wide. He does, and he's going to push that.
Brad takes the lead, and Zane Smith takes 2nd.
That entire pass was created from Brad getting on the left rear quarter of the 48.
Bowman battling Zane Smith for 2nd now.
Believing that the 38, the fellow Ford, would stay in line, and he did.
3/4. Just keep the 54 with you.
Brad's drafting IQ is just so high. moves he makes have just such subtle tendencies. Here about a 45.
Brad looks like he's pulling away, but trust me, he's not.
Commit to the outside line there. Boats of our 3 wide
14 to go.
Here I come. I've been missing you guys. Been a long time, he said, since I've been up front. Hood flat, flying tape coming off the right front fender. The Chili's machine cannonballs into the top 5.
Sevens are wild, and the guy behind the wheel is a wild man. Hocevar trying to make it happen.
Oh, he's going to jump in front of that 10 of Ty Dillon.
Zane Smith has been a helper. Now the 38 helps himself to the lead. He takes over the top.
Zane Smith to the lead.
As Bowman and Brad go for it, second side by side.
This is crazy.
Lined up at the bottom, 48 and 9, and the 47 Stenhouse, all from the same engine department. Will they stay loyal enough to get some momentum? Big move by the 10, slides up in front of the 54, takes Ty Gibbs, all that work, all that patience erased.
Look at Bowman. Drives to the backside.
Bowman, here he comes. For the lead.
Out there and then drive around him. Brad looking high.
Zane Smith with the help from Brad Keselowski behind him. Side by side with Bowman.
Down the back straightaway. It's going to help the Ford on the outside.
Zane Smith has the lead.
Reddick is reset.
And that Aaron's lucky dog car.
Just like Stenhouse.
Ford.
Ford seems to be a little more loyal than the Chevys. The Chevys keep going. 47. Big move to the bottom.
Wow. Big move. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. to second. Wow. He just passed like 5 cars like fucking nothing. Holy shit. He just fucking Leroy Jenkins that shit. That's insane.
Pit stop. Ricky Stenhouse fights his way to the top 3. Back to his inside, those that spot away down the front straightaway.
10 to go.
I think the bow ties need to kind of figure out, are we fighting amongst each other, or are we trying to line up? The Fords do seem to stick together a little bit more.
Here's Bowman. Out of line. Brad Keselowski had fallen to 4th, and now he's trying to make it happen inside lane. On board Reddick, a shove.
And half a lane lower behind. Stenhouse trying to side draft the 6 car down the front straightaway is going to do it. Brad's going to drive right back in
Yes,
line
sir.
there. Get back in line.
Yes, sir. Go up.
Bowman's still out front. Zane Smith second.
Hey.
Oh, the 77 of Hocevar almost wrecking back there. Getting huge shoves by the 9 of Chase Elliott.
He was just right in the lap of the 9. Bowman, Smith, Stenhouse. Across the line, 8 to go.
Things have calmed down just a little bit up front. Down the inside, the 38.
Here comes Zane Smith.
Zane Smith is going to be able to clear this 48. Spotter says, take what you need.
Takes the lead.
He goes. I ask, do you want to lead coming to the white flag? I just don't know if you can hold the lead. Going back to the inside. There's not a lot of momentum here.
This is fucking crazy,
Stay
dude.
there. He's going to be able to do it. They'll be side by side. What does the 47 do? Huge run by the 47 right here.
Oh my god, here comes Stenhouse! Almost a fucking pass in the grass. He was fucking willing to do that.
Keselowski coming with him. 7 to go.
Here comes Reddick. And fucking Hocevar riding the Dente.
Bowman loses tons of spots on that exchange.
Zane Smith
Side the 2 Fords for second.
battling for second.
Reddick trying to help.
Stenhouse behind Brad.
The 47 of Stenhouse trying to block whatever's coming.
Zane Smith trying to get a run on Stenhouse.
Trying to slow down the 6 of Brad Keselowski on the top right here. Big run down the back straightaway. Brad to the inside.
Here comes Brad battling by with Stenhouse. Side by side, Brad to the lead.
These moves are just indefensible. 5 laps to go.
5 to go.
Finish coming. Reddick right back in it.
Yeah, Reddick to the inside here. Trying
Here comes Reddick.
He's going to be able to clear into second place.
Into second. Bowman back in the battle. And Chase is back in it. And don't count out Zane Smith.
He'll just keep cycling. A lot of turnover in the front. Who's going to be there with 4 laps to go?
This is going to be insane.
That was it. That was like the last time out. Single file down the front stretch to catch your breath.
And a photo finish to end stage 2.
Big run for Reddick down the back straightaway. Oh man, that was an opportunity possibly to go the inside. He stays behind the 6.
Brad Keselowski coming to take the line for 3 laps to go. Here comes Elliott. It's going to be a fucking insane finish. Here comes Elliott. Elliott going to second with the help from Bowman.
Yeah, that timed out really good for Chase. Brad has 2.
Oh, Brad comes down to block that line.
In the corner, back to the top of the racetrack in front of 45 on the front.
Now they're single file. 2 laps to go.
Reddick did not go to the inside. That was an opportunity. He clears the 6 into turn 1 if he does that.
2 laps to go. And remember, you want to have the lead on the final lap because if the caution comes out after the white, the race is over.
Brad Keselowski and Chase Elliott. 1-2. Who is going to win this race?
Chase Elliott in the 9 with the big momentum around the top of the racetrack. Coming to the white flag.
White flag is in the air one more time around at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Here comes Elliott. Elliott on the inside. Elliott takes the lead on the final lap. He passes Brad Keselowski. And it looks like Chase Elliott might end up doing this, but Bowman on the inside to pass Brad for second. It will not be enough, it looks like. Chase Elliott with the last lap pass is going to win at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Wow.
Awesome job, buddy. Awesome.
That was awesome. That was awesome, bros.
All year long, getting the results, waiting on his opportunity to go to victory lane. Stayed out on the old tires. Didn't look like that was the call because they lost the track position. He battled back late.
That was fucking awesome.
To be able to put that car out front when it mattered. And you mentioned it in the cycle, and it was a master class. He got there when it mattered, and then his teammate, the 48, aggressive, gets to the inside of the 6, trying to help himself, and that was it. Sealed the deal. The 9 held the lead.
I don't know why the leaderboard ain't updating.
Have won here at the cup level. Bill Elliott, 5 times. This makes number 2 for Chase. And he had a huge advantage over
Chase Elliott wins.
But the man who's already got a championship in his pocket is going to the playoffs.
The leaderboard ain't updating.
Chase Elliott gets it done.
Get Jaden's win pick.
Caution's a theme tonight. Chase Elliott, one of 4 drivers not involved in a crash. And that paint scheme designed by 11-year-old Raylan Mills. A patient
Yes, for Nascar API's full.
Healthcare of Atlanta. Popular victory, a huge celebration. Let's join it now, down to the front straightaway and Marty Snyder.
And anytime NASCAR's most popular driver wins, it's a big deal.
Don't know why it's not
At
updating.
his home track, it's even bigger. How about that, Georgia race fans? What a drive for Chase Elliott. So aggressive all night long. In fact, we joked we called him Mr. 3 Wide tonight. With
Kyle finished 21st.
To get up front. And here comes the 19. Officially locked in now.
Yeah, no.
No more talk about how they're consistent, getting solid finishes. Chase Elliott delivers at his home racetrack. Chase, does it get any sweeter than winning in front of your hometown fans?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. You guys, how about that? Are you kidding me?
Chase Elliott wins in front of his home fans.
I've never in my life. This is unbelievable. Thank you guys so much. Hey, you know, just what a special car. And just a huge thanks to Napa Auto Parts and everything they do for me and to benefit Children's Healthcare of Atlanta. Raylan Mills designed a fast Napa Chevrolet tonight, so it was a lot of fun. This right here is something I'll never forget. Thank you guys so much.
What made this so... There's Raylan. Good job on the car design, Raylan. How about watching your car go to victory lane?
It was cool.
He was cool. What made this win so improbable? It looked like you were out of the game, Chase. Why do you say, I never dreamed this would happen?
Well, I just think that, honestly, all the cards fell in the right places there those last couple laps. What a crazy race, man.
It was.
I don't know if y'all had fun, but it was...
Oh, I had a
it was
lot of
wild
fun.
From my seat, so glad we got to run that thing out there to the end. And yeah, just again, thank you so much for everybody that has made this possible. You know, this is the 9th year of Design to Drive. You know, what an incredible way to you know, to celebrate that. Some great partners, Chevrolet. Say hey to Mr. Hendrick at home. Thanks for sticking with me, pal. And yeah, just again, thanks to all you guys, because this right here is, you can't dream of this.
You got a short drive home to Dawsonville. I'm sure there's about 80,000 fans that love to party with you tonight.
It's going to be a big one, so we'll get ready.
All right, Chase Elliott locked into the playoffs, but more importantly, wins at his home track. Adam, means so much to him, you can tell. 3 drivers from Hendrick Motorsports have now found their way to victory lane in 2025. 12 drivers have won on the campaign. The playoff field is now 75% full. Last lap pass, engine.
All right, well, Chase Elliott wins.
And once he got there,
Congrats
he
to
wasn't
Chase.
giving up.
Yeah, he claims it all fell in the right place, but I'm not sure humble Chase Elliott gives himself enough credit. He also made all the right moves when they mattered.
That was a good night.
Final lap,
Fun night of racing.
And then held off all the aggression at the end.
Yeah, the man with the best average finish in NASCAR.
And yeah.
Gonna give Chevrolet 5
Be live next week for the Chicago street races. I'll be live tomorrow for the Sox. And yeah, well, thank you all for watching. And